Chapter 1001. Anytime someone told Chitty he couldn't cut something, he liked to prove them wrong. That hadn't actually been Aconite's point with an offhand comment she made, instead being more to herself. She was speaking about how certain compounds got stuck together, which was either exactly what she wanted her poisons to do, or completely ruined them depending on the context and particular poison in question. Now she had spent a month watching him cut apart dust. Well, the majority of the time was spent on her own studies and meditations, but whenever she looked over to her friend, he was effectively swinging his sword at empty space. She couldn't tell if it was better or worse that he wasn't using a lick of upper energy in his motions. If she pretended he was practicing his sword forms, it made sense, except that he never really repeated any motion. She wasn't even sure he was locked onto any target in particular, his blade never slicing through the same area for long. It was distracting in a way his training usually wasn't. She'd long gotten used to Chitty's energy around her, and more recently she'd gotten used to energy suddenly going away. Or at least, that was always what it felt like. Apparently, it was all still there. Chitty just somehow managed to make an entire area balance, even inside other cultivators, which was the truly astounding part. Then again, she shouldn't have expected anything less profound from an alternate path to augmentation. Being incomprehensible was almost a given. Aconite wasn't looking for anything like that. She thought she would be most effective in augmentation, simply empowering herself and her poisons. In truth, most of her poisons were already strong enough. It was delivering them to her enemies that was the issue. It was either simple. If they were careless enough to let an unknown gap slip past their defenses and breathe it in, or nearly impossible if they were vigilant of all outside intrusion. Breaking down an opponent's defenses only to poison them was simply a waste of combat potential. If you got through enemy defenses, it was better to just kill them. Of course, that wasn't always feasible. Cultivators didn't always have just one layer of defenses, even if they weren't persistent. Someone about to be stabbed through the chest might focus all their energy internally, leaving them with broken bones and rent flesh, but not a punctured heart or the like. That was where Aconite's claws came in, carrying with them poisons. Subtle poisons, where just traces of them were left behind for when those internal defenses dropped, pumped through the bloodstream. "I need more dregs," Chitty declared. "Seriously?" Aconite asked. "You have a whole barrel full." She looked over. Did it all get mixed in with the dirt? She was obviously going to provide what he asked for. If he wanted a whole pouch of her best poison for something, she'd give it to him. If he wanted to, well, he'd need a pretty darn good reason for that. And she was pretty sure he wouldn't bother poisoning a whole lake or inland sea. Sneeze sniffed the remnants of what Chitty had been experimenting with. She couldn't really call it anything else, because he was serious. It wasn't playing around. But it sure didn't look like much of anything. It smelled like something was missing. She couldn't quite place why. How odd. How very odd indeed. Trying to cut something too minuscule to be seen would have been a bigger problem if Chitty could see. It wasn't exactly simpler without sight, but he didn't weigh himself down with figuring out how close he was to doing what he wished. He either was successful in his cuts, or he was not. Close meant nothing. He really couldn't comprehend structures smaller than a certain size. There were also huge issues with air particles slamming into whatever he was trying to cut at first. But if he let himself get bogged down in the details, he'd never get anywhere. If his master had been around to ask for advice, he could guess it would have been along the lines of just cut it. So he did that. It really wasn't an issue anymore. He could cut what he wanted. Any one thing, at least. Maybe 2, or 10, or 100 or 1,000 things along a path. All of those numbers were practically the same compared to what he was actually dealing with. Same with 1,000,000 or 1,000,000,000. That's what happened when you wanted to cut individual particles. Technically, he'd succeeded. He could cut them, and he wasn't just destroying molecules, but actually separating them. It was pointless. Unless he was getting attacked by a single molecule, it was much easier to just cut a person in half, or a planet. Even if he cut 1,000,000,000 of a particularly important compound inside of an enemy, he could at most slightly inconvenience a small fraction of their cells. It was pointless. His precision would be thrown off by enemy cultivators without even doing it on purpose. But it certainly increased his awareness of the vastness of things. There was a flow to follow. Besides, now that it had his attention, he felt obligated to follow it through. He needed new handfuls of the dregs from one of Aconite's projects because he couldn't test his results without fresh powder. He had to clean up the area around him as well, enough to determine the proper proportion of what he cut. He tossed a handful of powder. He swung 3 times. Some swirled away on the wind, currently non-toxic, and some very small portion of it should have returned to a dangerous state. Based on Chitty's very inconclusive determination, less than 1 part in a million. Not of the general atmosphere, but the particular substance he was working with. So, nothing. Even if it were Aconite's most potent poisons. He did it again and again and again. He obviously couldn't hit everything in a cloud with his sword. He couldn't channel his energy into so many individual blades and angles. But he could cut things without a sword. He just had to want it to happen, and well, any amount of energy would completely resist him. Pointless. Shakir once cut something with a look, if he recalled correctly, but that still involved an infusion of energy. But sword intent mattered as well. It was what he used to cut through things during negation, and a large part of what made Shakir better than other sword masters who would have otherwise been her match in technique and even energy. If you just cut more, it was enough. But if he thought about it too much, he'd just think himself in circles. So he stopped thinking and cut. He didn't have anything in mind for what threshold would be a success. He'd just know when it was, and be done. Aconite watched Chitty toss a handful of powder in the air and cut it. She wasn't really surprised when nothing seemed to change. The powder didn't even swirl around the trail of his blade. Since he could cut apart wind, it wasn't odd he could choose to not cut apart the air. The sort of thing that only made sense when going beyond the normal laws of the universe. But Aconite got it. However, Aconite was very sensitive to particular things. Chitty could detect swords without his energy actually interacting with one, and so it wasn't odd for her to be able to pick out poisons before she even sniffed them or felt their aura. As for what a poison was, that was something based on her own internal understanding. Just like the limits between swords, polearms, axes, and other weapons often blurred. Aconite knew what one was, and could confirm or deny any substance was a poison, and even determine something of its potency without interacting further. So it was wild for a handful of powder to go from not having any poison in it to, well, having some. It would have been one thing if it was undergoing a chemical reaction in a lab, or really anything but having a sword swung at it. Aconite watched. The sword slashed. She blinked. Oh, that was a good idea. Cultivators had a lot of instincts about poisons and protecting themselves. But if something wasn't poison, would it even register in their thoughts? Obviously, she couldn't just throw a random powder at someone and expect them to breathe it in. Nobody she cared about fighting would be so stupid as to assume she had no purpose in that. But if it were hidden, and then became poisonous later, actually, that fit in with a traditional poisoning technique. 2 substances on their own might be completely harmless, but when mixed together, they became deadly. Yet Aconite had found cultivators often sensed that. But would they sense one substance that had the potential to be 1, or maybe even 2 deadly toxins if split? If only she could accomplish that somehow. And no, she wasn't going to ask Chitty to cut things for her, because he could just kill the enemy at that point. But she might gain some sort of insight. A sword slashed. Chitty smiled, and Aconite forgot all about everything around her as she swirled energy within her, locking memories in her brain. Alone, it wouldn't be enough for augmentation, but she had many other insights already. She subconsciously moved forward towards her waist barrel. What she did would have been incredibly foolish if she hadn't immunized herself against everything she used, even those things that were normally impossible to develop a resistance to. She buried her head in the powder and transformed it. It came naturally to her. A rush of energy filled her. Then she spent the next several minutes catching the now extremely potent toxins before they swirled away on the wind and devastated the local ecosystem. Chitty helped too, of course, slicing the winds that were most problematic. Despite their prominence in the Scarlet Alliance, neither Timothy nor Katerina were frequently in the public eye. Of course, that didn't mean people weren't paying attention to their activities. For security reasons, they attempted to keep the movements of most people private, though the Scarlet Alliance rarely managed anything more than preventing such news from being precise and current. Too many people were interested to entirely obfuscate most things. and they merely did their best to keep enemy spies from having information more recent than a few weeks. Many cultivators would feel that such information was quite timely, but the Scarlet Alliance tended to work on shorter timescales than that. If they truly needed to, they could slip away on a private vessel, avoiding populated areas. But the thing they were trying to keep secret wasn't something that affected national security interests, nor was it entirely secret. They just avoided making any sort of announcement. They chose their timing based specifically around Chitty departing on a training expedition, but he returned somewhat earlier than expected and came straight to see them. Obviously, they weren't going to refuse him entry. Aconite broke through to augmentation, he said excitedly. Obviously, the two of them had already felt that from the wolf standing alongside him. Congratulations, Timothy said, nodding. It's difficult, especially as you haven't had a proper master, and very few of merit along a similar path. Katerina agreed. It's really something. Nobody could have expected much faster. Aconite sniffed. Chitty tilted his head. It wasn't possible for Katerina to hide anything without making it obvious she was hiding something. So she'd gone for the most subtle approach she could. Chitty looked like he was trying to say something. Katerina could imagine that if her son had eyes, they would be locked on her lower torso. Was that what it was for? Chitty was flabbergasted. Surprised, certainly, but not upset. You could have just wow. The two parents smiled. Chapter 1002. Preparing for a child might have seemed like it should be trivially easy for cultivators who had done it before, and indeed anything they needed was easily acquired. The real issue Timothy and Katerina faced was not overdoing everything. It would be so easy for them to plan out the first 20 years or even century of their child's life. Plans that would ultimately be pointless because they wanted their child to have freedom of choice. As quickly as the first 6 months had gone, the final 3 went faster. Chitty barely managed to come to grips that he would actually be getting a younger sibling, and then there he was. The process of birth was not difficult for a cultivator of any decent training, as controlling energy within their own body was as easy as it came. Not that anything would have been an issue even without energy at all, given the facilities the Scarlet Alliance had available. When the time came, Katerina and Timothy carefully guided their son into the world. It happened so quickly that some of those who were rushing over for the birth didn't even make it, and these were cultivators who could travel around a planet in a very short time indeed. Those who arrived a bit later did get to see the shining face of the new baby, Yuil. Chitty's name had come from Chakir, who gave up her opportunity to regrow her arm for the sake of a child. It would have been kind of awkward to then name their second son after the pair of them, so Yuil was named independently. It was simply a name the two parents found pleasant. Chitty could feel his little brother, and he didn't know how to react. He'd seen children before, obviously. He'd interacted with more wolf pups than human babies, but it wasn't like such things were a mystery to him. But there was something about his own little brother that was different. He felt his little brother, finding him healthy and as happy as babies ever tended to be. And unlike himself, Yuil was whole. The chances of him also missing eyes was marginal, but having some other issue was entirely possible. Chitty knew people had been nervous about that. He had too, though mostly he had been thinking of how to prepare. All the various potential accommodations went out the window when everything was fine, though. Little Yuil was introduced to many people. Humans, obviously, as well as echoing cry and half-oink. At first, Katerina and Timothy had been hesitant to allow too many people around, just because it could be overwhelming. However, they found Yuil seemed to like meeting new people with different cultivations. The exact details were unclear, but he could definitely feel their energy and wasn't intimidated like one would naturally expect. Then again, before he was born, he had literally constantly been exposed to his mother's energy as an augmentation cultivator. He seemed to like fire cultivators most, like members of the 100 Stars, Hoyt, and Fuzz. He even briefly interacted with Jutsuna, though the old woman appeared to be even less knowledgeable about what to do with a child than Chitty. So when can we introduce him to swords? Chitty asked. Timothy shook his head. When he's old enough to be responsible about it. He needs understanding and muscle control, though we don't want to bias his choice of weapon. Or perhaps he won't even want to fight at all. Yeah, I guess, Chitty shrugged. He didn't get that feeling though. Then again, maybe it was just Chitty that was the type to stick his hand in a wolf's mouth at an early age. Not that he knew it was dangerous, or theoretically dangerous, since spikes wouldn't hurt anyone she didn't have reason to. Technically, being around her, even next to very sharp fangs, was safer than many other places. Seeing his little brother begin standard education, Chitty realized how many differences he'd had. He'd been taught, of course, but reading and writing wasn't really on the list for obvious reasons. At his current level, he could read and write, but only because he could sense the ink in pages with his energy. That was actually better than a lot of display screens, though those could read things to him. Early years passed quickly, and while Yuil didn't start cultivation or weapons training, he did get to handle weapons when supervised during his early life. He thought weapons were cool, but didn't seem to favor anything in particular. Even when Chitty demonstrated what he could do, there wasn't any particular affinity in his younger brother for the sword. Disappointing, but there was nothing he could do about it. There wasn't any point forcing it, because if he didn't naturally like the sword, then he wouldn't get the same sort of results as Chitty did. He wanted his younger brother to be happy, not just for him to be like Chitty. Though, maybe he did want a little of that. Just like their parents probably wanted Yuil to grow up to be a defender or formation master. Yuil was smart, soaking up information rapidly. Chitty wasn't sure what rate normal kids learned at, but he assumed this was faster because it made him feel better. Chitty didn't actually interact with his younger brother at school and such, though he was intentionally remaining around home more to spend time with him. Most of his training was fine to do on Xianxia, and Aconite was spending time in isolation to break through to augmentation. Yuil was never unsupervised, but like Chitty, he rapidly learned to sense energy watching him, which meant unless someone was actually in the room with him, it was better to watch everything around him just to make him act more natural. Probably. It worked for Chitty, and Katerina agreed it made sense. The slight difference in how Chitty was paying attention resulted in him being very surprised when there was suddenly a fire in Yuvil's room. It took him exactly 1 second to dash down the hall and through the door. He snatched up Yuil, and only then did he realize that the fire was caused by energy. He slashed the flames as he negated the surrounding energy, a simple task. The fire suppression systems didn't even activate. "Ah, it's gone," Yuil said. His little brother was poking his head out from under Chitty's arm. "Did you see? I made fire." "Ah, so that was what happened. And with energy, no less?" The kid was barely 6 years old. It wasn't impossible, of course, but it was a concern. Chitty sat his brother down, while he used one hand to send a message to his parents. "You sure did, Yuil. But that's dangerous to do if you can't properly control it, okay?" He held up a book that Yuil had scorched. "Look, you burned one of your books. That could have easily spread, and you could have gotten hurt." With the fire suppression system, he probably wouldn't have, but still, it was dangerous. Yuil, who had not at all been concerned about the fire or being randomly yanked away, looked up at Chitty with tears beating in his eyes. "Did I do something bad? Are you mad at me?" Chitty patted him on the head. "We don't want anyone to be hurt, okay? So you can't do things like that without someone watching you to keep you safe. But you were here, so it's fine, right?" Chitty shook his head. "Using energy like that is more dangerous than other things, so we need to know that specifically, okay? And it probably has to happen in the right place." "Okay," Yuil agreed. He was a good kid. Yelling at him wouldn't have helped. Chitty explained everything to Katerina and Timothy when they arrived, just a few minutes later, dropping whatever they had been doing. Since Chitty wasn't the actual parent, they went over things with Yuil properly. If he wanted to use energy, he had to do it in designated places. "Of course," Katerina said to the other two, off to the side, "we should probably think about updating our formations. I don't know if we should prevent his energy flow or not." Timothy shook his head. He needs to learn to listen in that regard. And it would be confusing if sometimes it didn't work, without knowing why. Rather than trying to have Yuil develop his power, control was the most important thing. While there was enough information about body tempering to know that it was possible to do without harming a developing body, it was better to not risk it. And while Yuil was eager to use power when he could, introducing him to lower energy was quite a boon. It made things harder for him, but rather than making him give up, it just meant he had to use more effort to get a little bit of power. Chitty had gone through a similar training regimen, though not quite so young. and not from the very beginning. While Yuil had certainly made a mistake, he wasn't a reckless child. He saw all around him many adults who were like fire and safe, so he hadn't really thought it was something dangerous. Now he knew better, and they taught him very carefully. There had been plans to introduce him to cultivation at the age of 10 or so, but him figuring out even the very basics before then was still quite a surprise. Not an impossibility, but still rare. After his early start, he began to grow smoothly as the years passed. Ultimately, there was no question he was interested in cultivation, not just for personal advancement, but with the ultimate idea of engaging in combat eventually. With everyone around him, it only seemed natural after all. Jana returned to Prospero Vandale. I think I'm ready. The formation has been prepared, Prospero said. So as long as you are certain. Certain? Huh. She shook her head. Not at all, but I know myself well enough. I could linger on for a time, trying to get stronger, but at this rate, I'll only wither away. This is my best opportunity. If I screw it up, she shrugged. Guess that's it for me. Prospero nodded. Of course, unless she completely screwed up, the formations would keep her soul local. So she would be well taken care of, regardless of what portion of her memories she kept. Reminding her of that seemed unnecessary at the moment. He watched as she entered the chamber set aside for her. He wondered what it would feel like as he watched. It didn't seem painful, but perhaps that was because she felt some sort of peace as the flames picked up and her body faded away. A technique like that might have saved him large amounts of trouble. Or he might have shone too brightly in a realm that wouldn't have been ready to accept him. He didn't actually have any regrets about how things turned out. He was lacking many memories from the lower realms, but he'd made more here in the upper realms. His strength was more than he would have ever imagined possible when he first began cultivating. Though Prospero had not trained the technique himself, he could tell Jana had been at least somewhat successful. He might have wished her good luck in her next life, but she didn't really need it. Crossed and Tinny twitched. She wasn't anticipating any messages. When she looked at it, she was surprised. It was too early, wasn't it? No, perhaps not. While the first colony had been established on the border 50 or so years before the invasion, that had been during the short cycle. Here, something like 200 years wasn't that surprising. It did suddenly cut off many of her plans. She couldn't keep hopping back and forth between planets. Though she did have plans to travel secretly, under her own power. She needed to make sure the colonies were all right. She also needed to keep everyone apprised of what was going on, so they could complete their ultimate duty when the time was right. If they began taking out invaders too soon, they'd waste a fantastic opportunity. They just had to go another century or so longer than expected without being caught. Everything would be fine. She told herself that over and over, and eventually she decided to believe it. At least for a little while. Chapter 1003. Every time she'd thought about it since coming to this place, Julie had the exact same thoughts about the Scarlet Alliance's information network. And she wasn't talking spies, but the stuff that was available to everyone. I can't believe how much stuff they just let people see, Julie commented to her brother for perhaps the 1000th time. These techniques are just, she shook her head. And how will they maintain any sort of power if the planet development methods are security level 0? But the thing about that is that's what got them here, Misai shrugged. That's what earned the loyalty of all of their citizens. Can you imagine anywhere in the Trigold cluster making use of that stuff? Sharing resources across a whole planet? Well, the sects and stuff, yeah, Julie said. Why not? Because it's literally everyone. Seriously, Misai said. It doesn't work if you don't let your menial laborers train in energy. And if you try to restrict them from growing too strong, you limit the effectiveness. So, yeah, it could work against them if the established sects were willing to implement a new power structure from the ground up. But unless literally all of them do it, it will create internal instability. It's just not going to happen. I mean, not everyone is a powerful cultivator, Julie pointed out. It doesn't really matter how many body tempering or spirit building people are up against an integration cultivator. I don't think they could possibly win. I'm pretty sure I saw a janitor in integration, Misai said. What do you mean by that? That it's possible they weren't a janitor? I mean, I'm not sure I saw them, Misai shook his head. It's possible I hallucinated it. I was walking along and then bam. Something passed me in the hallway, and it was clean. I literally couldn't react. But you're an integration cultivator, Julie said. You have to have been able to see them. He shook his head. Early integration, yeah. And they had no intent towards me, you know? Maybe if we were fighting it would be different. I could predict something there. But that level of power, even if focused away from martial abilities, is still significant. Why would anyone even put so much effort into other pursuits? Julie asked. I mean, why did we learn to fight? Misai countered. Because we had to. And that hasn't changed, his sister replied. Though, I guess if we just wanted to continue existing? I'm learning so much about formations, Misai said. I don't know how I compare to the great formation masters here, but I'm able to experiment without spending huge piles of treasure. And all I have to do for that learning privilege? Not cause trouble. And fight in an inevitable war, Julie pointed out. Well, yeah, but that's pretty normal. Besides, we can opt for non-frontlines roles. And isn't this something worth fighting for? Julie looked at the device she held in her hands. I have so much knowledge at my fingertips, I'm honestly baffled. They don't even charge for it. Well, they kind of do indirectly. Apparently, those who provided information could get paid whenever it was accessed. The whole system was supported by taxes. Taxes that seemed strangely low sometimes, though perhaps that was the various layers of sects she was used to dealing with. There's definitely some information not freely available, Misai admitted. But we could access pretty much any of it with some effort. It's never just completely denied. Both of them agreed it was crazy, but also, it was working. In a way, the entire Scarlet Alliance was treated like one big sect that was trying to make its disciples grow, and not just the ones at the top. The twins hungrily soaked up knowledge, almost worried that they would lose access, that they would find out everything was a joke somehow. Or maybe there was a catch, though unless it required giving up more than half of their souls, they honestly couldn't think of a price that was too much. Julie noticed that one thing that required a higher security clearance were the blueprints for their ships, not ships in general. Indeed, there were some startling revelations about what this technology stuff could do just available to browse. If she had the parts and time, she could make a ship, just not the ones with the best military application. At just a few years old, a young girl's memories began to pile up enough she actually stood out. Before that, she had simply seemed to learn how to walk and talk more quickly. She didn't entirely understand what was happening, just that she was alive again, and that she had apparently been a cultivator called Xianxia. Sometimes she could dredge up things when she thought about specific memories. When she thought about her parents, she got, well, nothing resembling her current parents. They took care of her well, and it wasn't because they expected to get anything from her. She was afraid. Afraid of how they would react when they found out their daughter had been replaced by someone else. Even more so because she might lose her connection to them, which only mattered because she was their daughter. It didn't really make any sense. Rather than share what was happening, Xianxia kept things hidden. The more memories she revealed, the more she thought she might have previously been a bad person. Yet, she also had fuzzy memories that someone had helped her, a group of people she could only think of as kind. And when she was being pessimistic, naive, too trusting, or maybe, since she wanted to be worthy of that trust, they weren't too trusting. It was confusing. Unfortunately, she didn't remember enough to figure things out easily. She only knew that when she started cultivating, it felt weird. Both because she'd definitely done it before, and because she knew it was too early. Except that apparently, it wasn't. Because there were special techniques to help her. It was obvious to even her parents that her mentality was more advanced than that of a normal child. That was why by the time she was 10 years old, she was cultivating. Though that involved a lot more doing chores around the house than she remembered. She also couldn't dispel the notion that doing practical things while training her body was just good sense. Her parents thought she was a genius when she spirit building within a year, but she knew better. Anyone looked like a genius if they'd done it before, even if she was using a different method, since she had only partial memories of her previous one, and the publicly available options seemed superior anyway. Xianxia, because that was the name she most identified with despite her current official name, didn't know how much she remembered. Only that there was a lot missing still. She worried she wouldn't dredge up the rest, but part of her reminded herself that she was lucky to be alive. The one thing that kept bothering her was she couldn't remember the people who'd helped her very well. If she'd met them, she would know, but it was nobody in her city or anywhere she'd been on vacation. Or at least nobody who had come within the range of her energy senses. Then she found one of them. No, that wasn't right. It was a young woman barely older than her, a disciple of the 100 stars. But she had the same aura. Actually, Jitsuna had almost picked that technique, as she was drawn towards fire styles. Now she was tempted to change. It wouldn't be so difficult. First, she needed to determine if she could figure out who had helped her. While she didn't expect anything, she browsed for information about the sect as a whole. Oddly, they didn't seem to have a sect head, just a council of elders. Then again, that was just Jutsuna's old thoughts confusing her. There were plenty of sects that didn't have just one person at the top. Then she looked at the council of elders. One being familiar would be a coincidence. Two of them? Some sort of distorted inner desire. When she recognized a full four of them clearly, and maybe some others, it was something else. She remembered one of them more strongly. There had been something, near the end. Prospero was important somehow. Maybe she could get in contact. When she sent a message to the sect, she expected to get an automatic rejection. Or no response at all. Her message hadn't even been a good one, idly sent. I think I know one of your elders, wasn't exactly her best work, but she'd kind of been in a daze as new memories came to the surface. So when Prospero himself showed up on her planet 2 weeks later, Jitsuna was surprised. So it is you, Prospero nodded. Good. Why? Jitsuna had many questions. Why did I end up with my new parents? She didn't know a better way to say that. I thought I would have parents chosen for me. Strangely, part of her felt like she wouldn't have wanted that, even though she seemed to be part of a perfectly average household and not related to anyone important. That's not possible, Prospero said. Or rather, it's not something we would do. We don't have the expertise to do anything but confine a reincarnating soul to our greater domain. Even if we could, we wouldn't have replaced an ensouled child. Ah, that's... Jitsuna was still lacking many memories. Her strongest ones were still from her current body, so she still felt like a young woman. Good. I'm glad you didn't. She really was. Some part of her very distantly screamed that she'd lost years due to some sort of inefficiency. But, had she? More importantly, did years matter? I'm glad to see your memories aren't overwhelming you too much, Prospero said. I don't know. They seem kind of overwhelming to me. You're not rolling around on the floor in agony, so I'd say it's good. Regardless, I merely came here to confirm your status. He held out a storage bag. Her storage bag. Here are your things. As promised, you will have support in cultivating. Though I think pretty much any sect would happily pick you up. Do I have to decide now? He shook his head. I'll give you my personal message code. Stay in touch. Oh, and promote the things about yourself you like most. You won't ever regret that, as long as you give it a good ponder before picking out what seems best. News from the upper realms, ultimately coming from crossed antennae and the void ants, indicated steadily growing forces at the borders. While the fact that they were beginning to build up already indicated that the invasion might indeed be as significant as they feared, it was also helpful. They could begin determining where the largest invasions might occur, based on their growing understanding of potential pathways during the shift in the tides of the world. So while there was much trepidation, there was also something of a morbid anticipation. They were ready, if it happened now, but they could be more prepared. Their forces, better proportioned between necessary locations, ready to optimally fend off each and every invasion force depending on which planet they attacked. Actually, they might be able to manage that without the void ants rising up and attacking enemy forces. But most of them recognized such thoughts as a bit arrogant. It would be foolish to give up any advantages against the might of the Exalted Quadrant and the Trigold Cluster. Still, that left a balance to strike. What forces could the void ants destroy without getting themselves annihilated? In some ways, it would be preferable if the invasions were called off, but in others, it was better to maximize the losses the upper realms took during the invasion, the resources remaining in the lower realms. If the damage was heavy enough, they could cripple them to make future attempts impossible. They also had to consider what the impact would be for the Scarlet Alliance. It was unlikely that their connection was completely secret, and even if it was now by some miracle, remaining that way would be difficult. Would causing too much destruction result in greater retaliation, or begrudging acceptance of their presence? That was not an easy question to answer. Fortunately, they had considered such matters before and still had a couple centuries. Yet the years continued to slip past, day after day. Chapter 1004. Derf was heavy, and that was a problem because his hammer was supposed to be heavy. Heavy hammers hit people hard. That was the simple and basic understanding of how they worked. Oh, sure, the Scarlet Alliance had a lot of fancy words for that. They talked about velocity and momentum and weird sorts of energy that he didn't know about. It didn't matter, because he was part of the upper realms and thus used upper energy to do stuff. Simple. He got to see all sorts of scrolls and techniques written for hammers. He appreciated the opportunity and did his best to learn from them. But for the most part, they were too hard to understand. He wasn't sure how people were supposed to get that stuff. If he knew, he would probably be a normal member of the Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance. But he didn't get it. And even though they gave him lots of things that were hard to understand, he liked the Scarlet Alliance and the people in it. They were trying to help, and it was better than not being given any opportunities. Derf thought the best option for him came from that sword lady. Derf had tried holding 2 hammers. It was helpful, even though the only thing he learned from it was that he wasn't a 2-hammer guy. He was definitely a 1 big hammer guy. Her other advice had been to fight stuff, maybe even people with hammers specifically, but he didn't know of any sizable groups of them that were on any sort of approved hammering list. Maybe far into one of the groups on either side, but he knew better than to intrude into the exalted quadrant on his own. And he shouldn't go into the Trigold cluster because they might think he was a spy or whatever, them being his new friends. And maybe the Trigold cluster too, now that he thought about it. Without a good supply of humans to fight, he looked up things he could hammer. There was one system people didn't like because of what they called overly aggressive asteroids. Frankly, Derf thought that flying space rocks were pretty aggressive by their very nature, just daring anything to get in front of them. The system was up north, but not too close to the Everheart system. Derf wanted to stay away from that. Everyone talked like Everheart was dead, but acted like he was alive. The same was true of the one person Derf had trusted back in the Trigold cluster, his aunt EKA. Lots of other people said he was dead and acted like it. And then they were dead. Unlike almost everyone, Derf didn't think he had anything against Everheart. But he also didn't have any reason to go near something a dangerous cultivator claimed. So he made sure to avoid that place when he came to the weird little system with dangerous rocks. The system didn't have any planets, just asteroids. They were in big rings and a weird cloud. Derf knew that some people said the system should have once had planets, and they got broken up. In Derf's opinion, he just thought the asteroids liked being able to move around on their own. They certainly enjoyed it now, rushing towards him as soon as he entered the system. Derf was glad they did, because it was a really long way between each of them, and he would have had to turn and change his direction a lot to get to all of them. Well, it was still only a small fraction of them. But a good 1,000 or so were rushing towards him. They were full of energy. Better, they were heavy. He felt it, even as they approached. He swung his hammer at the first one, fully expecting to smash it to smithereens. It didn't attempt to avoid him at all, merely rushing towards him in a straight line. However, he didn't think he even chipped the thing. Instead, he sent it flying back in the other direction. Were they unbreakable? No, Derf knew that wasn't possible. He had to be able to smash them. He just wasn't good enough. He battered aside another dozen of them as they came in rapid sequence. Without footing, it was hard to hit good. And smashing things against other things was better than not. Derf knew that, and it seemed the asteroids did too because they tried to smash into him from opposite sides. Occasionally they succeeded. With a big crash, Derf was rocked as 2 asteroids bigger than him and smaller than a mountain hit him together, squashing him from both sides. He felt his bones creak. He shoved them away, using his legs to kick one out, then spinning to smash the other with his hammer. The bombardment of attacks didn't end. It was nice. Just a bunch of rocks trying to smash Derf while he tried to smash them. He had a feeling they might kill him, but he didn't worry about that. All he had to do was be the one who won the fight, and he would survive. They sure didn't break apart easily. He even slammed one into another, coming in at an angle. They bounced off of each other instead of shattering. though he did see a few small chips. Those little bits also tried to attack him, as it turned out. But they weren't heavy or fast, so it didn't matter. At least he only ever had to deal with 2 or so at once. More than that simply couldn't squash him, and they didn't coordinate well enough for the funny-shaped ones to fit together. Sometimes, when he smacked them, they seemed to slam into each other on purpose too. This was good. Derf didn't know if he could make a hammer out of one of these things, but maybe he would try. Then it would be heavy and smash things good. Not having to worry about poisons, surprise attacks, traps, teeth, weird energy-draining formations, and all sorts of things like that made Derf's time really relaxing. Sure, his bones were getting chipped both from incoming attacks and sometimes the force of his own blows, but that was fine. He could put the pieces back where they belonged when he was done. Almost on the opposite side of the band of the upper realms that contained the Scarlet Alliance, Alva was engaging in significantly less brutal training. In fact, she was facing no resistance at all as her shots flew to the south, across the border into the lower realms. She wasn't trying to hit anything there, of course. She wasn't even trying to reach the other side. Distance wasn't her area of expertise, unlike Anton. However, there was something more to each shot now that might bridge that gap. Alva kind of wished she could. Actually, that way, she could show him her progress directly instead of through some sort of recording. Those just weren't as good. Her arrows flew forward towards the nothingness. Rather than mixed upper and lower energy, the border was basically empty. As empty as anything ever got, which was pretty darn empty. Alva's arrows were neither fast enough nor enduring enough to cross the whole distance to the lower realms, multiple light years even at the thinnest point. However, if that distance was suddenly far shorter, they might. Her arrows distorted space around them, courtesy of the distortion beast they had fought in the secret realm. And the weird way things were constructed there, being stuck in a partial dimension, nothing really made sense, not straight lines or curves or up or down. If asked to explain it to anyone, she couldn't have given them anything useful despite the insights being her catalyst for augmentation. At best, she might be able to demonstrate and compare to those who already had similar insights. An arrow left Alva's sight and senses in a single instant, traversing more distance than was normally possible. Layers of subspace seemed to be ever tighter, and Alva could shoot into the second and potentially third layers. She would be quite good at killing distortion beasts, but even they didn't live between realms. Simply nothing existed for them to feed on, no matter or energy of any kind. With each shot, Alva considered what she could actually do. She had shot an arrow inside something, bypassing the outside. That was true even of a static formation, protecting an area with energy. Katarina had made her various iterations meant to restrict subspace movement, and the formation master's expertise outsped Alva's ability. She could bypass static shields, even deep and crossing layers of reality, but there was a certain level of adaptation she simply wasn't ready for yet. Oddly enough, distortion beasts were actually easier to kill as they lived on several layers of reality at once, even if it was difficult to kill them from the top layer where they only occasionally dipped a small and usually deadly part of themselves. But Alva wasn't really worried about shooting distortion beasts. Oh no, the Scarlet Alliance had that handled. The first step was to never tempt them to begin with, but if they had to be killed, they had methods. Instead, what Alva really wanted to shoot was other cultivators. At this point, she was chiefly concerned with a small group of them. Domination cultivators. If she could slip past their energy defenses, they should die like anyone else. But she knew that it wouldn't be so easy. The sheer power she'd felt was practically reality warping on its own. So keeping a stable shot even if they were simply standing there would be difficult. Active dodging or blocking, much more difficult. The chances of someone at that level not understanding at least in part the structure of subspace would be absurd. Well, considering how Zor and Ratna had zoomed off, they clearly knew how to travel in it, if nothing else. Unless they were completely insensitive to such things, she'd need to improve her technique to hurt anyone like them. But still, she felt she had something special. Nothing so extreme as Chitty's negation, but certainly something she could make good use of. And maybe, hopefully, Anton would be able to see if she could reach him, he could praise her properly, instead of just doing it because he was a kind grandpa. And she kind of hoped maybe, for once, he could learn something from her. But for that, she'd probably need to shoot a few million more arrows at least. which meant there was no time to cease practicing. Yuvil's core fighting style had been obvious early on. From the moment the kid was able to properly control energy, he converted it into fire. But he didn't settle for simply manipulating energy. On the other hand, he also didn't pick up any sort of weapon. Vari wasn't sure if it was her fault. It could have been a coincidence. Either way, Yuil took to using his hands and feet as catalysts for his flames. With superheated flames matching the motion of his own body, his enemies would turn to ash before him. Well, once he actually had more energy. For the moment, he could certainly incinerate wooden training dummies. He couldn't melt stone yet, but it really wasn't a surprise. Yuil was still early in his training after all. He'd raced through body tempering and was now pushing through spirit building at a rapid pace. All that, even though he was limited by his parents' insistence that he practice with lower energy. There was something that just wasn't the same as doing it post-integration, a fact that Vari could attest to herself. Keep your guard up, Vari instructed. Remember that if you're not instantly incinerating your opponent, they can easily counter you. Your range is as short as it can be, so you have to be faster, more flexible. The kid grinned. He clearly enjoyed using his abilities. But they were going to have to demonstrate to him what losing was like soon. Obviously that was difficult, given those close in age weren't great matches for his strength, and his parents or Vari herself defeating him was only natural, no matter how much they technically restricted their energy. Though they did have one option. It was probably cheating, but they kept Jyotsuna in their pocket for an emergency. Fuzz was betting on one of the wolf pups, though. Some of them took after their father, and it would be optimal if Yuil was defeated with his own element. He needed to learn, before he got a big head. It could easily happen, especially to geniuses raised in certain contexts. So they'd find something that wouldn't kill him but would still make him understand. For his own good. Chapter 1005. Flames coiled around Yuil as he slipped into his stance. He struck out once quickly, his jab merely meant to throw his opponent off guard. The man predictably dodged out of the way, and Yuil followed up with a sweep at his legs. He needed to win this battle quickly. He couldn't afford to wait until his opponent's weapon activated, a glowing energy sword that was at the moment merely a hilt. Frustratingly, his older opponent stepped over his leg sweep with barely a care. He was too fast. Yuil needed to be faster himself. Flames hugged his limbs, speeding his movements with their warm embrace. A kick towards his enemy's side was avoided by the slightest step back. Yuil followed up by slamming his foot into the ground, turning that kick into a lunge. His fist nearly struck the man, but even the flames coiled around his arm didn't quite touch his opponent's clothing. Yuil twisted his hips, his left fist aiming for the man's center of mass. Yet, just like everything else, his smug opponent twisted away, dodging his attack with his eyes closed. No, he couldn't get frustrated at that. It was stupid. He stepped far inside the range of the man's sword. If the weapon was activated, he might have just impaled himself on the blade. A rising punch at his chin, a spinning kick, and though Yuil turned his back on his foe, his senses could still pick him out. A low, rear kick aimed at a leg. But not once could he touch him. Yuil growled in frustration, flames building inside of him. They filled his lungs, before spraying forth from his mouth. The cone of fire didn't touch a hair on the man's head, but perhaps the flow of energy might have forced him into a difficult position. One more jab to push him against a wall, and then, all of a sudden, his body felt sluggish. His energy was denied to him, and the flickering light filled his vision. No, it couldn't be. It was too soon. The blade flashed across his neck. He felt its cruel heat. He gargled as he felt the blood drip down his throat. "You're dead, Yuil." Yuil tried to stomp Chitty's foot. Obviously his older brother dodged that, though. "It's not fair. You said I got 10 moves and I only used 8. Both the leg sweep and the fire breath definitely counted," Chitty retorted. "Also, didn't you say you were going to change up your energy flow?" Yuil grumbled, looking at the sword in Chitty's hand. It wasn't a real sword, of course. It wasn't even real lasers. It was more like a flashlight with a defined shape and endpoints. He could feel it when it cut him still, but it was much safer. No matter how much his brother was okay with injuries, Yuil really hadn't gotten to that point yet. Yuil struggled to explain. "I was gonna change up my energy flow." On my next move. It would have been too late, Chitty said. It would be simple for anyone to account for a single anomaly. Yuil grumbled. If he'd just landed one hit, or at least scorched Chitty's clothes, he would have one. Not really, of course, but according to their rules it would count. Yuil wondered if Chitty had used energy to dodge his fire breath, but he certainly hadn't sensed anything. He wanted to make Chitty have to use his energy. Yuil also wanted to force his brother into a fair fight, but obviously that was going to take a long time. Chitty was strong. So strong. In fact, Yuil wondered if anyone could beat him. Yuil might have gotten annoyed at him for fighting with his eyes closed if he didn't do that with everyone else, even their parents. Yuil wished he could beat them, too. However, they never made things easy. Not that he actually wanted that. He was mature enough now to know that it would be a hollow victory. But if he could at least win according to certain restrictions and move on to the next level of training, he would feel his improvements. Am I ever going to get really strong? Yuil muttered. Yuil, you're barely 20. You're already plenty strong for your age. Yeah, but Anton and Alva fought in a war by my age. Chitty shook his head. And you should be glad you haven't had to. Wars aren't any fun. Besides, that was in the lower realms. If we were to compare the two of us, I was in Essence Collection before I did anything really dangerous. Trust me, you'll have more than enough opportunities in the future. Like fighting against the Trigold cluster? Yuil asked. If we have to, Chitty agreed. Though personally, he didn't think his brother was as ready as Yuil thought, especially if he still cared about little things like cuts. Elsewhere, another youthful fire cultivator trained, though with a much better understanding of what the world involved, even if she was missing many large pieces. Unfortunately, she too was subject to frustration. It's so annoying, Jana complained to Prospero. I feel like I'm never going to get everything back. So, the man shrugged. So, these are my memories, my insights. I worked hard for those. Unless you do something royally foolish, without taking another step in your cultivation journey, your total lifespan will be longer than before. Furthermore, your early path is clearly more efficient, Prospero said. What memories concern you? Thoughts of family, friends? I didn't have any of those. The corner of her mouth twitched. It was just me. You must have had a few comrades in arms, or the like, Prospero said. Nah, that's how I ended up in a group with those four, Jana reminded him. I see no issues then, the man shrugged once more. You live. Your cultivation is improving. You have access to resources, and you can visit with your friends. He paused. Except you don't. She blasted a target with flames. Most of the time, her control was much better, but she just wanted to use some effort. We're not friends. I can go get Derf and have you say that to his face if you want, Prospero threatened her. Please don't. Prospero grinned. I think you're just embarrassed about how you look. And what's wrong with it, huh? She stomped her feet. Nothing at all, young lady. Jana grumbled. How was she supposed to get any respect like this? It was fine. She'd grow taller soon. Definitely. Her new mother wasn't this short, so she still had a chance. Derf wasn't good with numbers, but he was fairly certain that he was supposed to be out of energy. Oh, he was tired all right. But with however long it had been, he should have been completely out. What with the constant fighting? He knew that the sensible thing to do was to break off the battle long ago, go rest, and come back. But he hadn't done that. Instead, he kept hitting things. And he wasn't going to stop until he smashed the whole system. Except for the star, obviously. That hadn't done anything to him, and he was pretty sure people would get upset. Also that he couldn't do it, since stars were soft and hard to smash. Unlike the stupid asteroids in this system, which were extremely hard and still difficult to smash. But hey, he was making progress. The first time he'd actually broken one of them in two, he had been elated. Now, he was being chased by 10 times as many quarter asteroids or something like that. But he was still going to smash them all. There were some minor details to iron out. Like if he smashed the entire system into a powder and it kept trying to murder him. The tiny shards were already kind of annoying. Maybe he could instead smash things together? Derf had long forgotten his reason for actually coming to the system to train. Something about weight or whatever. That didn't matter so much. Maybe if he smashed these things small enough, they would crash into each other more and keep fighting each other. The main problem Derf had was hitting just one thing at a time, so he stopped doing that and just hit everything in an area. He smashed some asteroids, and then bits and pieces of them smashed into him. There were enough that the ones after them were blocked by the pileup, as he was covered from head to toe. When things didn't smash into him too fast, it didn't hurt that much, which was good, because everything already hurt a lot. Derf pushed everything away and began swinging his hammer again. It would be so much easier if everything was in one spot. Maybe rather than trying to break all the asteroids apart, he should have turned them into one big one. He didn't know how to make the stuff stick together except by hitting it really hard. So he began doing that. Each swing captured clouds of debris, sweeping the area around him. Sometimes he made things worse, causing more stuff to shatter. It appeared even the smallest dust wanted to attack him. How annoying. Derf hadn't realized it, but his hammer was chipped and cracked from his constant battles. No amount of energy support was enough for the impacts it had to withstand time and time again. Especially not when his energy had gotten lower and he started relying more on feelings to smash things. His body was some part of his success, but a more tempered body would only get him so far. A certain sort of insight was necessary to do things beyond what energy alone provided for. All powerful cultivators relied on such to some extent, though those who focused on particular weapons tended to do so to a greater extent. Derf was far from being any sort of smith, and he never would be. His hammer was a weapon of war, not a tool. Even so, he slowly began to form something. Swing after swing, he compressed more and more of the various rubble inhabiting the system into a single mass. While in theory it was more dangerous like that, in practice it never moved far enough away from him to build up any sort of relative velocity. When it crashed into him, it was no different from him falling a short distance onto a planet. Soon enough, it became an even thinner distinction as he forced more and more mass together. Even the smaller particles that wanted to launch themselves at him were drawn in by the growing mass of the planet he was putting together. There was no rhyme or reason to how Derf went about it. He wasn't intending to create a planet, just smashing things together. It naturally began to gain in density as its own gravity crushed the inner layers, aided of course by his heavy swings, sending more and more matter into the single clump of matter. The natural inclination the local matter had to assault him came with some level of self-propulsion, but once gravity reached a certain level, the smaller rocks and dust weren't able to overcome the pull. The larger ones generated proportionately more energy, but they were easy for him to target, leaping over them and sending them down to be part of the mass below. Derf had no idea how long it took, but eventually he found himself standing on a planet with half a hammer. A planet that was trying to smash into him, barreling around its star with great enthusiasm. But as he was already standing on it, it literally felt like nothing. He frowned. Why was he there again? Oh right, his hammer wasn't heavy enough. He dropped it. It gave a very satisfying thud. Oh, maybe he just needed somewhere with more gravity? For some reason he felt that wasn't right. Either way, he was going to have to get a new hammer. This one was pretty busted. Chapter 1006. When Anton was told to wait somewhere for something to arrive, he had a pretty good idea what it would be based on the one sending the request. That only made Anton more surprised when, after a few days of waiting to be certain he arrived on time, an arrow suddenly appeared from nowhere. Saying it whizzed past him was slightly incorrect. Actually, when it actually appeared, he felt it was quite slow. It was also not particularly near to him, but he felt it passing through the system regardless. It disintegrated not long after exiting subspace, but that implied Alva truly did not want to hit anything. That was good, because if she hit archery, Anton would be quite displeased. Not that her attack had much power left after reaching the system anyway. Anton grinned. Well, if it was going to be like that, he was going to have to respond to his granddaughter in kind. Surely she wouldn't leave immediately, so he should have a chance to respond. She might also be making her own follow-up attack, perhaps improving her aim. As for Anton, he traced where the attack came from. Not just the star, but a bit more precise than that based on the ripples of energy it made when it arrived. He took a few moments to prepare, as he wanted his shot to be more accurate than Alva. He also had some insights gained from that single shot that he might be able to add to his repertoire. He slightly preferred accuracy over speed for his return arrow, releasing it towards the star Alva shot from. If he was bound to that star, his attack would likely be more effective, but he still drew upon the power of Achary's star to make his shot properly effective. His attack traveled nearly incomprehensibly faster than the speed of light, though some of that was due to cheating off some distance. It wasn't to the same level as Alva's new insights, but Anton attacked through subspace regularly enough at long distances. It still required a lot of concentration, and if there had been enemies in the system, Anton would not have dared to leave himself so open. It surprised Anton that Alva's second shot arrived before his return. Her arrow was vaguely closer to him, but still rather off target. The speed at which it arrived, however, was something admirable. Indeed, even her third shot arrived around the time Anton's slipped into the system Alva was shooting from across the divide. But as her arrow only got within a few million kilometers, Anton redirected his arrow towards her. He'd been off, but with only a single shot as reference, he didn't think it was that bad. Alva twisted, catching his arrow and snapping it, the last sensation he had from it. Not that he was surprised she could destroy it, of course. Even in straightforward combat, she could have easily dealt with a single arrow now that she was in augmentation, and Anton's attack was significantly weakened, though maybe a bit less. The exchange of arrows lasted several days, during which 3 Squeaks watched intently, having been drawn towards the display. He didn't disturb the local star's energy, simply watching, though Anton doubted he would have significantly thrown off Anton by calling upon the same source. Alva managed to increase her accuracy, targeting Anton's stationary point. In truth, there was some relative motion of the systems, but it was constant and easy to read. While she had powerful new insights, it was still clear she wasn't a sniper. If Anton were in the same system, it would have been one thing, and he wouldn't have been surprised if an arrow jumped from one planet to another only to end up behind him. As it was, merely traveling the distance took every ounce of power Alva had, even with her shortcuts through deep dimensions. Meanwhile, Anton's arrows arrived with killing power intact. It would require a weakened enemy, and the upper energy quickly dismantled Anton's own energy, but there was still some force left upon arrival, and enough speed to eventually pass Alva's defenses and bop her on the nose. He could have probably broken through her energy defenses, but he let the arrow disperse. Anton ceased firing, and Alva only returned one more arrow. It finally properly reached Anton, but he flicked it away when it approached. Their attacks traveled just about as fast as messages, and Alva quickly followed up with one. "I admit defeat," Alva said. Only simple messages could quickly flow between even the best personal communication devices. A larger setup wouldn't function inside a closed space like a storage bag, so they couldn't carry one with them. Anton wished he could hear Alva's voice and see her face, but he would record a message for her later. "You're still stronger than me, but I'm not too far behind. Don't get lazy." Frankly, Anton didn't care if Alva surpassed him, but he certainly wasn't going to neglect his training. "An admirable new technique," Anton replied. "I think I could learn more from it, even improving my own distance." Maintaining control and seeking out targets at such a distance was one of the most difficult things he ever did. Each message exchange took more than a few minutes. It was hardly a real-time conversation. "Astounding," 3 Squeaks commented. Once he was certain Anton was done. "That is your granddaughter?" "That's right," Anton said. Well, she was technically his great-granddaughter, but that distinction wasn't relevant here. "I have much to learn still," 3 Squeaks said, nodding and stroking his chin. "I'm excited. Too bad we will not be able to meet properly." "Well," Anton shrugged, "that's not entirely true. It was already possible for them to send people between realms, though it was only practical for void ants or others without energy at the current moment. The distance itself was not so much an issue as the way the energies changed. Without the influence of the tides of the world, it was a bit more extreme in how people might be rejected. Though not quite so hostile as fleeting youth might make the energy to Anton in particular. Actually making ships that could journey back and forth between realms was still far off, and they were limiting such development for safety reasons. If the enemy got their hands on anything like that before the end of the cycle, it could cause endless problems. Finding some way to attune to lower energy without the tides of the world would more or less be part of the solution. and they couldn't risk that. Might she be descending during the tides of the world? Three Squeaks asked. It's a possibility, Anton admitted, but there are risks for the Scarlet Alliance directly participating. Unless we can manage to completely prevent information returning to the upper realms, which would be quite optimal, honestly. It was extremely unlikely for it to be perfect, but if the assaults were completely destroyed with none returning, at least in a number of systems, the actual results would be difficult to predict, but the upper realms would likely be livid. Having that anger tracked to the Scarlet Alliance would be problematic. And while the initial plan had been for many of them to return, the lower realms were strong enough to resist even the wildest predictions for the invasions, though potentially with significant losses. Of course, the Scarlet Alliance would end up in battle with either the Trigold Cluster or Exalted Quadrant sooner or later. They were terrible neighbors, and there were some grudges that had formed already, especially with the Exalted Quadrant, who had oddly enough been somewhat less terrible in the lower realms. Not that less terrible was much of a recommendation. Anton made sure to properly solidify his burgeoning insights. He doubted it was possible to reach the same level of Alva in any short time, even if he'd had direct exposure to the same thing. Tying it to an advancement had clearly increased the tier of insight into subspaces. Even so, he could learn much. Every extension in range or reduction in power slightly increased the efficacy of his technique, slowly moving it away from the realm of tricks into a proper danger to foes on his own level. Yuil faced off against a swordmaster, his body tense. Well, that title might depend on who he asked. To the general public, his opponent would certainly fit in that category. She didn't really compare to Chikir or Chitty, which made sense because Agam was one step further along that chain, a disciple of both of them at various points. That's right. Yuil clenched his fists, ready to face off against a wolf with a sword. And he was going to lose. Even though Agam lowered her level of energy, she was far more advanced and had a couple centuries of experience on him. He also found it difficult to predict her movement techniques, as her quadrupedal nature was different than the majority of Yuvil's opponents. Obviously, he'd sparred with some wolves before. It would have been crazy to not have such experience. Even some other quadrupeds from Acheries. But even so, he was mainly familiar with humanoids. Agam was, as far as her siblings went, not terribly large. She barely came up to Yuvil's chest. At least that meant he didn't have to worry about being cut off at the knees. It was his neck that was in danger most. Blood trickled down his cheek at that thought. He'd barely yanked his head out of the way. Would she really have done it? Based on what Yuil understood, Agam shared the same sort of crazed training ideal as Chikir and his older brother. She really might have cut into his neck. As long as she didn't decapitate him, mainly because of his spinal cord, a clean cut could be stitched back together. It was still crazy though. He made use of his legs as much as possible, trying to match her reach. He also did his best to slip inside her optimal range. Normally against a wolf that would just be bringing him closer to their claws, but for Agam it wasn't such a big danger. The very reason she took up the sword to begin with is because of underdeveloped fangs and claws. Yuil felt his energy being sliced as he merely brushed by the sword in the wolf's mouth. He got in a few strikes on her side, but his flames couldn't catch her fur alight. No big surprise there, as she had no doubt trained with Fuzz, whose flames were far stronger than Yuil. He trusted his instincts, raising his arms to deflect an incoming slash. Just because he preferred the unarmed brawling sort of fighting style didn't mean he had to be stupid about it. He had proper gauntlets and combat-ready boots, augmenting his punches and kicks, and of course protection for his vulnerable limbs. He had a helmet of sorts too, but Agam wasn't shy about cutting through things like that. Yuil fought with great intensity. He felt like he was the weakest person he knew, and that might even be true. That said, he also understood it wasn't his own fault. He was pretty much one of the youngest as well. He did have a few friends near his age, but he hadn't really meshed that well with most people at school. Being famous didn't help, since Yuil didn't like being popular and instead tried to shut himself out of many social situations. He might have had a few more friends without the extra popularity, ironically, but he wasn't dissatisfied. He liked cultivating. And while most of his bonds weren't close, he did know a wide variety of sparring partners. Most of the time, he lost to all of them. Yuil grinned. He was going to start winning eventually, though. He just had to get stronger. It was pretty fun, and he was getting used to taking injuries. He had once thought he shouldn't get injured at all because they had formations that could prevent it, but he now realized that receiving his first injuries in a real battle would have been beyond debilitating. Agam's sword cut along a tendon in his elbow, making one arm limp. He could have probably continued fighting, but while he could fight with such an injury, it was also better to know when he shouldn't. "I surrender," he said, holding up his good arm. At least people were really good at fixing this kind of stuff. With a clean cut, he might even be able to use his own energy to recover, extremely slowly. He would just need to hold things together. Chapter 1007. Inspiration could strike at any time for a cultivator, though not every piece of insight gained would lead to a fruitful outcome. A large part of a cultivator's efforts were focused around discerning valuable insights from those that meant little. Not just true from false, but ones that fit each individual cultivator. Though it might seem like cultivators had endless time, that wasn't truly the case. The depths of understanding required for advancement beyond a certain point required ever more investment of time for small improvements. Anton had begun his journey of cultivation at the end of a lifetime, a full century. Now, he had surpassed 7 centuries. At some point, he might have thought he would know everything in such a time. Instead, Anton was aware of more things he didn't know with every day. Only in his areas of specialty could Anton really say he knew much of anything. He doubted he could construct the simplest computer, even if all the pieces were arrayed in front of him. Such technology ended up as complex as arrays, and indeed used similar sorts of logic. Anton could probably learn either path, but it would take a time investment that simply didn't make sense. Instead, he stuck to his essence of growth, and of course the field of archery which he used for combat. Hunting too, though not much of that lately. Unless one counted slaying distortion beasts. They were like predators that needed to be culled. Sometimes their corpses were useful as well, though Anton personally didn't find himself in the need of any materials. It was highly unlikely for Anton to find a bow that could replace his current one, and he honestly didn't have much desire for such a thing. His bow was made of world heart and soul string, and replacing the former would more or less require star heart, which would mean a dead star, and Anton didn't want to see that no matter how suited it might be for him personally. As for defensive equipment, in most cases that was useless. Very rarely was Anton close enough to actually have to consider defense, after all. Even so, he had a robe made of silk from acaris, woven with quills from phoenix feathers. It would be nearly impossible to find anything matching in flexibility, durability, and elemental affinity. Phoenixes were aligned with fire, obviously, but they also had a hint of reincarnation and spectral energy in them. The silk was merely a requirement for fitting it into a proper garment, produced by some of the most powerful members of the insect population. Aside from a few specialty arrows, Anton needed nothing more. He had material wealth, but he didn't really need it except to exchange with people he was unfamiliar with. He certainly didn't need more. So he left useful pieces of distortion beasts to anyone local to make use of as best as they could. Apra had some valuable knowledge about how to make use of such things, given the frequent attacks they suffered. Rather than searching for a way to make himself stronger, Anton was focused on the rest of the lower realms. Obviously, he was not personally involved in the majority of the preparations for the upcoming invasion, but he was certainly involved in the general plan. Less than 2 centuries. It still sounded like an extremely long time, perhaps, but it meant solidifying their plans more and more. Word from the upper realms indicated a growing presence of colonies on the border between realms, already larger than they had seen during the short cycle. That was what they had expected, but it still required them to be prepared. They had at most 1 or 2 generations of assimilation cultivators to raise up, and they had to stand against unknown quantities of integration cultivators. Most likely, there would be augmentation cultivators involved as well. While the lower realms alliance was filled with cultivators, everyone was encouraged to cultivate regardless of occupation. Not everyone was a warrior. There were all sorts of results possible besides complete annihilation of one side or the other, and Anton actually cared about the lives of everyone in the lower realms. Even if he didn't personally know most individuals, he recognized that they were people and not obstacles in the way of resources or some sort of livestock. Thus, their warriors needed to be the best they could be, For their own survival, and for the sake of the lower realms as a whole, Anton knew that the possibility of him reaching some higher tier of cultivation were pretty much non-existent. It wasn't a matter of self-confidence, talent, or anything like that. He was simply being realistic as a matter of time. He didn't even know if there was anything beyond enrichment to rival domination. Perhaps the path would be a steady climb without any jumps, but he knew whatever the potential it would take him and any other cultivators more than just a couple hundred more years. So he did his best to provide others opportunities, not expecting a jump in his own power anytime soon. But there was one thing that stuck in his head. Not a method of advancement, but a technique. No, it was too vague to be called that. A foolish dream. A childlike fantasy of what he wished he could accomplish, rather than something actually achievable. Anton judged it as such, and that was with the knowledge that Realm Shot was developing into a viable technique and not just a training exercise that stretched his limits. Overall, Anton would say he did the impossible far less than certain sorts of cultivators like Chikir, or even some of his own granddaughters. Amazing feats? Certainly. Treading new paths? Often enough. But all of that was based on things he knew were possible, techniques stretched to their limits. Anton flew near Cerrito's star and was wasting his time. He could call it relaxation, and that wasn't too bad. He could even say it was training for Realm Shot. That was at least partially true. But mostly, it was just him spending time as he pleased. His head couldn't be wrapped up in war all the time, or he would break down and be useless. No, there was little point in struggling to survive if he failed to live while doing so. Anton might have accepted his inevitable demise, but that was an acknowledgement of a life well lived. And he planned to keep it that way, because, really, it was kind of fun to try new things. Even if he never got anything accomplished, Anton reached out towards the sun next to him, and the stars of Wios and Ratera as well. That was the part he could manage. The other two stars added together provided less power to Anton than the one he was close to, but he was constantly increasing his ability to draw from stars at a distance, beyond the constant flow inside him, of course. He drew back his bow, connecting a sort of tunnel between himself and the other two systems. Then he shot his arrow off into nothingness, simply trying to see how far he could go. With the insights Alva had shared with him, he did in fact achieve a greater distance than ever before. That was the result of spatial techniques and steady practice. A bit more energy certainly helped, but none of that was what Anton wanted. Again and again he shot his bow. Curious passers-by made sure to avoid his line of fire. Not that Anton could have hit them accidentally. He was well aware of anything within the system, and he didn't have a particular target. He had a full spherical range of motion, and only the tiniest number of lines would actually result in hitting anything at all. He formed the tunnels again, releasing them at the same time as his spirit arrow flew forth. The results were once again a mere empowerment of himself and his established technique. Nothing new, and not what he really wanted. Who would have thought that stringing together multiple stars would be so difficult? It was Anton, of course. He didn't even know if what he wanted was possible. He sensed something, right near where his previous arrow faded into nothing. A proper target, a distortion beast between systems. If they were normal predators, Anton would not have randomly killed them despite them being dangerous and ugly. Wolves had a position in an ecosystem, keeping balance. They consumed herbivores, among other things, which allowed plants to continue flourishing that fed that very same prey in the next generation. Distortion beasts had no such role in any ecosystem. Instead, they would prefer to eat it. The whole ecosystem. While distortion beasts had somewhat valuable parts, ultimately they became less than what they ate rather than more. The exact opposite of what Anton wanted, which was every step in a process making something more valuable for the energy put into it. They were at best parasites. If they could be avoided, it was considered good, but eliminating them was better. Anton drew back his bow, weaving a bit of spectral energy into his spirit arrow. The unusual properties made it somewhat easier to reach into specific depths of subspace, and he had a pretty good idea where his target might have a vital spot. Energy from 3 stars filled him as he released his arrow. He covered light years not in years but minutes, in some part through impossible speed, but in greater part through simply skipping the distance. First layer subspace was hundreds of times more effective. He could achieve another multiple of that by going deeper, though it was quite difficult. Unlike targeting most things, however, Anton didn't have to leave a deeper level of subspace. That was where his target was, and that was where he went as an arrow. Distortion beasts had little that resembled traditional organs except at deeper levels. Anton really wasn't certain what he was aiming at, but he knew the distortion beast would rather it not be hit. Given the way it tried to pull away, it was worried. Too bad it was a massive target that would have had to jump light years at once to avoid Anton's targeting. He as his arrow pierced through some sort of outer membrane. He made certain to tear it apart, so the odd sort of ichor or other vital fluid within would spill out. Anton felt himself surrounded by thousands of different energies, not quite integrated into the distortion beast. Previous meals, perhaps, though he hoped not from a recent age. He reached the other side, allowing the energy to detonate and tear apart the back of the organ he found. Anton waited an hour, then shot again. The beast was in the same general area of space. It seemed to be dying, testament to the power his attack retained, and the ability to target actual weak points instead of merely hacking at the beasts until they lost all functional matter to display to the world. His second attack was unnecessary, though it helped him verify his kill. He would notify someone, in case they wished to salvage anything, though they'd likely have to dredge into subspace, since it was buried during his assault. Anton sighed, shaking his head. That was still nowhere near the technique he intended. What was he doing wrong? Was his bow actually insufficient? His visualization of the technique? Perhaps it was truly impossible. His logical side was willing to accept that, but the rest of him wanted to keep trying. Maybe he needed to speak to other archers about it. However, their insights might not match his, and very few had bound stars, which was a requirement for what he theoretically wanted. 3 Squeaks was a good disciple, but he wasn't quite at the requisite level to help much. Or so Anton presumed. He made a note to speak to him regardless, as he'd often heard valuable insights from those with far less experience. He just needed to make certain he didn't spend too much effort on his quest, since he currently believed it to be little more than an entertaining distraction. It would be a shame to miss out on a viable technique by seeking something fantastical. Chapter 1008. A small emission of energy from his communicator told Anton he'd received a new message. Anyone who was able to contact him was someone he was interested in responding to promptly, even if it didn't come in as an emergency communication. Though he'd been in the midst of training, that was a fairly common thing. Some levels of training were deeper and more delicate, but for the most part Anton was focusing on small improvements he could make gradually. He only advanced to another star every decade or more, his overall power growing slowly. Anton wouldn't say his archery techniques were perfect, but they were close enough his development was extremely gradual. Not that he was disappointed. Expecting to increase in strength faster than he was would be rather ridiculous. Even if it was possible, Anton was already more than satisfied. He never thought he would come anywhere close. Back when he was in spirit building, that was the time he first came across fleeting youth, and even life transformation had seemed terribly far away, let alone ascension. He certainly hadn't considered there was an alternate path at the time. He pulled out his communicator, finding the message from Mahg. She occasionally sent messages about her work, given their mutual interests. However, she very rarely recommended he come see a star she was studying quickly. But that was what her message indicated this time. He read it again. Our team has been studying the star now designated Mahg. Fascinating readings have been recorded, and your presence to help interpret them in person would be greatly appreciated. Attached was an energy impression, though it could only replicate the average feel of something over a period of time. Useful for distinguishing things like cultivation techniques and even individuals, but insufficient to do much else. Unless Anton was in a proper facility set up to replicate the full magnitude of a star with the information from tens of thousands of sensors, he could only get an extremely vague approximate. He wasn't sure how to interpret the natural energy that Mahg released. Indeed, if he hadn't been informed it was a star, he might have interpreted it as something else. Obviously, he was missing the full magnitude of power displayed, but beyond that metric it also seemed off. Ascribing any specific feeling to it seemed hasty, but he could certainly agree that it was odd. If Mahg had sent more information his way, Anton might have discerned more. However, that would have taken quite a while, as even simple energy impressions were much more data-intensive than text, audio, or video. He was fairly certain that Madia had some sort of theory for what the anomaly was, but she hadn't mentioned it so as to not taint his own opinion. Anton had to admit he was quite curious. Mahg was some way to the south, in an area that was unpopulated. Anton wasn't sure if this was a time-limited phenomenon, though it sounded like it had been ongoing for a while. Either way, his initial exposure was enough to make him curious enough to set out immediately. The insights Alva had shared about subspace were more focused on the aspect of archery than general traversal, though Anton found himself slightly faster. Still slower than traveling between bound systems, of course, and the methods he used there involved different techniques. Ultimately, he arrived in about a month, and as soon as he entered the system he wondered if the phenomenon was still ongoing. Then a wave of energy brushed over him. It was gentle, but powerful. There were more than a few oddities there, but Anton reserved his impression. Rather than reaching out, Anton let himself passively feel the energy of Mahg. It was on the larger end of stars, though well short of the threshold for a giant star. Perhaps 10 times the mass of Cerritos' star, it was several orders of magnitude brighter. Ultimately, it appeared a bright blue, though looking at such a star from within the system without being blinded would be impossible for lesser cultivators. It was a powerful star, but it also had a weird flow to its energy. It was too regular? Ordered? Either way, it didn't mask the chaotic flow Anton had come to expect. He made his way towards the star and Madia's ship. There were only a few small rocky planets, and they didn't seem to be of much interest. Certainly not more than the star. In idle curiosity, Anton reached out towards the star as he got closer, wondering what it felt like deeper in. It was a difficult task even for someone like him, as his energy would get broken down rapidly. Even so, he hadn't expected it to be so abrupt. His sensory energy was cut off before he could get very deep at all. Anton knew he could do better up close, and if he was bound to the star, its energy wouldn't hinder him, but he found it odd. Various possibilities flowed through Anton's head, though there was one that was particularly unlikely that he tried not to linger on. There was probably a better explanation for the oddness. That was what Anton said to himself as he got closer, but even though there wasn't another wave of energy brushing over him, he still felt odd, like he was being watched. He knew it wasn't Madia or the rest of the scientists, because he could properly feel that from them when he got close. Many generations of Ruderan technology had passed since Anton had first come into contact with Madia, and there were a much larger number of people interested in leaving a ship in space. The process was much smoother, like everything else. It was a much better ship, and not just because of technological advancements. It turned out when you'd been a leading scientist in a certain area for enough centuries, you could get the best equipment instead of what was affordable for surveying neighboring systems. "Good to see you again," Madia said. She looked older, now, a few wrinkles and graying hairs. It had been long enough that if she hadn't reached assimilation, she would be dead many times over. It didn't seem that she was ever going to reach enrichment, but that hadn't been likely to begin with. Her talent was decent, but even if her cultivation improved with her work, that only went so far. Anton doubted more than 1 in a billion people even had the slightest potential to reach enrichment, and just because they could didn't mean they wouldn't fail along the way. "Indeed," Anton smiled. "We have here quite an odd star. What do you think of it?" "My thoughts are written down. I'd be interested to see if you came to the same conclusion as me, though I will admit having an advantage of time spent studying this. Your intuition for star-based phenomenon, however, runs in a different vein than mine." Anton nodded. He reached out for the star one more time, feeling its surface. He could detect no solar flares, just a nearly uniform surface. It wasn't a regularity brought about by random chance, as stars naturally released volatile energy simply due to their mass, which meant it was intentional and persistent. It could be some sort of modification, Anton postulated. "Were there any locals here?" "Yes, actually," Madia said, "on some of the planets. But they don't seem to have reached spacefaring." "Perhaps someone else came through," Anton said. "But you don't think that's what it is," Madia replied. Anton walked over to the main screen, filtering out the vast majority of incoming light and other energy and leaving only the tiniest fraction. It was still almost blindingly bright. He looked at the star, and if he wasn't wrong, it looked at him. Just based on the way it actively sensed me, I would posit some level of sentience. He turned to Madia. Should we be discussing it here? We don't think it understands language, Madia said, joining Anton. It doesn't appear hostile, though. It has reacted to our various probes, but it hasn't destroyed any of them. It seems to recognize they are not dangerous. We don't intend to try any actual attacks, mostly because it would be rude, but also because they probably still wouldn't be registered as dangerous. Stars are quite sturdy, Anton agreed. Difficult to disrupt, and I wouldn't want to either. Anton looked around. I'm not really sure what to do here. You'd probably be better suited to some things we want to try, since you're hopefully more friendly feeling and quite a bit more noticeable than our ship. What should I try? A handshake, maybe? Madia pondered. Like an extension of energy. Don't reach all the way to it. See if it will respond. Anton nodded. When did you first notice it reacting? Well, Madia tilted her head. We noticed odd readings immediately, like when we first arrived in the system. Even from neighboring systems it had been detected as anomalous, though. We didn't quite understand what it was right away. Anton stretched out a strand of energy, more of a stream, thin enough he would be able to reach the still rather great distance to the star while making it durable and obvious. Anton didn't know if the star would consciously register something the size of a finger, for example. Assuming it was conscious, it could just have very odd energy that reacted to things in certain ways. Anton would have expected a continuous flow over him if that were the case, instead of a single moment of contact. He held his hand extended. I suppose this might take a while. It might not understand our intentions, if it can even sense this. Anton waited half an hour. He did sense some shifts Mahg's energy, all the more obvious because of how regular it was in general. Even without being able to insert his energy within, he felt something of an internal flow, but not the kind natural to stars. More like a cultivation technique, but perhaps that was him presupposing a conclusion he'd assumed. Anton thought for a few more moments. The star is giving off quite a bit of energy, isn't it? I don't know if I would allow this much of my internal stores to leak out. Well, that assumes several other things, Madia said, like its ability to control it. Also, this should be a typical amount. That would lean back towards the mundane then, wouldn't it? Anton pondered. Except, if it's sentient and somewhat capable of cultivation, it might be stronger. So releasing a typical amount of energy might be more controlled. And either way, since normal stars released such energy for millions of years, or far longer, then it wasn't as if it was a serious issue. Perhaps it was actually better at keeping the energy than Anton. He decided to prompt it, rather than simply continue waiting. Since he saw no further reaction, Anton moved his extended hand. Not closer, but somewhat to the side. Then he extended another, bending it around the other direction and then twisting the streams of energy around each other. Then he retracted one, leaving the other extended towards the star. For an hour, nothing happened. Then a rush of energy came, something like a solar flare stretching out, overwhelming Anton's energy. It avoided the ship, but the extended hand was annihilated. The ship's shield still flared, even being out of the direct path. Anton had thought it capable of finer manipulation than that, but perhaps anything between sensing and that was difficult for it. Or maybe it wanted to tell him to go away. Gathering more energy, Anton made a more serious attempt. He drew on his natural energy from both himself and various more distant stars, creating a much larger and more substantial river of energy. It was still relatively smaller, but he held it well out of the way of the ship, letting it linger. The star responded more quickly. It still took 10 minutes, but it stretched out and met his own energy. Anton felt that it was trying to be careful, but it still annihilated his energy in a matter of moments. Even so, the energies mingled for a small bit. He didn't feel anything like traditional emotions, but there was something there. And it wasn't simply reacting to the presence of energy, or it likely would have already tried to devour him. Fascinating. Anton was very curious about what would happen if he tried to bond to such a star, and he also knew that if it had any malicious intent, opening himself like that could result in his annihilation. Even an unintentional reaction of confusion could spell the end for him. So he wouldn't try that until he was sure it was safe. to a very high degree of certainty he might never achieve. He did still have things he needed to do with his life. After all, Chapter 1009. Though Anton had experience with several forms of languages, from the standardized human speech to void ant sign, that didn't suddenly make him able to communicate intelligently with whatever he wished. Not that he had expected any different. As a star, Mahg was vastly different from anything else he'd interacted with. He couldn't even be certain about its level of sapience, though it clearly reacted to him instead of its energy simply acting naturally. Effectively, he knew it had the ability to sense things around it on some level and little more. So far, it seemed gentle. Anton didn't sense any malice, but that didn't mean he was planning to approach closer, nor that he would suggest Mahg or her team do the same. It wouldn't require any intent to vaporize them. Even Anton would struggle to survive away from a bound star. He couldn't actually dive into whatever star he pleased without being annihilated, only those that were effectively part of him. After a day of attempting to communicate, all they accomplished was the star responding more swiftly to Anton's gestures. It seemed to be able to replicate the broader strokes of anything Anton demonstrated, like the twisting handshake of energy. It was better about not annihilating his energy at the end of things, as it seemed to figure out that was part of the process. But as for learning more beyond that, it was willing to replicate actions, there really wasn't much. Creating rivers of energy large enough for the star to recognize and react to was rather tiring. And while its responses were slow, Anton eventually felt himself drained. "I'll need a break," he informed Mahg. "Meanwhile, we should determine our end goal." She nodded. "Indeed. We can keep doing this forever, but I don't think we'll learn much of value like this. I think the concept of language might be difficult to convey as well, even if we could organize this into something." "A longer-term project," Anton agreed. "Getting advice from various minds would be for the best. We don't get an opportunity like this every day." If asked if he was surprised about such a development, Anton would say he hadn't predicted it in the slightest. Yet he wasn't entirely blindsided by the idea either. Obviously, he interacted with stars quite frequently. As humans tended to do, he would project various human features on those he interacted with. Some were calm, some grumpy. Stars that Anton bound to him had more than elemental properties, though he was well aware that any sort of thought he attributed to such stars was merely projection. They responded to his call, but that was a natural reaction of energy. This was quite different, but he had previously thought it might be possible, in some vague sense. That said, he would have expected some human influence, of which he felt none. Then again, there had been some in the system, so perhaps they did something. Either way, Anton had seen animals develop intelligence when filled with natural energy, cultivating on their own. Plants were rarer, with only particular things like the grandfather willow truly seeming to be sentient. Then again, if Anton's crops or orchards had their own thoughts, perhaps they simply hadn't had a way to reveal them. Or a need to, really. He cared for all of the needs of things he planted, helping them develop as best he saw possible. They didn't need to ask for water except by the slightest curling of leaves, and changes in color often told him when nutrients were missing. If some sort of consciousness existed, they might not want anything beyond that. Animals fit somewhat naturally into the idea of cultivation, as their basic structure was similar to humans, with brains and the like. Yet even insects who had vastly different central nervous systems had developed intelligence and cultivation ability. When he also added plants to that, was it odd for pure energy to have a system of cultivation and some sort of intelligence? Well, yeah, it was still very unusual. But Anton wasn't completely floored by the possibility. If something had or gained a soul, he wouldn't say it was impossible for it to grow with the presence of energy. What better place to get it than the source of the majority of energy in every system? After a period of discussion, Anton and Mahg decided that studying the remains of the humans in the system might prove fruitful. If nothing else, it might give the star time to think about things, if it even did that. Also to recognize that their presence wasn't necessarily permanent. The few rocky planets in the same system told pieces of a tale, though Anton wasn't a skilled archaeologist or anything. However, a number of things were fairly clear. He had seen dead planets previously, destroyed by different catastrophes. This one was different from the others, yet he could certainly tie it to some form of disaster. Anton didn't see anything indicating it was an invasion or extermination of some sort. However, he did notice some clear signs. First, there were massive graves dug near cities. But there were still a small number of decayed bodies within the cities. The architecture was crumbled, but he saw no signs of traumatic destruction. Everything should have been more or less intact when people began to die. A plague, perhaps? Anton suggested to Madia. I wouldn't say that it is inconsistent, she replied. However, I'm sure you might notice a certain lack of something else that makes it unlikely. Anton spread his energy out, realizing belatedly what it was. His initial impression of it as a dead planet had blinded him. In fact, he nearly missed the forest for the dead trees. Dead everything. Really. It had all decayed, given time. But plant and animal life had completely fallen apart. Yet, with time to bury bodies, it didn't seem to have been all at once. Unfortunately, there were no helpful records to be found. What most likely had been sealed vaults had a few half-intact cultivation techniques that should have once been enchanted to last. The formations that would have helped sustain them were entirely broken down. A product of time, certainly, but Anton also suspected something else. Anton surveyed the decay, looking over everything at the finest levels. If he focused, he could detect things on the level of individual cells or even tiny bacteria. Bacteria were necessary to break down everything and cause decay, yet there were none still living. That was a surprise, as he would have expected at least some in extreme conditions. But there were other oddities to consider when he thought of that. Some bacteria could survive in the heat of volcanic vents, others could survive as cold as Arctic lakes with barely any source of energy or nutrients. So many things were missing. Arctic zones, in particular. Then again, they couldn't properly exist without liquid water or an atmosphere. Technically, the planet he was looking at still had a thin atmosphere. There were also small seas, and he'd at first thought it was just a relatively small proportion. Extending his senses, he realized that the world had once had much more water. He could surmise various possibilities, but there was one that stood out over all others. Both water and atmosphere could be taken away by severe solar activity. The very reason they were in the system at all was the greatest oddity. After all, had it wiped out human life? Possibly. Yet its current output was not sufficient to tear apart the atmosphere or annihilate the seas. Madia said just what Anton was thinking. A period of heightened solar activity, she commented. Heat, and most likely excessive radiation. Enough to kill the common folk. Perhaps not cultivators, however. However, it seems whatever cultivators remained happened to be insufficient to rebuild. With no crops to grow or animals to hunt, what would they eat? Anton said. Sea life seems to have perished as well, the delicate balance upset. So then, we must ask a question. Was it on purpose? Madia just shrugged. I don't know if we can answer that. We don't know enough. I'm not sure if we can even know whether or not the star was conscious at that point, or whether it was acting in self-defense, Anton added. A possibility, she agreed. Though I think if they were capable of significantly affecting their local star, they would likely have been able to spread out to nearby systems. We can do a more thorough sweep, but I do believe there were some habitable planets that aren't. Perhaps they were sufficiently advanced in certain paths, but not travel, Anton said. Without certain advancements, even a cultivator lifespan would be insufficient to reach a neighboring system. Lightspeed or near lightspeed capabilities would be required, or some sort of hibernation or other system that could sustain itself long-term. Right. So, what do we do? Well, we're clearly far too late to save any lives. I'm not an expert on the decay due to solar radiation, so I can't judge how long it's been. But I suspect this might have been like this before I was born, Anton said. Though it could be as recent as a couple centuries, if I'm wrong. Either way, she shrugged. There is not much that could have been done, as they were unknown. We might be able to satisfy our curiosity by looking at historical readings for this star. Ruderus should go back at least 1,000 years, though obviously much of that was less sophisticated. Before that, it would have been noted only if it were unusually bright or the like. Anton nodded. We can keep searching for any intact records, but I have the feeling we won't find much. We might get lucky with a cave or something." Despite whatever happened in the past, it was fairly clear that Mahg had made no attempt to kill any of their group. Whether that was because it didn't wish to or was being cautious was a question they could not answer, and they had to go with intuition. Personally, Anton thought the star was safe. At least, as it was now. Whether the destruction had occurred pre- or post-consciousness, it now felt peaceful. Mahg was willing to interact with Anton, but it was also content to have people sitting and studying it for months on end. Though Anton wasn't able to feel the deeper flow of the star's energy, he didn't try to force the issue either. He still found value in simply observing what came to the surface, the particular sort of control that had formed. Even if Anton felt safe, he still kept in mind that he was in the presence of a new and most likely very patient acquaintance. The possibility of being betrayed was still there, though Anton didn't think there was any benefit to such a thing. It didn't seem that the star had consumed the energy of the people on the nearby planets or anything like that. Obviously, knowing that for certain was difficult, but he would have expected a burned and melted planet instead of one that was slightly cooked at best. He wondered if he would ever understand the mysteries of this star, but he also realized that it didn't matter. Just like interacting with people, the gains were in the act of getting to know them. The process of understanding was what led to development. Anton had much to learn about stars. He didn't think he would ever try to change a star that was bound to him, but he might change how he interacted with them. The connection inside of him might be refined to be more efficient, and perhaps Anton could smooth out the lifespans of some of his stars. Though that scale was already so long, he might do more harm than good by trying to change things without even realizing it. There would be no way for him to make a meaningful observation about the change a star's lifespan even if he lived another 1,000 years. That was true even of his first star, providing warmth and energy to Cerritos. Anton knew that regardless of his lifespan, his end would come in some manner eventually. But he was just one life among many, and he hoped the people of the Lower Realms Alliance could persist far into the future, while maintaining prosperity, of course. Chapter 10:10. As it turned out, leaving a planet that was chasing you got a bit harder. It was solidly in its ball form now, so it couldn't really smash Derf into anything or crush him from all sides, but it did push him around a lot, though he supposed regular planets did that too. Derf got in a lot of thinking about weight and hammers and stuff. Maybe they were special insights, or maybe they were simple things he should have realized a long time ago. Either way, he spent a while wandering around the planet to get back to the half-hammer he dropped a while ago. He had come to try to learn more about things, and he was pretty sure he got it now. He picked up his busted hammer. He was going to have to get a new one, but it just had to be a bit tougher. While he wanted it to be heavier, he realized he could accomplish that a different way. He looked down at the planet, taking a stance and then using the final swing the hammer had in it. He connected and felt the weight of that connection. The planet flew away from him, and he moved away from it at the same time. It would probably take it a while to gain momentum towards him, and he expected to be out of the system before that. Derf didn't think he was very good at flying, but he was pretty sure he'd gotten better. It was easy, actually. All he had to do was fall towards wherever he wanted to go. Much less complicated than all the stuff people usually said. He still wasn't very good at subspace and stuff, so going between systems on his own wouldn't be great. But there was a ship waiting for him. Hopefully. It was supposed to find him, right? Ah, there it was. Good. He didn't have to figure out all that complicated stuff on his own. The ship was falling with him, and they ended up going the same speed before he got into it. This was way better than that one time he had gone to train in an empty system and needed to wait a year for a ship to pass through and pick him up. He'd been lucky, too, since a year was pretty short. Derf met up with the smith Shakir had recommended, Sadiq. He was pleased to see the man made some decent weapons and not just swords and stuff. Some good hammers and clubs and properly heavy stuff. Shakir was already there, waiting. She apparently wanted to try that idea with the swords and stuff. Derf didn't have good metal anyway, as even the scraps of his previous hammer were gone now. "So, what do you want?" asked the smith. Grandmaster Smith, apparently. That meant he was really good. "A hammer," Derf said. "What sort of hammer?" "I can make a maul, warhammer, various sorts of polearms, anything you have a design for or can describe, really." "I want a heavy one," Derf said. Something I can hold in 2 hands. Long is good, as long as the handle won't break when I swing it. Shakir dumped several armfuls of swords on the floor. Here's some infused metal for you to work with, she supplied. Sadiq looked at the pile warily. Swords into hammers? You're going to lose most of the essence. Derf shrugged. It's just for the material, Shakir explained. Besides, it's still better this way. And he hasn't found any roving gangs of hammerers, she gestured to Derf. Just some rocks. Were they hammers? Should I have taken all that? Derf tilted his head. Unless they were particularly high in metal content, Sadiq shrugged. He picked up the numerous weapons with ease, seemingly unconcerned about cutting himself even though he wasn't using energy to protect his fingers. I'll reshape a few of these into a decent weapon. You can watch, if you want, but don't interrupt unless I ask something. I think you'll need all of them, Derf said. Sadiq raised an eyebrow. I get that you can probably wield a greatly oversized weapon, but it's not actually better. Derf shook his head. It doesn't need to be that big. Just heavy. Dense? Sadiq asked. Derf nodded. Dense was a good word. The smith's eyes traced over him. If I thought you were doing this just to show off your strength well, I'd actually just let you die when you couldn't wield it, to be honest. But you seem like you know what you're doing. I think so, Derf agreed. Derf thought that smithing involved sticking metal in a big fire until it melted. But Sadiq just tossed the stuff into a big cylinder where it began to float, then slowly spin. It melted without any fire at all. He wanted to ask, but he wasn't supposed to interrupt. Sadiq took some sort of stone poker with a hook, stirring up the molten metal as it floated. He still wasn't using energy, which was weird. Slowly, it began to vaguely resemble a long hammer. Sadiq did something that pulled out some strands of metal, dropping them into a trough of water behind the whole contraption. Bad metal. Maybe? You don't mind it being one solid piece, yeah? How's this looking? Derf realized he was allowed to respond. Supposed to. The handle seems pretty skinny. Won't it break? It's tough metal. I could make it thicker, but it would unbalance the weapon. That's okay, Derf said. I have pretty good balance. Sadiq looked over Derf. That was the only thing he'd used energy for so far. I think I get how this might work for you. You're more of an instinctual sort. Sadiq paused for a few moments. Well, I suppose I'm making this for you, and not anyone else. Better a weapon that works for its wielder than one that's made for general purposes. He went back to ignoring Derf. A bit more poking around at the glowing lump, and then he yanked it out with his bare hand. That was when he started using energy, and he also started smacking it against a large anvil. Sadiq had a relatively short, stout hammer. Derf could tell it was well made, but it clearly wasn't a weapon. Each stroke of Sadiq's weapon reshaped the lump. Sometimes flecks of metal would fall off, though those were always caught and tossed back into the weird floaty furnace or whatever it was. Derf noticed that sometimes the metal just went away. No, maybe it was squished together with the rest. Denser. He worked quickly, seemingly finishing the head of the weapon before it cooled. Then he flipped just the long handle inside, just the part that was inside the weird contraption heating up and glowing. Sadiq infused some of the scraps into the melted, vaguely handle shape, but he also removed a few more strands of metal. He spun that around a lot as he hammered it on his anvil. A rapid rhythmic thumping as his hammer seemed to jiggle up and down. Derf thought it was fascinating, but his hammering technique wouldn't do much good in a fight. Not that Duff thought the guy wouldn't be dangerous, it was just that technique probably wasn't. The smith stopped hammering and spun it around, then blew on it to cool it off. Obviously that wasn't normally enough, but his lungs were like a hurricane. A good start, he said, holding it up for Derf. What do you think? Derf tilted his head. It's not done? It looks pretty done. Sadiq chuckled. It still needs polishing, and you should probably still feel the balance. Does polishing make it better? Derf asked as he held out his hands, the hammer dropping into them. It was heavy. This is good. I like it. He spun it around slowly. Are you sure it's not done? If the balance is to your tastes, Sadiq shrugged. Polishing it would still make it more even. Slight imperfections like that could throw off techniques. I'm not a smith, Derf said, so if you think it's better. But I like it like this. Tell you what, Sadiq said. You use it like that for a while. Let me know if you detect any issues. Okay. Thank you. Derf bowed. The hammer tried to pull him over, but he didn't let it. He was pretty heavy himself anyway. What do I owe you for this? Oh, if I charge commissions for stuff like this, you couldn't afford it. Sadiq waved his hand. But I'd be interested in some recordings of you using that. I can show you right now, Derf said. Nah, I mean really using it. In a proper fight, too. Derf frowned. I don't know if recording equipment would survive. Not the normal stuff. But there's some good stuff Uzun could set up. If you're willing, I'll talk to him and see if he can arrange for that. Okay, Derf said. But I'm not good with technology and stuff. It's fine, Sadiq said. Someone else will deal with that. You just need to give permission. Derf nodded. Thanks. He wanted to go hit something with his hammer. But there weren't really any enemies around. While it seemed like the Scarlet Alliance could be attacked at any time, most of the time they actually weren't at war, which was kind of weird, if he was being honest. Upon reviewing the possible invasion paths, given the arrangement of various systems, about half of them went through the Shining Cooperative. That was only considering stuff that might reach the Lower Realms Alliance, of course. The Adamant Federation and Free Planet Guardians would likely both face some sort of retaliation, and they were close to the border of the realms, but further east than anything the Lower Realms Alliance had. There was only a relatively thin line starting from Acheris near the border where the Lower Realms Alliance actually had systems. Then there was a cluster of them around the core, and a long arm stretching eastward. It wasn't quite the path Anton had taken towards Uzun, but that happened to be the majority of independent systems that had ended up joining them. Some places were unlikely to be attacked. The system that Tinaune and Shreen occupied was most likely marked down as successfully exterminated. Without any known resources or other reason to return, they'd probably be left alone. However, they were actually flourishing over the last few centuries, and it was possible information about them would have gotten out. They would be ready for an attack, if there was one. Ikikt was a point of concern, as they had killed many members of the Twin Soul sect. Not that there was anything unreasonable about that, but the point was that they had died normally without any damage to their souls. That meant information should be available from them. Of course, everywhere else that had Twin Soul sect members might have let a few through, except perhaps Cerritos given Everhart's traps. Not that the Trigold cluster would be particularly more lenient to places that had annihilated the Twin Soul sect without any information getting out. They would just have a harder time making specific preparations for the invasions. Obviously, they would be upset about those planets going dark. Assuming that the Lower Realms Alliance had kept a perfect lockdown on information was foolish, but they did the best they reasonably could. The incident with the Lower Realms Trigold forces would have revealed more than they wanted, but it would have been worse to leave them attacking the Shining Cooperative and Inistra, among other places. The Exalted Quadrant was also building up forces along the border for the upcoming shift in the tides of the world. They were especially concentrated in an area that should be going to the numerological compact systems, which was unsurprising. That was where they'd taken the most obvious hit. They might have plans to infiltrate other planets, of course. Nidec was likely also a target given the prevalence of the Hardened Crown sect and others, which had been convinced to switch sides, or killed, as necessary. They couldn't just leave foreign agents in their alliance. The remaining time continued to shrink, though with over a century remaining the situation could change drastically before the time came. Chapter 10-11. In most cases, a sect head would want to continually recruit more disciples. As long as they had enough resources and those disciples met their particular standards, why wouldn't they? That wasn't true for everyone, however. Devon would be quite pleased if he never got another new disciple in the Shattered Chains. That didn't mean he disliked being a sect master. While it had certainly taken him a while to get used to it, he ultimately found it quite fulfilling. The issue was that the disciples of the Shattered Chains, or at least those who were most fit for the cultivation techniques, were all former slaves. Devon preferred nobody was enslaved to begin with, and if that was the case, nobody could be ex-slaves. Of course, the method wasn't restricted to those who fit some technical job title or the like, but the techniques were most functional when people had faced some form of massive oppression and lack of agency. For the most part, the Lower Realms Alliance did quite well to prevent that within their borders. They hadn't encountered any new occupied systems since the Numerological Compact, So there had been one large wave of new disciples followed only by smaller trickles as people sought out the proper developmental path for themselves. Enough time had passed that they now knew through actual data that the hive minds were stable. Well, it wasn't even so much separate hive minds anymore. The deeper connection didn't stretch between planets or systems, but there was enough movement between the hive minds that they had sort of fused into a single thing. After the initial birth, the hive mind had grown slowly. There had even been a period of decline, not from deaths, but from significant numbers choosing to disconnect from the hive mind. Ultimately, many of them returned, having found independence less fulfilling. Many others, however, chose to stay apart. Devon didn't blame either. Until they had gone through more than a century, it hadn't been clear how everything would work out. Nobody had chosen to be in a hive mind, and whether people could truly leave voluntarily had been up for debate. The small portion of those who remained separate proved that case, though ultimately very few of them were resentful for the experience. The ability to break apart, even if it was a slow and somewhat uncomfortable process, was sufficient. In recent years, Devon had observed a significant amount of immigration to the systems, only a small portion of the vast population of the Alliance, but there were many curious about the hive minds, joining for their own reasons. A majority of the population of the various planets still remained as individuals, as the only ones who had fallen into the hive mind without intentionality were the former slaves. They weren't a small minority by any means, but there were still more who had been from the free population, and a very small portion of the numerological compact who had been judged acceptable. There was still some tension between the two populations. The unity of the hive mind meant that their political opinions were amplified. Devon wondered how things would have developed without the influence of the Alliance. As it was, the hive mind recognized that they couldn't only push the agendas of their own members. Instead, they exerted their influence in ways that were meant to benefit the population as a whole, which of course included themselves. The hive mind was able to internally debate complex topics in a rapid manner, with everyone being well informed as long as they had enough individuals dedicated to learning. Devon couldn't say that they always produced the best possible plans, but they were quite decent. After a surge of early activity, the hive mind served as a stabilizing force for the systems. It had taken the majority of the Alliance a long time to develop their structure, both their laws and their various policies promoting growth. Along the way, there had always been those who tried to exploit things to their own ends, finding loopholes to benefit just themselves. The rules and laws for an interstellar people could grow quite complex, and the hive mind helped simplify things, at least in the systems where they were present. Of course, some of their simplifications required the presence of the hive mind. Any incident of note was generally observed by numerous members. Despite what a few paranoid individuals said, they didn't cover things up for their own. Instead, for the most part, they stopped people from getting in trouble to begin with. Devon hadn't just taken their word for it, of course, but a long time of observation had proven them sufficiently reliable. He wouldn't say they were perfect, but it was difficult to say that about anything. With the systems physically separated from the rest of the Alliance, they still felt somewhat like a separate thing. Devon had lived among the main body of the Alliance for longer, though he found himself quite attached to his sect for obvious reasons. There was always some expansion within the Alliance, but at the current moment it was cautious. After the end of the cycle? Well, there were plans in play to greatly ramp things up. They didn't believe the upper realms would be able to detect new colonies, but they didn't want to risk it, and focusing development on their current planets would improve their survival rates. Frankly, Devon couldn't see any of their planets being wiped out. They were strong, well-coordinated, but there were many levels short of complete annihilation that were unpleasant. The faster they could repel incoming invasions and the more of the enemy they could eliminate, the better off they would be. Then, in another 6 centuries, the might of the upper realms would mean little to them. Of course, they couldn't be careless. That was in part why they had the void ants, both in the lower realms and the upper. Though crossed antennae had not grown up among humans, but instead the people of Acharis, she understood that non-insectoids tended to share certain ideas about life and survival. With the development of some of the more special void ants in her brood, she had personal understanding of them. Individual people meant something, not just she and her sister, nor simply the queens she gave birth to. There were others like Snips, Chops, Bullet, and Fire. More now, but they were the first. Crossed Antennae didn't know whether it was the influence of humans that made void ants more likely to develop personalities, or whether those who could develop personalities would seek out humans. Either way, she'd seen the spark of growth among her people. Crossed Antennae recognized that she had more people serving under her day after day. She also understood that they would probably be annihilated if and when the upper realms discovered their presence. These people who she was responsible for, and likely Crossed Antennae herself, if they went forward with their plans, they risked all those lives. And she found it acceptable, because, after all, they were still void ants. Simply because she had her own personality didn't mean the communal nature of void ants suddenly disappeared. Moreover, even with the new void ants in her founded colonies developing personalities, there still weren't that many of them. Throughout everything, she doubted they could even match one city on archery in number. Maybe a large town, and that was by number. Not that considering the importance of people by mass was a fair metric. That would make that big turtle in the lower realms the most important individual, even though he was just one individual. In short, Crossed Antennae considered the personhood of herself and all of her descendants, and still felt confident it was right and proper to risk them all for their allies. And her friends, since there were indications that one of the planets was likely going to attack Acaris. That was sufficient reason such that she could stop her calculations there without considering the rest of the lower realms. Ultimately, the numbers simply demanded that she maintain her course of action. They just had to do it right. Communication between the void ant colonies was difficult, with humans living on their planets and all. Their planets. Crossed Antennae wondered when she'd started seeing them that way. She didn't think it sounded wrong, though she would have preferred to share. Just not with the particular humans there. Bullet and Fire had proven to be excellent infiltrators, especially once they learned to fly. The Scarlet Alliance had provided void ant-sized ships as well, enough to carry 1,000,000 of them at once, mostly because there was a minimum engine size and they built the shell to match. It was still smaller than would usually be used to carry a single human. Those ships were left at the periphery of systems, hidden by their insignificance among other things. Bullet and Fire had learned to fly, through space as well, which was a trick the Great Queen had been the progenitor of. Not that they could compare, but the point was they could get down to planets and back up. A difficult task for an ant. What do you think of the positioning? Crossed Antennae asked her council. Many planets will need to move their colonies closer, Bullet said. They were well enough placed for the previous plan, but now? Crossed Antennae nodded. Tell them to remain cautious. If we are unable to assault the enemy forces originating from a particular planet, it is better than giving away our presence. Though optimally, we would destroy a portion of each invasion ourselves. The plan had changed, not in its goal, but in certain practical matters. It might be possible for them, with the numbers they had built up, to overwhelm the enemy forces. They could likely even coordinate an assault to within a small enough window that communications wouldn't reach neighboring groups in time to matter. However, that almost certainly meant messages would get out to their greater factions. Just because Crossed Antennae was willing to risk the annihilation of her people didn't mean she would accept it. A better plan was to infiltrate the enemy ships. That meant monitoring enemy movements for longer, but if they could assault their enemies between realms, they could lose their opportunity to retreat. Of course, that came with its own risks. Ships that were destroyed would lose all of the void ants on them. However, they would be able to survive any trip where life support functioned at any capacity, making use of minimal food, water, and air. That was the plan. Crossed Antennae expected it to go wrong. There was just one area where they maintained the utmost caution, which was the technology of the upper realms and their ships. They couldn't afford to have anything traced back to the Scarlet Alliance. If something like that happened, well, it would have been better to colonize all of their planets to fight with them. But it was too risky, and the people of the upper realms might not all have been on board. Despite those from Cerritos finding them acceptable, the council discussed various possibilities. Moving into the ships early with some of their own supplies, packed into unknown pockets of emptiness. The same, but feeding on the ship's supplies. Alternatively, going hungry for the first week or so until they were well committed. But that required better understanding of when the various ships would depart. Talking about all of the possibilities made Crossed Antennae nervous. The only thing that kept her from going crazy was one simple fact. She could trust her people to make their own decisions, though she was still ultimately responsible for what plans they made. And indeed, deviations from the plan maybe should have worried her. It was actually comforting. She wouldn't say that she always approved of void ants acting on their own initiative, but at least more often than not it was because they saw opportunities not planned for, resulting in better results. Trust. Trust was an odd thing as an ant queen. Normally, she shouldn't need trust. Her orders would simply be obeyed. But there was something nice about knowing that even if she messed up, someone would be there to try to put things back on track. Or maybe come up with an entirely new plan, somehow. The waiting was a problem. She almost wished to skip ahead a century and more, especially since many of the colonies were at maximum safe capacity. But alas, she would simply have to wait the normal way. At least she wasn't alone. Chapter 10:12. Sometimes threats could be seen far in advance, and sometimes they came all at once without warning. The Scarlet Alliance had been keeping an eye out for a particular case for a while. Plans had been drawn up, but when the time actually came they weren't finalized. That meant some improvisations would be necessary. Of course, the incoming information could mean nothing. Movements within the Exalted Quadrant happened all the time. This particular mobilization, however, checked several criteria. First, a large-scale mobilization of the Citadel of Exalted Light. None of their allies, at least not yet, but that was worrying enough. Then there was Zor. They didn't know where he was, which was a bad sign. They could only assume he would end up in the worst possible place. Or at least, that was all Velvet was willing to assume. Her preparations needed to be done quickly, which meant a small team. Unfortunately, that also meant not being able to inform people ahead of time. She had to pick from those who were available, and she was ready to be rejected numerous times. First, though, she needed someone of a particular type. One that she was definitely not. An individual who fought in the category of destruction. For anything else, she would have chosen Shakir. Actually, maybe she still would. Velvet would just tell her there was something that couldn't be cut. That should work, though Shakir might be busy. And having more than one person for a critical part of the mission was probably a good idea. Derf. Velvet moved far faster than people usually did to get to a different part of the city. She had to speak to him in person. There's a mission I need, Dash. Okay, Derf nodded. I'll do it. Velvet's whole spiel was suddenly tossed over on its side. You should probably hear what the mission is first. Derf frowned, crossing his arms over his chest. Why? Do you not want me to do the mission? Well, no. Yes. Velvet was going to confuse herself with all of that. I did come here to ask you to do it, because that's what I want. Then I agree. It's something I can do, right? About as well as anyone, I think, Velvet said cautiously. Though it would be better if you were an augmentation cultivator. Obviously, everything would be easier if I were stronger, Derf agreed. Do I have time to do that first? No. We'd have to leave within a week. Derf nodded. Yeah, a week isn't nearly enough time. Velvet smiled. I wouldn't think so. Augmentation isn't that easy to reach. Cultivation takes time. Derf was somewhere in the mid to late integration stage. It was difficult for Velvet to know for sure given it was an unfamiliar style that he practiced. Not everyone had clear markers either. Anyway, I should still explain. We need you to break something. Oh, my specialty, Derf flexed. Consider it done. Yes, well, it will be something very durable protected by a lot of people who don't want you to break it. It usually is, Derf nodded. I assume we smash them first? That's the thing. We might not have the luxury of doing so. And our target might not even be what we're looking for. If it is, it might be unbreakable. Nua, Derf said. Aunt EKA told me that nothing is unbreakable. Velvet wondered if she actually meant that, though ultimately, she would have to agree. But just because something was technically breakable didn't mean it would be simple. It might not even be something an augmentation cultivator could do. Maybe an army of them, but it wasn't possible to get an army to their target. Ultimately, Velvet just had to be honest. The most likely result of this mission, even if we succeed, is that we die, she continued. So, don't feel obligated to join. You're going? Derf asked. Velvet nodded. I'll be responsible for getting us to the target alive. Derf pointed to Velvet. You'll die if the mission fails, right? Well, there was a small chance of getting out, and if anyone did, it would be Velvet. She'd be willing to give her life for the cause, but she was also the least likely to actually be able to damage anything. Derf should have more destructive power even though she was an augmentation cultivator. I wouldn't expect me to make it back either. Then, as your friend, I should go, Derf concluded. What about Jyotsana and the twins? Are they coming? Jyotsana is not strong enough. Just yet, Velvet shook her head. Aside from not being suited, she was still in the life transformation stage. Maybe given a few more decades, she'd reach integration and even surpass her previous peak strength. But as things were, she wasn't enough. I don't think the twins would be good for the mission either. Though, it wouldn't hurt to have a formation master along. Sure, Misai was barely at the point he could be called that, but Velvet couldn't bring Katarina. She'd be needed here. I might invite them. Okay, who else? Derf asked. Alva, potentially Sly, if we can get him. And Shakir. Oh, I like her. She's nice. He pat his bulky hammer, hanging on his back. She helped me make this. It isn't anything like swords anymore. Derf stroked his chin. Is Alva good at breaking things? I know she's strong, but more in the way of killing people by shooting behind their armor. I assume we're not planning to break a person. Otherwise, you could probably do it without me. Yeah, not a person, Velvet agreed. She was actually glad she hadn't given a full explanation to Derf, not because she wanted to lie to him, but because she couldn't know what information he might accidentally give up. Even in the most extreme paranoid fears, she had Derf wouldn't be sympathetic to the Exalted Quadrant. Sly was pretty high on the list of people that could break things, but with him being the head of the Harder Crown, it was really necessary to have him around if there was a big conflict. Velvet would gladly fight with Hoyt and Timothy, but neither of them were quite at the necessary level of destruction. Maybe Hoyt if he had time, but ultimately the mission was likely going to be short and deadly. He couldn't hang around spinning falling stars around him in sight of the Citadel of Exalted Light itself. You want me to cut the enemy's headquarters in half? Shakir had asked. Pretty much, Velvet agreed. Or smaller pieces, if that's easier for some reason. And we're going to be attacked by everyone still there while I do that? Shakir confirmed. Once again, Velvet was forced to confirm her words. Unless you can do that without letting off a ripple of energy for people to detect. Shakir furrowed her brow, clearly thinking deeply. Good. This was something people needed to consider clearly. I guess that's a good enough way to die. I'll do it. At least she didn't ask if they had swords. Then again, Shakir seemed to have moved past that phase, since she no longer kept swords for herself. Alva had agreed easily enough, once explaining what her role was and why it was a necessity. I might not be able to actually speed us up much, especially in enemy territory, Alva explained. But I'll do my best. You were working with some of the ships, though, Velvet said. And I'm familiar enough with you to better be able to hide your energy signature. Your role is either the most important or superfluous, honestly. We just need to arrive on time, but arriving early might be pointless. Maybe I can help break stuff, Alva commented. Since I'll be there anyway. People tend to put delicate parts behind cover, after all. That's a good point, Velvet agreed. I wish we had a proper layout, but I think that would take a century of getting good spies killed. The fact that we're learning of the mobilization is already about as much as can be expected. Maybe we'll get lucky and they're going after someone else, Alva said. I hope it's Everhart, Velvet said. Though, if it was Everhart, they might want to try to complete the mission regardless. Because whatever else she believed about that guy, she knew that he had no intention to wipe out the whole Scarlet Alliance. Unlike, say, Zor and the Citadel of Exalted Light who would do it just because he failed to do it the first time. Too bad his injuries hadn't festered and killed him, but if domination cultivators were that easy to kill, Ratna probably wouldn't have risked the battle. Velvet had a high opinion of Misai, but the truth was that he was relatively new to formations. At least, compared to the amount of experience they needed someone to have. Besides, if they recruited Misai, then Julie would want to join as well. And while she was quite good at what she did, none of it was practical for their mission. But going without a proper formation master would be foolish. Katarina was the very best they had, which was why she was needed on Xianxia. However, just because she was the best didn't mean they didn't have many other competent formation masters. It wasn't possible for her to handle important work for all of their planets, even ignoring the various branches of research that the Scarlet Alliance always had in development. With neighbors like theirs, they couldn't feel comfortable saying what they had was good enough. Among other things, several generations of formation masters had apprenticed under Katarina. She didn't hoard information all to herself, after all. The only limitations were on the level of trust people could have, since certain information could be dangerous in enemy hands. Velvet was able to secure the assistance of a man who had begun an apprenticeship under Katarina 400 years prior. Corallo was his name, and while his official title had changed, he still considered himself an apprentice. "I'm still learning from her every day," he explained. "Even if I am up to her level of expertise from when I first began, which I'm not quite convinced of, she still maintains a certain distance ahead of me. It would be more if she wasn't dragging me along with her." Corallo nodded. "I owe her and the Scarlet Alliance much. Of course I will go with you on this mission." 5 people packed up into a small ship where they would be living for the next year or so. After all, they had to travel hundreds of light years. That was a big step up from the earliest interstellar ships Velvet had seen, going half a light year per day sometimes. Here, they were hoping to surpass 2. They could actually outpace that by quite a bit, but not over such a long distance. The ship would need to replenish its energy stores, as well as any cultivators on board. It could probably fly continuously for a month, but that meant a significant number of required rest stops. Those were easy enough in the Scarlet midfields. Pop out near any convenient unoccupied star, and they could top off. The route through Exalted Quadrant territory would be more difficult. If everything went well, they would arrive early, or rather, approach their destination early and hide somewhere appropriate until the time came. If everything went poorly, Zor would appear the moment they left and start destroying planets in anger. Velvet seriously doubted it would be the latter option, but the point was that even if they could easily outpace the enemy fleets, there was no guarantee of that with the domination cultivator, especially since it wasn't clear where he was. There had been some hope that the reports were missing something, or that the Citadel of Exalted Light had mobilized to attack a rival within the Exalted Quadrant. That was slowly fading as a few other sects had begun to mobilize and move towards the border of the Scarlet midfields. Most likely, they were joining up to gain favor in Zor's eyes, or because they were afraid of him, but that didn't change the end result. "All right, so," Shakir said, sitting stiffly opposite Derf in some of the few chairs they had in their light craft. "We're agreed that I'll cut everything into pieces, and then you can smash that stuff into dust." "No? We agreed that whoever is successful first will do so. That means if I smash this Citadel thing to pieces, you then cut them into tiny bits. Right?" Shakir nodded. "Which means that it's getting cut into eighths, or whatever's convenient depending on the shape. Because I'm obviously going to be successful first." "Oh." Derf nodded. "It's a challenge." "I see. It's not that I doubt your resolve, but without being arrogant I can say that I have sufficient skill that you can't make up for the gap in cultivation." Derf frowned. "That is a problem. I don't think I can reach augmentation here, either. I'd probably break the ship. Is the time limit not an issue for you?" Shakir asked. Derf shrugged. "I don't know. I can do a lot of stuff in a year." "A yearish? Are you at the peak of your cultivation for integration?" Derf tilted his head. "I guess I'd have to be, huh? Well, I don't really know. I only really cultivated hammers and the stuff Aunt EKA made for me. I didn't really get all of the Veiled Brilliance stuff, so she made something simple. The hammer stuff was just around, though." Alva poked her head into the bridge. "I don't mean to pry," Alva said, "but I'm sure you are aware the ship isn't exactly private. Is your focus actually hammers? Because it feels different." "Heavy stuff," Derf shrugged, "but I don't think there's anything better for me than a hammer. Whatever I do, I'll definitely be smashing stuff." "You think this Citadel will be difficult to break?" "It might be the most fortified thing in the entire Exalted Quadrant," Alva said. "If not, it's in the top rankings equivalent to however many domination cultivators they have." "It's too bad that Zorgai is such a jerk," Derf said. "I'd prefer not to have all my friends die." That's why we're trying to stop it, Alva agreed. Because I saw Zor fight before, and even with all the defensive improvements we made, I doubt it's enough. Shakir yawned. Yeah, he was pretty strong, I guess. Doesn't mean he isn't going to die, though. That's the plan, Alva agreed. Maybe it will turn out to be flimsy. I could snipe it from 3 systems out. Of course, that would require already having attacked it to know, or we just give away our presence. So I won't actually do that. Good, Derf said, because I have to be near it to smash it, and I'm gonna win. Or we all die or whatever, but that happens to cultivators all the time. Chapter 10:13. Every day that passed, Velvet thought to herself how it might be a trap. There had been a trap last time. After all, she'd thought she managed to sneak up on Zor for a moment, but she was now convinced he had spotted her. After surviving that encounter, and the Alliance miraculously surviving the war, she had intensified her training. There wasn't exactly a way for her to test herself against a domination cultivator, but Velvet was confident that if she did not foolishly approach too close, she could still retain her stealth. Perhaps that confidence was pointless. Everyone had different reactions to feeling the might of a domination cultivator, and while none in the upper echelons of the Scarlet Alliance had given in to despair permanently, even Velvet retained some feelings of hopelessness. Besides, the Exalted Quadrant had to be able to move their people more stealthily. The Citadel's movements were far too obvious. Velvet almost didn't believe it, even though they had crossed paths just recently. And of course, by crossing paths, she meant strictly as far as a naive map without 3-dimensional coordinates would be concerned. They never got closer than 50 light-years. That was one benefit of a ship that didn't require refined fuel, but functioned off of upper energy in general. I sense a spiral of doubt, Corallo interrupted her thoughts. His hair and beard were grizzled, indications not so much of a greater age as a lesser cultivation. He had not yet advanced to augmentation. Would you mind sharing? Velvet knew she couldn't expect much privacy on the ship, considering they had tiny compartments to sleep in and little other room. Spatial compression was a point of failure a dedicated spy ship could not afford. Only strict necessities and nothing else. What if this is all a trap, and they are simply testing our capabilities? If that is the case, the Formation Master shrugged, I expect we should gather as much information as possible before retreating. Like whether or not the Citadel itself is an anchor, and what sort of formations protect the outside. Assuming we notice ahead of time, Velvet said, and that we can do anything. Yes, that is indeed the assumption, Corallo said. It is why you are here, is it not? Both yourself and Alva have the best senses to pick out a trap. You are the head of the Alliance Infiltration Network, and I am highly ranked in formation assessment. And if we fail then we die. The Scarlet Alliance loses 3 augmentation experts. A serious loss. But probably fewer augmentation individuals the Exalted Quadrant will lose. The plan is to not approach until the actual war is underway, correct? So they will have to commit their forces. And they will lose them. Trust me, I have seen what our formations can do. Too bad we didn't complete total inversion. Can you imagine the looks on their faces when they got to Xianxia directly? He smiled. They'd laugh maniacally until they began the assault. Then Katarina would be doing it as a whole system's worth of formations began to rip apart their fleets. There are worse results than death, Velvet grimaced. I know too many secrets. I do have a solution for that, actually. I was going to bring it up when we were closer, Corallo said. It's a bit risky, but since this mission bears the hallmarks of a suicide mission, I can set up some enchantments that would kill us should we lose consciousness or energy flow. I won't say it's not risky, as I'd have to tune it to be quite sensitive. But since none of us are completely immune to information extraction, it's likely best for all involved. That would actually make me feel much better, Velvet said. Good. Because we'll need you at the peak of your game for information gathering before we go in. Unless you learn that Zor or some equivalently dangerous cultivator is still present, this will be our best opportunity to gain critical information for the Alliance. Assuming we don't just save the day by destroying a domination cultivator's anchor. What if we don't have the strength to destroy it? Velvet asked. Everyone counting on us. Then we chuck it into the nearest star, Corallo said without a moment's thought. That'll take care of pretty much anything in the upper realms. Well, but, indeed. I refuse to believe we cannot even move the Citadel. I heard that Derf smacked around a planet. Unless he was exaggerating. Oh, no. Velvet had sent someone to check. It was definitely a planet-sized mass. It likely didn't have any upper energy resisting him, but if he said it moved, it did. I can't imagine the Citadel itself is any larger than a planet, Corallo said. It will most likely have formations, but it is my job to assess countermeasures for those. Then there will be the enemy cultivators who probably won't enjoy our presence. I assume yourself and Alva will be primarily responsible for dealing with them when we get down to it. Or Chakir, depending on if she wants to cut people or the Citadel. I'd bet on both, honestly, Velvet said. I do have serious concerns about entrapment still. Then I would suggest we arrive before they think we possibly could and complete our infiltration early. Is this one of those space-squishing ships? Derf asked out of nowhere. Alva took a few moments to translate what he was saying. Oh, no. It doesn't use a warp drive. It uses a subspace traversal engine, which is why I'm here. Not so much the engine, but in case we need to know about weird subspace stuff. So it can't make me heavier? No. Not unless something went horribly wrong and you got parts of the ship stuck overlapping with you. That happened with that one secret realm, Derf said, looking down at his body. I think I got all the bits out, though. They weren't helpful. Yeah, Alva said. I find having the right things in the right spot very helpful. I don't want extra stuff. Derf found himself staring at a planet, trying to solve the most difficult problem he'd ever faced before. They were in some system that might not have a name, and if it did, he definitely didn't know it. Then again, Derf would never have been the one to ask about things like that. The point was, nobody lived here. Not even a 1,000-year-old hermit. That was what they needed, as their ship was orbiting as close to the star as it reasonably could, filling its battery with energy. An unoccupied planet was what Derf needed, but Velvet's restrictions made things hard. He couldn't say she was wrong, of course. It would give them away if people saw huge cracks in a planet or something, but he needed to hit it with his hammer. He was confident in his own strength for most things. But breaking something connected to a domination cultivator? That was probably a lot harder than what he was used to. So he needed to be stronger, which meant practice. And while he could sit and meditate all day, that only got him so far. Circulating energy was good and made him stronger, but it was very slow. They probably only had a few months now, and that wasn't long at all to reach augmentation. He didn't even know if he could do it. Aunt EKA said it would be difficult for him to reach augmentation because of she didn't precisely say why. Probably because he wasn't smart and didn't have a good cultivation method. He would have liked to ask her, but he couldn't talk to her right now because he was technically working for an enemy group. He wondered if the Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance knew they were on a list to watch out for. Well, so was all of the Trigold cluster. Some of the Guardians weren't very nice, but Aunt EKA was good. Some other people in the Trigold cluster were much worse. There was one time someone had tried to kill Derf, and he'd killed them back instead. And then Aunt EKA had gotten mad at him for some political thing and something about souls or whatever. She said all that. But nobody came to take revenge on Derf, so she'd probably fix the politics problem. She'd been real mad, though, so he'd stayed away from people in that sect. The point was, Aunt EKA wasn't here and his friends had helped him get good training and maybe he could reach augmentation anyway. The one thing he knew about cultivation was that just because someone else said something was impossible didn't mean he couldn't do it. Aunt EK never said something was impossible. And his new friends in the Alliance agreed with his thoughts. Chakir's look when she thought about cutting an unbreakable building was kind of how Derf felt about things sometimes. Of course, Derf didn't have his own statue. He wondered if he needed one to become an augmentation cultivator, or if it worked the other way around. Maybe they would make one for him after. He could break off a chunk of this planet and turn it into a statue, but he wouldn't do it if there was no point. And he wasn't supposed to leave evidence behind, which made figuring out how to do anything very difficult. Could he hit a planet without anyone noticing? That seemed unlikely. He'd probably leave a big hammer imprint. Maybe if he hit the whole side all at once, all spread out? No, There were a bunch of people who monitored planets' orbits and stuff. Then again, he could just put it back, right? It wasn't going to go far. Derf had to think about that. It took enough thinking that he didn't get to do anything on that stop, and he didn't notice when he was dragged into the ship. He didn't even notice when he was plopped down on an entirely different planet a week later. Then he smacked the planet good. Immediately afterwards, he rushed to the other side and hit it just as hard to get it back into the right spot. He hadn't thought about how long it would take to get to the other side of the planet. A few minutes shouldn't matter, right? It was probably fine. Nobody would notice. There weren't any trees or anything delicate, and he hadn't even smacked it that hard, so it was hardly off course even before he fixed it. Well, it was as hard as he could hit, but planets were big and heavy. And that was why he did it. Wasn't he thinking about augmentation? He checked himself, and he was not an augmentation cultivator. Maybe he needed to do it again. Maybe that wasn't right at all. Ultimately, he decided it didn't matter. He did it again because he wanted to. It was fun, and nobody was stopping him. As long as he didn't break the planet or something, nobody who didn't set foot on the planet would notice anything. Except maybe a slightly odd spin. Even when Derf stood on it, the planet looked fine. Some of the soil was just more compact than the rest. The impact was spread out over such a large area they'd need fancy measuring tools to notice anything. Or some sort of dirt cultivator. Did people cultivate dirt? Yeah, he'd seen them on Xianxia. Well, mostly people who worked with crops and stuff, but those were in dirt. Then again, on Xianxia people cultivated while doing everything, even reading. That just made it hard for Derf to read, but he supposed it fit some people. So, augmentation. He wasn't there and didn't know if he could reach it, but he was probably a little bit stronger now. That way, he wouldn't disappoint any of his friends or himself if he failed to smash stuff when they needed him to. Chapter 10:14. Despite the field of stealth being her specialty, even Velvet couldn't explain how every stealth-related system worked for their ship. The important part was that it didn't emit any signals except when entering and exiting subspace, and even then they were minimal. Anyone actively scanning with their energy might notice something, though Velvet could mitigate that with her own techniques. Stealth in space was actually much easier than in terrestrial locations, because projecting the feeling of a void was actually expected. Only in the most extreme cases was that risky. For example, if someone could count individual atoms in an area, even then, their ship took up a small enough area that there would only be an average of a few thousand at most in the general space, far fewer than in any single speck of dust. The difficult part was replicating the feeling of so little and a random arrangement and movement, if it was required. For the most part, Velvet just did her best to not let anything slip through the cracks, as any actual presence would be much more alarming than a random area that really had nothing in it. It could happen, sometimes. Their route carried the ship through as many uninhabited systems as possible, but just because no sizable portion of people lived there didn't mean it would be completely barren. Cultivators could randomly be training on one of the planets or around a star, and any capable of doing so were more dangerous. So far, about a tenth of the systems they had surfaced and had some form of people that might notice them. Individual cultivators training, or passing ships either replenishing their energy or simply traveling at reduced speed through the system because it was easier than navigating around. This time, it was a few ships flying together. She didn't immediately recognize the sect, but that didn't mean caution was unwarranted. "Restrain your energy," Velvet said, using the ship's speakers to relay the information. People probably didn't need to be reminded, but it didn't hurt. She adjusted the ship systems to be in standby mode. Everything not needed to run the stealth systems using minimal power. They were just drifting along now, and they might continue to do so forever. They could drift out of the system and make another jump. The only issue was that they'd done that last time. Deeper into the core of the numerological compact, they were more likely to run into random others. Unlike normally, Velvet was traveling with a group. They had no cover story that would suffice if they were revealed, as their ship was obviously made by the Scarlet Alliance. It hadn't been specifically made to infiltrate the Exalted Quadrant after all, and the tech would have given it away regardless. Even if the enemy didn't know how it worked, which they might to some extent, given they must have captured some of it by now, it was recognizable. But a sailing ship chassis was just too inefficient. They simply had to rely on not getting caught. Or, if that wasn't possible, removing anyone who saw them before they could transmit a message. Velvet watched the passive sensors of the ship while keeping her own open, but there were no changes in the enemy flight pattern or shifts in their energy indicating they were even looking. Soon enough, the other ships moved on from the system, leaving them free to replenish their energy stores. Once they reached the local sun, they were actually at minimal risk of detection. Any star would far outweigh any energy fluctuations they would accidentally make. However, Derf would be disappointed he couldn't train here. It was too risky. Velvet turned on the ship's active sensors so they could detect anyone incoming. She couldn't extend her own energy senses far enough to be relevant except in a very narrow band. To no one's surprise, space was big. The ship would detect any powerful energy before she did, and even a few moments might prove critical. The ship beeped. Not an emergency message, but still something worth paying attention to. The logs mentioned energy signature detected. That could be many things, but in this case, it shouldn't be an active cultivator or ship. Velvet opened up the report, which indicated that it had matched an energy signature with something marked of note in the database. Even cultivators couldn't remember everything, and more relevantly, they weren't always exposed to everything they might one day need to know. In this case, it would be something Velvet recognized, if she had been close enough to sense it. She had to admit, the ship was good, though it also helped that it was looking in the right place. The next jump they were going to make had something of note near the star. It was part of the ship's programming to detect anomalies. Velvet just hadn't expected to stumble across that. Signature matches the Nystar sect, Velvet mumbled to herself. Seriously there? It was only a handful of jumps from Citadel territory. Their actual destination was deeper, but from there on every system was at least nominally occupied. They'd need to conserve power along the final leg of their journey, though that was already part of the plan. Velvet called Corallo to the cockpit. Formation Master, would you be able to identify something for us? Depends what it is, the man said. I don't believe anything has been picked up by the ship. In the next system, Velvet said, gesturing to the readout. A potential outpost of the Nystar sect. It might not be worth looking into now, but I feel like finding one out here would prove informative, since the exact origin of such facilities is still speculative. Velvet would personally believe Katerina, of course, but she was wrong about things sometimes. Usually nothing Everhart-related, but some things. If I see it up close, I can at least verify that it is of the same origin, Corallo confirmed. I went to see the outposts we had identified in Scarlet Alliance territory. What do you think it's doing all the way over here? I'd assume it serves the same purpose as all the others. Unfortunately, we don't know precisely what that is, he shook his head. It might be relevant that they are placed close to major sections. Or, they might be so widely located that it's coincidence. How would no one have noticed for so long? Velvet frowned. There are some assumptions there. We don't actually know when these were placed, and at least a few were noticed. But only recently, Velvet pointed out. Precisely, Corallo confirmed. Soon enough their ship was refilled. They weren't limited by the energy available to be collected, merely how quickly the ship's systems could absorb incoming power. They would be able to confirm with their own senses soon enough. Technically, jumping near a star was a good way to avoid detection. It was also risky. Sure, the chance of anything going wrong was fairly small for any individual attempt. Even if they tried to drop their ship into a star, the ship systems would prevent that, assuming they were working properly. Velvet didn't know what the percent chance of failure was. Probably less than a single percent. And maybe they could do hundreds of jumps right next to stars without issue. But if they didn't have to, there really wasn't any point. Better to not compound such risks for no reason. This time they did have a reason, however. Their destination was right next to the star, and while they could have approached closer in real space from the edge of the system, there was a possibility of people watching. And their suspicions were justified, as they found the planet had a handful of ships present, complete with cultivators watching over the ships, so nobody tried to steal them away. Not that many people would be so foolish as to attempt that, since the ships were from the Citadel of Exalted Light, and one or two from the Hardened Crown sect. While they were probably overwhelmed by the star's energy, approaching from outside might have given them a greater chance to be detected. It was also possible there were other ships or cultivators throughout the system watching. They'd have to be careful on their exit, because entering subspace near a star was even riskier than exiting. It was better to reach the edge of the system. Anything you can tell from here? Velvet asked Corallo. He hadn't just been waiting in the cockpit the whole time, since even the fast Scarlet Alliance ships took a while to cover the space between systems. Not much, Corallo admitted, though I can feel active formations. If we can get closer, well, the ship might be able to do a sufficient reading. I don't think it would be wise to land. Certainly not, Velvet agreed. That wasn't the mission, after all. But as this was already on their path, they had to look. It seemed like a big coincidence, but that was making the assumption that the placement was random, instead of someone else taking a similar travel path, or otherwise looking for less occupied systems. There might also be far more than they were aware of. Obviously, the list of locations they'd found had not been exhaustive. It was just the sort of thing that Everhart would do to make people think they were safe from whatever these did. Except they were too obvious. People could just see them. Velvet wasn't going to be the one to figure out what they were for, though. Probably not Corallo either. Certainly not right now. He took a look at the ship's readout. Yes, this energy signature is one thing, but the formation patterns are recognizably the same. Not that I'm saying I fully understand them, but the style is clear enough. Great. We'll move on, then. They maintain their orbit around the star, passively moving beyond the planet and any potential watchers thereon. Velvet set the ship on a path out of the system. It would fly itself, unless she needed to take over due to a combat situation or the like. Though really, it just needed to build up some momentum in the right direction, as they shouldn't be able to run into anything. Velvet focused on minimizing the ship's presence. Even as they moved further from the star's overwhelming presence, she didn't feel any watchers. That didn't mean there weren't any, of course. She might be among the top individuals for stealth, but that didn't mean she was the best. She didn't know of anyone more skilled, except perhaps Ratna, maybe others in the Veiled Brilliance. Then again, it wasn't like sneaks tended to get famous, did they? Usually not as much as anyone else, if they knew what was good for them. There was also the matter of stealth through other means. Velvet knew that if Anton were around, he could avoid her notice not by being good at hiding, but by simply being beyond the range she could detect. He could be a system over. Maybe more, because he didn't exactly advertise the very limits of his power, even to people he trusted. Especially since it wasn't necessary. Velvet might have been able to pick out Anton's sensory extensions of his energy, but there was no guarantee of that. She also thought she could hide the ship from them, however, so she had to do her best to maintain that with the assumption that people were looking. They were still deep in enemy territory and getting deeper. Hopefully, it would be a bit easier to sneak into Citadel territory with their fleets having launched against the Scarlet Alliance. That said, they could still have any number of powerful cultivators still defending their territory. It was unknown how many augmentation cultivators they had to call upon, but they'd seen enough that those they missed could be a major concern. At best, their group might deal with a handful somehow, or at least they shouldn't assume a victory over any but an extremely small group. Chapter 10:15. The Infiltration team had sent one of their rare messages back to the core of the Scarlet Alliance. Just because they believed their transmissions wouldn't be noticed didn't mean it was worth risking it frequently. However, they needed to know that the Exalted Quadrant forces were still on their way. Indeed, they should be assaulting the Alliance's borders within a week, if the predictions were correct. At such a distance, even their fastest transmissions would take some time. They should receive a response with a few days to spare from the most recent projections, so they could adjust accordingly. As for their plans before then, they were simply heading further into the core of the Citadel of Exalted Light's territory. They were quite careful as they approached each system, and that caution quickly paid off as Corallo spotted tracking formations. I can't negate the formations without risking some other sort of alarm, Corallo explained. But we're not trying to get a whole fleet through. With our ship's stealth capabilities, I can find the best route through. There are several layers to the formation, so sadly we'll need to do a bit of maneuvering. Can you pilot the ship and assess the formations at the same time? Alva asked. It shouldn't be an issue unless we are being attacked as well, in which case the formation would be superfluous anyway. Velvet nodded. Good. I'll monitor the stealth systems. Let me know if you need something in particular. And I'll sit here and do nothing, Derf nodded seriously. That was, in fact, the most helpful thing he could do in their given situation. Picking their way through the formations was quite a bit slower, and if they were spotted doing so, it would have been quite problematic. After all, nobody with legitimate business would be avoiding the formations. Then again, there were vast swathes of space where nobody was watching because the formations were supposed to take care of it. Said formations became more frequent as they drew closer to their final destination. They received their reply, updating them on the status of the upcoming invasion. Zor had not yet been spotted, but the fleets arrayed against them were approaching as expected. This time, however, the Scarlet Alliance would be prepared to face them in a properly fortified border system. Better than Lonkian, though not nearly so well fortified as Xianxia itself. That was expected, however. That left the infiltration team a few days. Their mission needed to be completed before Zor assaulted the system, because even with their best defenses, they were uncertain about being able to defeat him. They couldn't choose not to fight, even if it was perhaps a better tactical decision. The Scarlet Alliance was built on a promise, and abandoning a system entirely would ruin the trust they had built. They could afford to be defeated and pushed back, but they couldn't afford to do nothing. If they were lucky, Zor wouldn't bother to fight at first. But they couldn't count on luck, because if he did fight, he could rapidly begin taking out augmentation cultivators. It wouldn't matter if he was somehow defeated after that, because they couldn't afford to lose any of their core strength. They didn't have huge piles of spare augmentation cultivators lying around. Of course, they wouldn't want to have close friends and allies perish, even if they did have backups. I was kind of hoping they'd make a mistake, Corallo said as they hovered just outside of their final destination. They could see the Citadel itself, visible even from space, though only because they had the enhanced eyes of cultivators, since there were limits to how ostentatiously large even the greatest cultivators could make things. The actual sect grounds seemed to take up a good half of the planet, but the crystal Citadel merely stood tall on a much smaller footprint. It's Alva frowned. Brittle looking, Derf said. Pointless, Chakir commented. Difficult to infiltrate, Velvet said finally. Alva shrugged. I was going to say it was kind of pretty, but we have things that look nice and aren't pointless. Is that a throne room a kilometer wide? With nothing else? Maybe it's more impressive up close, Corallo pondered. But I think the important thing here is the planet itself has a formation. Not only is it more profound than the rest, I feel constant surveillance. We are invisible, Velvet said, but it looks a bit tough. They were able to watch a constant flow of cultivators going in and out of the planet's atmosphere. Hopefully, they would learn something useful. I don't suppose there's any particular weak points? Corallo shook his head. Not that I can pick out. If there are any, I'd expect them to be paid even greater attention to. I don't want to give up when we've come this far, but we have to consider potential future missions. If we get caught pointlessly, he shook his head. But we're also needed. Maybe they should have sent someone more qualified. What does the formation do? Derf asked. It looks for ships? Something like that, Corallo explained. I imagine it's looking for certain parameters. So if we don't send a ship, Derf said, it won't notice us. Well, Corallo shook his head. I doubt it's that narrow. It would probably pick out cultivators. It might even be especially interested in lone cultivators. That said, I might have an idea. Me too, Derf said. What if someone breaks the formation on the opposite side from where we want to go in, and then everyone else sneaks through while they're distracted? If it comes down to it, Velvet said, that might be a good idea, but I think I'd use that as a last resort. Indeed, Corallo nodded, but it might be possible to sneak along with another ship. There are two possibilities. The first is slightly riskier but will ease our escape attempts, among other things. That is, following so closely after another ship that our vessel is assumed to be a part of it. Alternatively, we do the same but with only our persons. I assume our stealth expert can rate the viability of these options better than myself. Velvet thought for a few moments. Our ship's stealth systems are meant to provide complete stealth. That means being noticed at all can screw things up. I don't think I'd make the attempt, unless the other option proves unviable, at least. We need to see how it reacts to transports carrying larger numbers of diverse cultivators. They spent one of their few remaining days just watching the flow of people. In that whole time, one single ship was stopped, some smugglers foolishly trying to slip by, it seemed. That didn't mean anything, though. Perhaps others had slipped through, if security was lax enough. Alternatively, most people just knew better. But some careful observation let them become more familiar with the formation's detection methods. "We'll have to be inside a ship," Velvet declared. "It's too risky otherwise. I can help mitigate the magnitude of our apparent cultivations, but we need to seem as if we belong, which means a ship large enough to not notice 5 temporary passengers. Specifically, if they have to declare number of passengers, it's better if they think it's a rounding error." "So how do we get onto the ship?" Corallo asked. "I doubt they'll open the doors, or let us through their outer formations or the like. We lie in wait," Velvet said. "Then we drop in from subspace." "That's a lot less noticeable than my solution," Shakir said. "Spatial rifts are not subtle. Indeed, they're better for speed, but I believe Alva can help us position ourselves properly. What do you think?" Velvet asked. "Yeah, we'll have to predict their course, and I wouldn't want to do it too close to the planet." Alva shook her head. "But if we do it too early, then we risk being noticed by the people on the ship." "Right," Velvet said. "It will be difficult to hide from their senses while revealing ourselves to the sensors. But a formation might help." "What kind?" Corallo asked. "I have some formation flags, obviously. Some sort of stabilizing or unifying formation. If we were all 100 stars cultivators, I could do it fairly easily," Velvet said. "But it's just 3 of us," she gestured to Alva and Corallo. "We'll need to do some practice runs." Alva waited. She was waiting for a deer. Yeah, she was just hunting deer. She'd done it so many times before. It was familiar, just waiting and watching. Things were slightly different, in that she wasn't going to shoot anything. But she was waiting for her target to be in position for her to do something. She was worried they might change trajectory and force her to scurry at the last moment. Distance tolerances were already tight since she was working with subspace, and she hadn't trained for this particular situation. Maybe she should have, though. It seemed useful. She almost missed it, her senses barely leaking out into normal space. The ship tingled her senses, and she found an empty cabin. She twisted and they dropped out into real space, past the ship's barriers. Derf's shoulder was in the wall. He yanked it out with the sound of splintering wood. Someone banged on the wall next to them. "Can you keep it down? I'm trying to sleep in here." There weren't any other immediate responses, which implied their spatial ripples hadn't been too extreme. Velvet was keeping their energy encapsulated as Corallo rapidly set up a formation. They just had to hope that nobody was looking for something like what he placed, and since it was inside all of the ship's formations, it should hopefully be less obvious. Alva barely noticed any change with the formation active. Velvet had been balancing them marvelously already. Then again, they were expecting high tolerances from the actual detection formations. They should be intersecting with them in about 10 minutes. At this point, Alva could only wait once more, but without the ability to affect their situation. Derf grimaced, poking and prodding at his shoulder. He couldn't use his energy to disintegrate whatever was in there just yet, since they had to keep their energy usage to a minimum. The formation slipped over them. Watching, searching, tensing up wouldn't help, so Alva did her best to look as relaxed as Velvet. Shakir probably was relaxed, which was a whole different thing. Corallo had mentioned some of them might be on watch lists. If their energy signatures were connected to something, they might be picked up even with the alterations they had in place. There was no clear reaction from the formation, but perhaps that would come with a squad of soldiers when they landed. They'd have to pay attention for gathering augmentation cultivators. They hoped their ride was going close to the Citadel, but they couldn't really be picky as there weren't that many ships transporting people, or at least not those with mixed cultivations. Alva hoped nobody noticed the damage to their room. When they landed, Velvet led the group in stepping out into the hall. They clumped around her, into the middle of the pack. Just as they were walking down the gangplank, one of the crew stopped them. "Hey, what room were you?" 27A, Velvet replied immediately. Various senses had been watching the whole ship as people scrambled off, so lying about that was foolish. Her thoughts lingered on the weapons at her waist, though killing this man wouldn't provide much value. They'd have to make a mad dash for the Citadel if something happened here, or come up with a very good excuse. "What the hell did you do to the wall?" the man said. "We have to repair that, which means you need to pay for it." Thoughts flicked through Velvet's head. She settled on a course of action quickly. "Your crappy vessel was like that when we got here. No way we're paying." It was a risk, because arguing might reveal that they weren't supposed to be on the ship at all, but trying to sneak out had been deemed riskier. "You don't have much choice. How much is garbage like that worth anyway?" "It's just wood," Velvet said. "Just wood," the sailor said. "This is a vessel of the finest quality." It wasn't. High-quality vessels weren't packed full of people going between systems. Ultimately, Velvet went back and forth, haggling over the price. She was a troublesome customer, not a stowaway. She didn't push too hard, but she didn't give up right away. Ultimately, overpaying for some wood wasn't as bad as actually causing a commotion. Velvet carefully monitored the reactions of people around them and didn't draw things out too long. Then they were gone, leaving the starport behind. Velvet wondered what the next step was until it fell into her lap as they were passing by a bar. "More buzz," a clearly drunk woman called. "Nobody can tell me not to." Velvet hadn't expected to stumble into anyone of import where they were, still a good few kilometers away from the core of the sect and outside of restricted areas. But here was an augmentation cultivator of some value, according to their information gatherers. Was it Lelka? Velvet tried to recall as much as she could as she approached. "Looks like a good place. You four go on ahead and secure some rooms. I'm gonna get a drink." Chapter 10:16. According to normal logic, cultivators weren't supposed to be so inebriated they could barely sit up straight. However, that was only in a general case. If their body tempering was particularly weak and they never learned to filter alcohol out of their system, it was possible. Of course, for an augmentation cultivator, there was only one possibility that actually made sense. Specifically, choosing to be drunk, which wasn't that odd to see because that was one of several reasons people would come to a bar. Some liked the social aspects, some enjoyed the process of drinking, but sometimes people wanted to be drunk. That was what Velvet observed as Lelka tried to keep herself on a stool, a jug of whatever she was drinking sloshing around in her hand. "Dia know how hard it is to do him job," the woman slurred, waving her jug at the bartender. The man looked highly uncomfortable. "I do not, honored elder. This lowly one would never presume dash. If I wash honored, people would listen to me." Her jug cracked slightly as it collided with the bar. Instead, they just smile and nod. Velvet took a seat at the bar, leaving one space between herself and Lelka. Her information hadn't indicated the woman was like this. Then again, they didn't have a reliable spy network here yet. They were working on it, but they could only trust so much. General information such as names and positions were assumed to be correct but incomplete. "What's your best wine?" Velvet asked, displaying the aura of an integration cultivator. The bartender appeared to be only in spirit building, but would be able to sense that much, which meant he should serve her something within her projected budget, just in case they actually had something better. This was part of a large sect, after all, though not in the very core. The bartender looked relieved to have an excuse to do something else, and hurried off, though it appeared he would return quickly enough. "What do you think, huh?" Lelka turned to directly address Velvet. "About what, if I might ask?" "About me. Or about what other people think about me," the woman said, attempting to take a swing from her jug, but probably getting equal parts alcohol and glass shards. "Well," Velvet shrugged, "everyone respects your position, of course." "Do they?" Lelka said, leaning forward until she was precariously balancing an elbow on the stool between the two of them. "'Cause the Exalted unchose me as a sunny, Asena, a fancy assistant to replace her and didn't even ask if I wanted ta." Velvet had to carefully regulate her reactions as she responded. "I would not claim to know the thoughts of the Exalted One." "Then it's not everyone. But I bet nobody else respects me either. You must be wanted new kids. Nobody else talks to me." Velvet forewent mentioning that Lelka spoke to her first, especially since that might call attention to her manipulations to make that happen. "I haven't been around the main sect much," she explained. That was technically true. Yeah. Lelka's jug crashed to the ground as she tumbled off her stool. A moment later, she was kneeling in the spilled booze and glass shards, propping her head up on the middle stool. Want to see it? See what? Velvet asked. The main sect. Since nobody apper cares about his stuff I do, I gotta show someone. Newbies are good. You can bring two, no? Lelka slapped her hand on the bar. 3 friends. Plus yourself. That's a lot. I'm not quite sure what you mean, Velvet admitted. It's simple. Grand halls, gardens, the throne room, outside the vaults. Lelka grimaced. Because they won't let me see inside. You can't visit the bedrooms, though. Or the baths. Okay, Velvet said. This was, kind of, what she wanted, but she'd really just been looking for a weakness in security or something. It was weird. Just about that time, the bartender returned with a bottle. Lelka snatched it, put it on my tab. Then she shoved it into Velvet's hands. Come on, take it. Lelka staggered to her feet. I'll meet you at the west, or was it south? The near gate. Bring people. The woman pulled herself up off the ground and began to stomp out of the building. Velvet had concerns. Nothing was this easy. Thus, she had to arrange the possibilities in order. From least likely to most likely, fate was entirely on her side and had decided to make things easy. The next most likely was much less favorable, but still manageable. Lelka might be using her in some sort of scheme related to internal politics. The most likely, or at least the one that she had to plan around, was that their infiltration was already compromised. However, any of the scenarios should bring them into the main sect grounds. This might be their only chance, and if they could bring their possibility of success up by any margin, they had to take it. If they were compromised, not showing up would be dangerous. Being part of a scheme could go either way, but it might provide them the necessary opportunity. Striding along the street with an unopened bottle of wine still clutched in her hand, Velvet considered the options. They had to go. Was the invitation for 2 or 3 others part of the trap, intended to separate them into smaller groups? It might be, but if it was a legitimate invitation for some sort of scheme, Velvet needed to pick a particular group. She was automatically included, of course. Then 2 more, Alva and Corallo. The reason for that was because they were the ones who would actually be able to see things. If this was a final assault, they'd need Shakir and Derf, but they wouldn't be far. Hopefully Corallo would be able to disable formations from inside, or have an opportunity to study things. Velvet checked herself one more time, and the bottle of wine. It didn't appear to have any tracking techniques, and there were no strands of energy following either of them. Even so, she found a drunkard of some sort holed up in one of the alleys. She wasn't quite certain how anyone could survive on the streets of a cultivator sect, but maybe he was a spy. Hey, Velvet said. Need a drink? He caught the tossed bottle, looking at it. He sniffed it, popped the cork out with a bit of energy, and took a swig. That seemed like the wrong order to do things in, but Velvet didn't particularly care. This is good, he said. Too bad for me, Velvet said. I'm going into a no-drinking zone. She didn't actually think that was the case, but she wasn't going to keep the bottle with her. Just in case. The vagrant looked at her with pity. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, well, Velvet shrugged. Sometimes you have to deal with circumstances. Not interested in prolonged conversation, she meandered off. She noticed his senses followed her for a block before dropping away. He didn't seem strong, but she wasn't going to assume anything. If every random person around her was stronger than herself, however, then things were already hopeless. So she had to assume only a few of them were capable of ruining their infiltration. Velvet grabbed Alva and Corallo because the other 2 were incapable of creating a believable image of an exalted light disciple. Projecting the energy signatures herself would be too risky. Besides, they should still be within attack range of the 2 if something did go down, though again, they'd have to contend with the local formations. Optimally, they'd learn what they needed to, get out, then form a proper strategy. Most likely, they'd have to take down things from the inside. Velvet ignored the scenarios where they all just died, because those weren't productive. There you are, Lelka said as they arrived at the gates. Imposing and glittering edifices, entirely pointless for stopping intruders except for their ability to carry formation markings. Good, you brought friends. Lelka waved them forward after her. Nobody moved to stop them, and Velvet tried to relax as she passed through the formations. Forget about all that stuff I said, Lelka said, her words much steadier. As the seneschal here, it's my job to show the best side of the Citadel of Exalted Light. Which is this one? She gestured forward. Velvet looked, and while the Citadel itself was indeed poking over the other buildings, it wasn't a particularly impressive view. She couldn't help but frowning slightly. Lelka sighed. Well, I thought it was funny, but maybe we should have been closer. She turned them down one of the streets. Here's the library. Maybe some other day I would be willing to bring you in for a tour and piss off the librarian, but you can check it out yourselves later, once you have credentials as core disciples. Good, they were still doing that. I'm hoping it's soon, Velvet commented. She didn't like how fast Lelka had sobered up. She hoped it was some sort of pill that was now finished, or they might be in trouble with a completely sober guide. Of course, it could have been an act, but she imagined there'd been at least a bit of real intoxication mixed into things to increase the believability. That's how she would have done it. Once alcohol was in the system, it was a bit more difficult to purge. Velvet would have expected some active effort if Lelka was currently doing that, but maybe she couldn't sense it. Training grounds, Lelka said, including an archery range, though in my opinion an archery range is never that exciting because it's just open space, or occasionally a much larger amount of open space. Alva used the excuse of Lelka referencing the training grounds to extend her senses. It looks extravagant. Oh yeah, the rubies really make the rings of the targets pop, Lelka commented. Same with the treasury, but I'm not allowed to change any of that. The bitterness seemed real. That was Velvet's read. She still wasn't sure why this was happening, but if Lelka asked her to assassinate a rival, she'd have to strongly consider it. Though she would of course protest that she was not an assassin. That would be a decent scenario if she wasn't immediately double-crossed. Preferably, Lelka would wait at least a few minutes, and their team could hopefully take advantage of some potential chaos to attack the Citadel. Speaking of which, it loomed over them constantly. It seemed like the sort of structure that would reflect light into people's eyes, but the light seemed to be more intentionally directed instead. She could appreciate that factor, at least. Where was the best place for them to get ambushed? In the Citadel itself? The formations there could probably hide a small army. Well, an army of augmentation cultivators didn't exactly take much space to begin with. Here's the gardens, Lelka said. If I had free time, I'd probably spend a lot of it here. The obviously warded section that's radiating an aura of death is the poison garden. Don't go there without special authorization. The gardens were actually relatively modestly sized, which is to say, just about a square kilometer. Nobody else was in them, but nobody jumped out from behind hedges or chopped through them. Most likely, these were private gardens for the sect head and particular elders. Then again, Lelka's words implied they could visit more of it. If they were actually disciples with access to the core sect, with every step, they got closer to their actual target. Velvet tried not to make it too obvious. Alva was happy to look at everything, which was probably better than pretending like she wasn't looking. Corallo remained somewhat meditative, perhaps passively reading surrounding formations. He wasn't exactly trained for espionage, so he was doing about as good as could be expected. If they weren't already discovered, he'd probably be fine. Chapter 1017. There were more than a few places for people to hide in the actual Citadel itself, despite it being open and made entirely of translucent crystal. Light shone through it, only to hide those with the proper techniques. Velvet could have done the same, if she were not already being observed. No, it might have been possible for her to disappear regardless, but the impact would be far less. She avoided clutching her void steel dagger, or even moving her hand towards it. She detected a number of individuals that might be overcome by their group, though she was somewhat counting on the combat capability of Chakir, who was outside the core sect. Derf was unfortunately still an integration cultivator, which would make his participation more difficult. Here is the Citadel of Exalted Light itself, Lelka said, waving her arm grandly. Isn't it astounding? It is, Velvet admitted. She almost couldn't pick out any signs of formation markings. She hoped Corallo was doing better. If he could destroy something critical the moment they were attacked, when would it be? If the formations were buried beneath other layers, he might be able to communicate to Alva in time. She could hopefully bypass any defenses. Velvet supposed that actual members of the Citadel of Exalted Light might have found the chamber comforting. However, there was a distant feeling that made her uncomfortable. Maybe that was just her own fears, however. We can't approach the throne, Lelka continued. Velvet wondered if that was a weakness, or just because of the status it represented. It would be nice to know. Maybe she should have tried to get Derf and Shakir in here for this. Lelka continued forward, and the other three followed her. The optimal ambush location had already passed. Where were they going? Out a side passage of the Citadel. Perhaps they would be taken to a location more difficult to escape from. Anyway, Lelka said, that's about it. You can have a closer look at some of these places when you're part of the core. Until then, I'm going to have to guide you out. And so she did. Not by the most direct route, Velvet noticed. Was there some meaning to it, or was she just meandering? She tried to pick out formations, but they were constantly surrounded by different flows of energy. Hopefully, Corallo would get more. Then there was the feeling. Velvet wasn't surprised the Citadel felt like Zor, but it was constantly looming over them as they walked. Before she realized, Velvet found herself outside the core sect. I have a sense about the three of you, Lelka commented. You radiate competence. I wouldn't be surprised if all of you became augmentation cultivators. She had to know. I sure hope so, Velvet replied. What was going on? Had they been poisoned at some point? Marked? Somehow? They'd have to be very careful. How about the two of you? Did you enjoy the tour? There were some pretty amazing sights, Alva managed. Corallo stroked his chin. I'm truly impressed by everything I saw. Elegant flows of energy. As you should be, Lelka said. Then, she walked away. Velvet led the group away, carefully poring over every inch of herself and the others. Some senses had followed them from the Citadel, but only as far as the gates. Finally, when Velvet could find nothing and they were in a private room with the others, Corallo having set up a simple but reliable sound negation barrier, Velvet spoke. I don't understand what happened there. She had to have figured out who we were. Velvet grimaced. There's no way, too many coincidences. Are they coming to attack us here? Shakir asked, wriggling the fingers of her right hand in anticipation. Velvet knew that the majority of her blood was released from her artificial arm. When it came down to it, Alva turned her head towards the core. I don't think so, but I'm also confused about that. Corallo? He nodded. I would have liked a longer look at the formations. One moment, he said, pulling out a portable computer. I need to take notes. His fingers were a blur as he input information. It's possible she didn't know we were spies, Derf said. You're pretty good at it, he said to Velvet. Unfortunately, she didn't feel particularly reassured by his confidence. Not good enough to get invited on a tour of the core sect, Velvet said. By a drunk woman complaining about her position who sobered up quickly. Maybe she doesn't like it here? Derf said. That would be a great cover, Velvet said, to then lead us into an ambush and get us killed. But that didn't happen. It doesn't make any sense because she'd have to have everyone else on board with whatever other plan they have, when they could just kill us, or more likely capture us and torture us for information. Velvet had ample ways to commit suicide because she knew too much. Probably Alva and Corallo too, but she wouldn't even ask about it since knowing what they were could be a liability. Shakir would be difficult to take alive. And the most dangerous thing Derf knew was the existence of this mission, probably. She might have to take him out if things went south, for his own good. But they were fine, right now, which was still odd. I do like the idea that she's helping us, Alva said, but I agree about your point on the others. If everyone was in on it, they could take this thing out on their own. Maybe it explodes and they don't want to be around? Derf said. If it was that, Velvet said, I'd gladly take that sacrifice. But any explosions of energy would be purely coincidental, Corallo said. I'll need several hours to analyze these formations, but I think I can find a way through the outer defenses. I'll try to pick out a few weak points on the Citadel. However, we still need to confirm that it's actually this anchor we're looking for. Oh, definitely, Velvet said. There's a flow of Zor's energy through it. Alva nodded in agreement. I was more focused on the formations, so I'll take your word for it, Corallo said. I had expected it to be stronger. It might be weakened by distance, Velvet said. I really hope so. If destroying this thing can cause them any sort of setback, it will be worth it. We just need to finalize our plans. And when we attack, Alva added. Just tell me where to cut, Shakir said, settling down to wait. Crystal should be brittle, right? Derf said. I think I'll be pretty decent at smashing it. Corallo nervously presented his findings. I wish I could confer with another formation master, or especially Katarina. There could be hidden layers I was unable to discern hidden beneath the surface. But what I do see isn't insurmountable. Let me draw it out. We can force our way through the defenses here, he began. If there are any weak materials protected by a strong barrier, Velvet said, my weapon should be optimal for that scenario. Right, Corallo said. And if the barrier isn't infused into somewhere, I can just bypass it, Alva said. Even if they have first-order subspace protections, they probably won't stop me. Shakir had already expressed her ability to cut anything, which was just about as true as it could get, though nothing was universal. A sufficient level of upper energy would stop her, though it might be inefficient. Overwhelming power would still triumph. Derf's destructive power was a different kind than her, so it was a valuable alternative. It was a shame he wasn't an augmentation cultivator, and that Sly could not have come instead, but the circumstances dictated he was one of the best choices. All right, Corallo said. It's disappointingly straightforward. I don't think we can be subtle about this. We'll have to rush in, trying to avoid fight. Otherwise, we need to make them short. I need to reach the Citadel to help dismantle things, but Alva should be able to hit her targets from, well, here actually. But we'll want you inside the barrier leading to the core, in case it flickers back to life. The only thing left to do was to go. But first, they needed to rest. They couldn't afford to wait terribly long, but they needed to be at their peak. They set up a watch, nervously feeling for any concentrations of cultivators approaching their rented room. Velvet's void steel dagger slipped through the outer barrier, creating a long mark just as Corallo had described. She wasn't entirely sure the full extent of its purpose, but it certainly disrupted the flow of energy along the wall where they were. Everyone had to notice that. Everyone nearby, at least. Velvet was keeping a haze of nothingness over their group, hindering senses, but that just kept enemies from precisely targeting them. The reactions were pretty much instantaneous. Augmentation cultivators perked up instantly, and integration cultivators were most likely present by the dozens or hundreds. Shakir sliced open a rift in space, allowing them to cross the remaining kilometers to their destination in a shorter instant than the other augmentation cultivators. As for why they didn't begin with that, the technique was obvious enough that it would have revealed them just as much. The outer barrier might have restricted it slightly, and if they had an opportunity to flee, they really wanted the barrier disabled. Even if it was most likely a suicide mission, they still wanted to aim for a proper success. They didn't go straight for the Citadel. Indeed, according to what Corallo had determined, critical pieces of the core formations were placed throughout the area. However, they wouldn't all need to be dismantled. Or more realistically, they couldn't afford to make the attempt. Breaking important pieces would had to do, which led them to the gardens. They might be falling right into enemy plans, some deeper trap they hadn't uncovered, but they had to do what they thought best. Derf's hammer smashed into a statue, shattering it. Shakir cut a long gash through the garden, through flowers, hedges, and path. In theory, it extended to another critical point. With two damaged, the grand formation could become extremely unstable or fail entirely. Alva's arrows went in all directions, disappearing the instant they left her bow. Even Velvet couldn't tell where they were going until they arrived. Then the explosions of energy were fairly clear. Corallo scratched a particular disruptive mark before they moved on. Beams of light struck towards the Citadel, and then towards them. Velvet sliced apart one of the incoming beams, the energy in it breaking down when it touched void steel and becoming nothing. Shakir also cut a few, in the same stroke that she formed another spatial rift. Derf took a hit in his shoulder, but it was only for an instant. Alva remained in the gardens as the others reached the Citadel. Her task was now to focus on enemies. Any integration cultivators she felt she could take down quickly were good, and harassing any of the dozen or so augmentation cultivators she felt would be good as well. She noticed a conspicuous absence of one Lelka. Where was the seneschal hiding? Velvet watched Derf crush an inlay part of the formation, and she felt the power surrounding the Citadel flicker. Chakir held a blade of blood, nearly infinitely thin but twice her height. She sliced downward with such power that Velvet thought it would have been a good effort for cutting the planet in half. The line of energy struck the Citadel and faded into nothing, as if a toy sword scratching at a fortified door. Energy thrummed from the Citadel. Not just any energy, but the full power of a domination cultivator. Was Zor here? A moment of panic, then acceptance. But no, Velvet only felt the energy infusing the structure. The problem was, with just the 5 of them, it might as well have been completely invincible. No wonder he wasn't worried about going a realm away to assault the Scarlet Alliance. Their entire plan was pointless from the start. Then Derf smashed his hammer into the Citadel, so hard that it shattered. His hammer, unfortunately, but it also knocked down half of the neighboring buildings. He wasn't exactly successful, but Velvet credited him for not giving up. Chapter 10:18. The assault on the Scarlet Alliance came almost precisely on schedule. That wasn't due to any clever manipulation on their part, it was simply their enemies sticking to their pace. They didn't linger, nor try to speed up to throw off the Alliance's timing. Maybe the Exalted Quadrant would come to regret that later. For the moment, they had sufficient power to be confident in their assault. After all, the last time they only retreated because of the interference of another domination cultivator. Since then, it had only been a couple centuries. They didn't expect much change. Frankly, that was one of their biggest flaws. It was unfortunate that they couldn't connect the enemy directly to Xianxia. The planetary defenses there were several times better than at the border, but they simply hadn't completed the necessary project. It wasn't even guaranteed to work even if they'd had the time. There were quite a few different sects in attendance, though the Citadel of Exalted Light still made up the bulk of their number. Zorbarid's initial reason to hate the Scarlet Alliance, the capture of Nadzia, was long gone. He had learned that Everhart was at fault, and even clashed with the man. But the mere fact that they had resisted was reason enough for Zor to want to strike at the Scarlet Alliance again. Most likely, that was the same for the whole of the Exalted Quadrant. They just couldn't stand anyone who thought they could match up. The initial assault was about what was expected. Ships poured into the system one after another, carrying cultivators. That, then, was where they had their greatest failure. Instead of waiting for the incoming ships to approach any of the planets, even though orbital platforms would give the Alliance a defensive advantage, their own fleets rushed towards the approaching enemies. Ships began to fall one after another, except those that contained particularly powerful cultivators. Though their inhabitants wouldn't suddenly perish just because the ship they were on was destroyed, it did make them vulnerable as many of them weren't proficient in maneuvering in empty space. The ships were more or less just to carry people between systems and nothing else. Meanwhile, the Scarlet Alliance's ships were all made to augment the power of the cultivators that rode in them. Some of their cultivators were still more efficient without a ship, but they had a great many able to take down the majority of the enemy ships and the free-floating cultivators that survived their destruction. Of course, there were numerous powerful integration cultivators among their enemy, and they weren't lacking in augmentation cultivators either. Zazel and Tano clashed against enemies from the Void Blades and the Forest of Death. Some of the few decent ships the enemy showed in the first wave were manned by members of the Worthy Shore Society. Though the cultivators of Cerritos had broken away from them, the main sect was still part of the Exalted Quadrant. Their formations were higher tier, making their ships more durable. Hoyt and Prospero took that as something of a challenge, making the best use of falling stars that they could. Solar energy crashed into the ships, and while they were able to endure, indeed, even sharing barriers between ships, simply enduring wasn't sufficient. The enemy wasn't without their own strengths, of course. Aside from having tens of augmentation cultivators, numbers the Scarlet Alliance still found difficult to match. They had a few exceptional individuals as well. That included Kygel from the Hardened Crown sect. The old woman might have been even more scraggly than before, though perhaps that didn't mean anything. Either way, the power her body held was real. She seemed intent to crush as much of the Scarlet Alliance as she could as rapidly as possible. She was particularly interested in one of the larger ships and had been kicking, punching, and headbutting her way through the fleet towards it. Finally, she had an open path and charged straight towards it. Obviously, she sensed Sly coming, but she didn't change anything. His fist met hers head-on with a great pulse of energy cracking across the battlefield. "I'm surprised," Sly said. "I thought you were strong once." "I am strong, brat," Kygel said. Energy rippled off of her in great waves as she stared him down. "Don't think I haven't gotten stronger since last time, either." "Nah," Sly said. She kicked him in the side of the head. Two things cracked. One was part of his skull, one was her ankle. Sly didn't move, even though slowly absorbing the force of the blow would have been optimal from a certain perspective. "See, the thing is, I've been here the whole time." "So?" Kygel said. "It's not like this region is particularly affluent with upper energy." "First, you're wrong about that," Sly retorted. "Second, I noticed you haven't been here in the last 2 centuries. And I realized that's because you're afraid to go anywhere without your dear leader." "Humph. You think I'd believe your alliance wouldn't have banded together to take me down?" "You know they wouldn't have," Sly said, taking a punch straight to his chest. Ribs cracked, and one knuckle. Not that they would have needed to anyway. "Because you see, I'm a sect head." "I heard about your dumb Harder Crown sect," Kygel spat. "But I don't see much. You'll be ground into powder soon." "At least I'm actually the head of a sect instead of just a lackey of some other sect," Sly said. "Also," he beckoned her closer conspiratorially. Then he slammed his head directly into hers. Yes, it was better to try to smash her nose through her brain. But then he wouldn't make his point. "My head is harder, so everything else you say is invalid." Engineer Uzin watched the battle between Kygel and Sly from the rear. He honestly didn't know if Sly remembered that he was supposed to be delaying Kygel to the best of his abilities, not actually trying to fight her. But he seemed to be doing pretty well, all things considered. His body wasn't being destroyed particularly faster than his opponent's. The instruments on the panel in front of him indicated everything was in order. Good. It was time to start drawing out the enemy's true strength. Even their fleets had to be better than this. And of course, Zor should be somewhere among them. Kygel was decent cover. Obviously, her physical form didn't do much, but she provided great confidence for the area behind her. So they weren't ready when Uzin's ship fired upon several of their strongest cultivators, beams of energy empowered by thousands of cultivators aboard. That wasn't enough to kill augmentation cultivators directly, but when they were locked in combat, people like Tano had the beast-like reflexes to take advantage of such an opening. Kygel clearly wanted to block the attacks, but Sly had drawn her into a headlock, and thus her significant quantities of energy were focused on dealing with that. Enemy ships continued arriving, but they were cut down nearly as fast as they arrived. And not just by ships. There was a particular eagle flying among the various cultivators. Oh, and some extremely odd fish. None of the cultivators from Acheris were augmentation cultivators, but they were all unique enough to throw off their enemies. Thinking of them as mere beasts or some sort of bonded companion was a good way to get killed. There were other factors at play as well. Though the number of integration cultivators appeared to be balanced, many of the exalted quadrants were from the upper realms. While it was not an insurmountable position to make up for the way ascension affected an individual, it was significant enough. And the Scarlet Alliance had over a dozen strong systems to call upon from the Lower Realms Alliance, plus a small portion from the Shining Cooperative. Meanwhile, over the last cycle, the Exalted Quadrant had lost a good handful of those very same systems, as the Lower Realms Alliance would no longer allow them to maintain a foothold since their initial betrayal on Cerritos. If they had been willing to live together, they could have even had a greater number of recruits. Instead, they lost out. They doubtless had others beyond the reach of the Lower Realms Alliance, but that was spread through many different sections. It wasn't something they couldn't make up for, but each additional factor in the Scarlet Alliance's favor gave them more of a fighting chance. Now, where was that blasted domination cultivator? Was he going to wait until the rest of his forces were defeated? That would actually be quite convenient, though the Scarlet Alliance couldn't exactly go all out until he was present. Katerina and Timothy especially would be waiting around for nothing. Then an alarm beeped. Ah, there he was. What excellent timing. Zor moved at a speed surpassing light, cutting through a dozen ships on the way to Uzan. The grand ship was barely able to withstand the blow, being blasted backwards towards the planet they were defending. Uzan was quite proud of his work. The structural integrity was still sufficient to take another few blows, though of course the complexity of the formations helped. The adaptive barrier was tuned to Zor, which was probably necessary to avoid complete annihilation. Though Uzan wasn't particularly fond of battle, he'd been needed for this. The Scarlet Alliance couldn't afford to hold back in this war. Preferably, they would end it early, though that somewhat depended on factors out of their hands for now. Either way, Uzan was part of the local plans, so he focused all of the weapons on Zor. As expected, he shone brighter than a star and came out without a scratch. But instead of killing off their augmentation cultivators, vulnerable on the battlefield, he chased Uzan. The second hit tore a hole right through the center of the ship. That wasn't great, but the barriers kept the atmosphere in, and there were backups. Shame about the crew, though. A portion of them were wiped out. Even so, none of them lost determination. Uzan guided their will into one final attack, blasting Zor in the chest. He charged forward. Uzan saw his demise. Then the man disappeared. Katarina grimaced. Someone had to be inside the formation, and she'd done her best to convince Timothy it should have been her. Then he had to ruin all her arguments with a single line. I have a shield. She could hold a shield. That's how she should have responded. Instead, she was standing on the outside of the formation. It was precisely made, tuned to Zor's energy specifically. An ultimate suppression formation. A pulse of energy. That wasn't a good sign. But it wasn't the worst possibility either. It had been 10 seconds, and Zor hadn't broken out of the formation yet. That meant it was working, at least a little. 20 seconds, another pulse. Katarina's heart squeezed tight, but something told her the worst hadn't happened. The next pulse came at 28 seconds, then faster and faster, until light began breaking out of the formation. She clamped down on it, modifying the way it reacted. Domination cultivators were such cheaters. Nobody should have that much power. The formation exploded just shy of the 1-minute mark. Katarina thought it did pretty good. Look, even Timothy was still standing there. He was still alive, at least. The hole through his lower torso wasn't immediately life-threatening. And of course Zor stood there, looking uninjured. Katarina blinked. Zor had a cut on his cheek. She was supposed to activate a secondary formation now, but she couldn't help but voice her surprise. Timothy, you injured him? Timothy stood tall and straight, his shield scattering a constant beam of light that Zor was shooting towards him. I most certainly did not. It just happened. At that, Zor became curious. He idly raised a hand. The other still pointed at Timothy, attempting to disintegrate him, almost casually. His fingers touched blood, and he looked at them. A very complex expression came across Zor's face. The main thing Katarina recognized was rage as the secondary formation bloomed around Zor, Timothy, and one other, standing nearby. Too bad their optimal projections hadn't succeeded. Zor could have been dead, and Katarina wouldn't have had to watch her husband and son face off against the deadliest enemy their alliance had ever seen. Chapter 1019. Did it make sense that a domination cultivator's anchor was imbued with their power, and thus might require a similar level of power to destroy? Yes. Was it extremely unfortunate to discover that when deep in enemy territory trying to do that very thing? Also yes. Cultivators rushed towards the infiltration team from all over. Was this why Lelka hadn't bothered to spring the trap? Because their goal was pointless anyway? Velvet hated that thought, but she had to accept it as a possibility, even as she erased her own presence. Oh, she wasn't planning to abandon those with her. She just found it more efficient to kill enemies who couldn't see her coming. Preferably, they wouldn't even notice she attacked until she had moved on to another area. It was a delicate balance, striking with her void blade and immediately replacing an opponent's sensations with an illusion. They would likely feel an instant of pain, but when it went away they might think nothing of it, at least for a second. That was all she needed. Velvet picked out the most threatening enemies, not necessarily the strongest overall, but those she could reach. One such individual was an augmentation cultivator. She found it worth the risk to plunge her dagger all the way into his eye and deep into his brain. In the last instant of the man's life, he recognized something and created a wave of upper energy, blinding light that filled the area around him. Velvet didn't hesitate to make a mad dash away as 100 attacks were launched at the surrounding area a moment later. Fortunately, she managed to drop lingering motes of light that would have revealed her location. Corallo was having decent success, turning the local formations against their enemies. He wasn't in complete control, but he took advantage of the formation's excellent abilities to manipulate light. That was what the Citadel of Exalted Light was all about. So of course they were prepared to defend against similar abilities. Or their own, as it turned out. Corallo was holding in place a smooth barrier, powered primarily by the Citadel's own formations. Alva was within the same barrier, picking off targets outside, her arrows skipping through subspace instead of disturbing the barrier. A barrier that was meant to be one-directional had weaknesses that could be exploited, and she knew that. Unsurprisingly, Shakir hadn't seemed to consider sheltering in the barrier for a single instant. She was instead wading through a great many disciples of the Exalted Light, a whirling dervish of death. She cared not that their assaults came in the form of intangible energy, as she would sever such things as easily as she cut through their bodies. 1,000 razor-thin blades, made of her own blood, were a vortex around her, expanding with every moment. For one instant, an augmentation cultivator stood facing her, a blade of pure light in her hand. The next instant, the exalted light cultivator had crossed the entire width of the core sect, a rift of light following behind her and slicing the grounds in two. Shakir didn't seem to have moved a single millimeter in the exchange, until her right arm fell to the ground. She cocked her head, looking through the rift in the buildings where the woman stood over a kilometer away. Then Shakir shook her head. Velvet was too far to clearly make out why the other woman fell, but Shakir's artificial arm reached out to grab an incoming enemy by the ankle. Not that she would have let getting an arm cut off stop her anyway. Though the chaos of battle had only lasted a few minutes, Velvet already thought they were doing quite well to have survived. However, it was entirely possible they should have fled immediately. But they still had someone stubbornly attempting to bring down the Citadel. Derf, largely ignored, was punching the crystalline structure. His hammer had already broken previously, and needless to say his fist was far less of a threat. Yet he seemed determined that if he hit it right, it might do something. No, it wasn't just him. Corallo was manipulating some of the incoming attacks towards the Citadel, testing how the translucent structure responded to incoming beams. Alva continued to try to attack it, and a portion of Shakir's efforts were also focused on attacking it. Unfortunately, none of that mattered. Velvet highly doubted that Void Steel would be effective against a domination cultivator's strength, and it was a weak enough material she couldn't afford to swing recklessly. However, Corallo had pointed out some parts of the formation that she might attack. She just had to slip inside. It wasn't exactly safe, but she felt compelled to try. Everything was protected by Zor's energy. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling, her void steel dagger dragging across upper energy so durable when it normally cut through it like air. She couldn't even reach the formation markings, but she continued to adjust her angle. Then, somehow, she felt a moment of weakness. She didn't bother to try to find out what it was. She just reacted with instinct. That wasn't her regular method of operation, but in a place like this, it was all she could do. She stabbed down with all of her might, trying to disrupt the remaining energy. Her void steel cut through the rest and into a section of the formation. Alva's arrows appeared around Velvet, striking more of the Citadel at the same time. Corallo's energy spread throughout the area, sending the protective formations off balance. A thin line suddenly split along the center of the Citadel. Shakir stood there grinning, even as she was impaled by several spears of light. Blood shot from her wounds, stabbing into everything around her as she fell to her knees. Even Derf punched the wall and made a small crack in the crystal. They'd far underestimated what they needed, and Derf didn't have a weapon that could support him. A nearby augmentation cultivator seemed to take the greatest offense at an integration cultivator daring to defile the symbol of their sect. In the same instant Derf made his small crack, the man sliced into Derf's left shoulder, severing his arm. Velvet should have been there to protect him. As if she could. Her own strength was only so much. Zor's energy returned to the Citadel in a huge wave, blasting Velvet out of the Citadel with a huge flash of light. Their best chance to destroy it, and from almost every angle it looked perfectly fine. One good crack, a couple broken formation markings, and a thin cut almost impossible to see. Something grabbed Velvet as she was swept outside by the burst of energy. Her eyes were blinded from the flash, and her energy senses were shot for that instant, but she could still hear. "You've got to fix your concealment," Derf said calmly. She heard him hit the Citadel again, causing the surroundings to rock. Velvet felt something splash on her face. That's not gonna work. I've gotta go." Her senses got back in order, just in time to feel Derf jump away. Normally, the formations would have prevented him from just escaping, but he flew without anything impeding him. Velvet didn't judge him for just leaving, carrying his arm with him. That was odd. Velvet dipped her finger into the slight wetness on her face. Blood wasn't new to her, but it was still a bit disturbing. She wondered why she hadn't been killed for her moment of stillness. Then she realized she was standing in a crater. The Citadel was buried perhaps 50 meters below the surroundings. When had that happened? Was it Derf? Unfortunately, it didn't look like the structure had been damaged, just the foundation below, and a good portion of the core sect, of course. Timothy didn't turn his head towards his son. Before the battle, he'd asked Chitty how long he needed, and the answer had been simple: as long as he could manage. But most important was that Zor fight as close to full power as possible. The first formation had lasted a minute. Timothy knew this one was less effective for keeping Zor contained, or even for bolstering his own energy. Having all of the rest of their augmentation cultivators here would have been nice, but that would only help for a moment. So instead, Timothy charged forward as Chitty began slowly moving closer. "Really, you're still trying?" Zor rolled his eyes. "I guess I can make another hole in you. How many will it take before you fall?" Zor flicked out with a single finger, striking the point of Timothy's sword and crumpling it. The difference in energy was simply that much, even with the formation bolstering him. Then Zor lashed out with a kick, striking Timothy's shield. Well, he was aiming for his chest and Timothy blocked. He staggered back 2 steps. His arm was already broken, and he was using a good portion of his energy to maintain its structure. His shield was made of little more than hopes and dreams right now, and sadly not in the way he might have preferred. If it was actually made of smithied hopes and dreams, it would have been better. Instead, it was some sort of world heart mixture, using just a tiny amount of the rare and often problematic substance. Chitty took another step forward, though there wasn't a floor around, so he was simply flying. Zor finally took notice of him. Obviously, a cultivator as powerful as him wouldn't actually miss anything in his surroundings, but he had previously disregarded him. "Normally, I wouldn't waste my breath, but your audacity," Zor said. "A simple life transformation cultivator dares approach me? You could not cut me even if I completely lowered my defenses. And you must realize that your eyelids will not protect you from my divine light." He raised a hand, a flash 100 times brighter than a sun coming from him. Timothy's mind whirled, even though he got only a small portion of it as his mind tried to compensate for what was happening. He could vaguely sense Zor stabbing out towards Chitty with a single finger. Not that the motion had anything to do with the attacks he could unleash. Then Timothy felt nothing. The world was darkness, his eyes blinded. Only vacuum surrounded him, cutting off hearing. And energy? For the briefest moment, it was nothing at all. It returned in a flash, and the formation collapsed. The instant Zor's energy had begun functioning fully, he was suddenly in another place, nearly to the edge of the system. The formation hadn't held him in place at all. Timothy hadn't recovered his sight, but he sensed something left behind. A grotesque hunk of flesh that appeared to be half of an index finger and a thumb, severed cleanly from the wrist. Blood trickled from Timothy's lips as he tried to move, to throw himself in front of Chitty. Zor would destroy him in an instant, but instead, he didn't stop at the edge of the system. Nor had he simply concealed his energy and hidden himself. Timothy, no, the entire battlefield, could sense Zor fleeing at top speed, making use of all of his energy. The great presence he radiated spoke of extreme power. Yet everyone knew, now, that Zor was not strong. Not truly. The strong did not fear for their lives, even if they were about to perish. A corner fell off the Citadel, sliding smoothly and crashing to the ground. It first fell on the edge of the core sect above before toppling into the crater, shattering to pieces. Shakir grinned, even though she hadn't been the one to cut it. Then she laughed, blood streaming from all parts of her body and dancing wildly around her. Did you see that? Did you weaklings? My apprentice just completely wrecked your sect master. The taunt did not go over well with the remaining enemy cultivators. They had forced the remaining 4 to huddle together, Shakir still just outside the barrier. The only thing that saved her was Corallo extending it to cover her as beams of radiant energy converged on her. Alva cursed. That was the perfect opportunity and I missed it. Velvet nodded. The explosion that had flung her out of the Citadel itself felt like forever ago, but was probably a matter of a minute or less. That had taken a lot out of her. I couldn't do anything. Me neither, Shakir sighed. I was going to create a nice perpendicular cut, too, or preferably turn that thing into eighths, but I was too slow. You should probably get some of that blood back inside of you, Velvet said. Too late, Shakir shrugged. If you see Derf again, tell him he can have my arm. Though it's the wrong side. A dozen integration cultivators trying to slip past the barrier were cut down. Even so, there were a number of fresh augmentation cultivators waiting outside for the 4 of them to weaken. At least Derf got away. That was what Velvet thought, until she felt a surge of energy from him, all the way on the opposite side of the planet. What was he doing there? Chapter 1020. The first thing Derf knew was that he couldn't break the Citadel. He wasn't sure why it was so strong, but it seemed to have the power of a domination cultivator protecting it. He obviously wasn't strong enough to crush it, whatever the reason. He'd hit it as hard as he could, and the only thing he accomplished was shoving it into the ground, which is why he was implementing one of their other plans. With everyone focused on attacking the people around the Citadel, they had mostly just let him pass by. That wasn't quite true, but the few integration cultivators who threw themselves at him got smacked out of the way by his arm that he was carrying in his other arm. It wasn't more durable, exactly. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't have gotten cut off. But it was suited for his needs and really good at channeling his energy. So he took it to the other side of the planet and swung it either down or up at the bottom of the Citadel. Derf realized he might have been able to dig underneath it or something and achieve a similar effect. But somehow, this felt more right. He had experience hitting a planet-sized object, after all. Now he was just doing it again. His attack landed in whatever direction it was going, hitting the planet into the Citadel resting on top of it. That was what Derf wanted to do, so that was what he did. A little bit of the planet also crumbled around where he was, but mostly the other thing. It was really easy to feel where the Citadel was. It was the source of all the crazy domination energy. It popped off the planet and flew towards the sun. Vaguely. He didn't exactly have a lot of control over the accuracy. He was just lucky it was the right time of day to even have the sun in that direction. The Citadel was big, and getting it moving fast was difficult. But with a good shove from the planet, Derf thought it could get there. Until it stopped. Just stopped. Ah man. Derf collapsed into the crater around him. It sure was tiring to use that much energy all at once, especially after putting his all into his previous attempts that didn't do much. He didn't mind that he would probably die here, but he would have liked to reach augmentation in a fortuitous moment, or actually accomplish their objective. Shakir had gotten in a good cut, but that didn't seem to do it. The Citadel rocketed out of the ground, though the ground tremors that came with it were also a concern. Alva watched it fly up, soon becoming a tiny point in the sky. Then it stopped suddenly. If she had to guess, Zor exercised some sort of control over his anchor. Hopefully, that distracted him at some critical moment or something. There had been a momentary lapse in its defense, but it seemed to be over. Alva doubted it would happen again. There went our target, she said. No reason to stay here. Good point, Shakir said. Get to the ship. I'll get Derf. A line of blood slashed apart space, creating a vortex as the vacuum pulled on the gathered cultivators. Then another rift appeared, and the group split. Their goal was to destroy the Citadel. It had admittedly been a long shot without a full fleet or some sort of superweapon. Now that they couldn't do that, they might as well survive. Alva stepped through to space with Velvet and Corallo. They weren't far from where their ship was, obscured by being near nothing of interest and its own stealth systems. A moment later, Derf was chucked through a rift, along with 3 arms. One attached to his right shoulder, as it should have been. One was his other arm. The third was Chikir's arm. But she didn't come with it. The beacon of energy from the planet explained why. She wasn't leaving. Spikes of sword and tint punctuated her attacks, and just as disciples of the exalted light began to seek out the energy of the 4 of them, there was one final burst. Blood-red energy appeared in a ring around the planet, then seemingly did nothing. Even so, Alva shivered at how much power was called on at once. Then she realized the ring was the aftermath of the attack. It hadn't circled around the planet menacingly, but instead had burst out of it. Alva's senses could stretch just far enough to feel the grand scale of things. A planet severed in 2, and Chikir's energy fading away. When her senses returned to herself, she spun her bow towards the ship. "Careful," a voice said. "We wouldn't want your escape to be hindered by damaging it." The woman's form appeared in front of their ship, the one individual who had been conspicuously missing the whole time. "So you did figure us out," Velvet said. "Or at least, an illusion of her." Alva wasn't quite certain, but that was her suspicion. "We track the ships entering our systems more strictly than we want anyone to believe," Lela said. "We still almost missed you. But a slight anomaly, followed by our watchers at the starport? That was sufficient. But I'm not here to talk." "Planning to kill us?" Velvet asked. No doubt she was moments away from slitting Lela's throat. Alva wondered if she should distract her. "Now, why would I want to do that? This ship is my best ticket out of here. Why would we risk trusting you?" Alva asked. "Because you're exhausted and risk people finding this ship if we fight. And by risk, I mean I'd explode in a very clear manner, such that only the most incompetent individuals couldn't track you down. Why not just try to kill us then?" Alva countered. "Because I'd rather survive, and that's what happens if I stay here. Just slower, if this whole thing hadn't happened." "You'll have to let us restrain you," Velvet said. "Make an oath not to kill me," Lela countered. "I swear not to kill you while you're not a threat," Velvet agreed. Lela clicked her tongue. "That'll have to do given the time crunch." She turned her arms to the side, where shackles immediately clacked around her wrists. "The shackles gave you away, by the way." Velvet appeared in her actual position once she was confident Lela's energy was properly restrained, having moved to behind Lela's initial facing. "That's the energy negation. Can't do much about it." "I do believe we should be moving along," Corallo said, reaching out towards the ship. "The shock of that," he gestured vaguely back towards the planet, "will only last so long." 5 people piled into the small airlock on the ship, though they didn't wait for the chamber to properly pressurize, just the outer doors to close. Such safety protocols could be bypassed in emergencies, and on ships where the only expected travelers should be cultivators who could survive in space. "Chikir?" Velvet asked as a sort of question, looking towards Alva. Alva shook her head. She'd need to have either energy or blood in her body, and she had neither. "I'm pretty sure she was disintegrated a moment later." The ship was moving, but local vessels were scrambling into action. "Will they be able to track us?" Velvet asked Lela. "Not precisely, but we have enough to scour the area. And that spatial rift should have been sensed by at least a few people with high enough accuracy." "Should we change our escape route?" Velvet wondered. "I know you probably don't trust me, but I'd say you shouldn't," Lela commented. "I didn't hear anything of your approach, though I'd predicted a chance of countermeasures." "Yeah, you're gonna have to be kept out of the cockpit," Velvet said. Lela shrugged. "I was just following people, and I'll definitely die if this ship gets blasted apart. I'll determine your true intentions later." "Alva?" "I'll watch her," Alva agreed. The unmitigated flight of Zorbarids, sect master of the Citadel of Exalted Light, came with a tremendous shift in morale. The Scarlet Alliance hadn't been particularly hopeless, confident in their plans, but knowing they faced off against tremendous foes. Their foes, however, had been more than confident in their victory. Then a third of them turned to flee the moment Zor did. Perhaps they were the smart ones, because only a small portion of them died in their haste. Others had hesitated, not truly believing Zor would flee. But his energy signature was more than clear, able to be felt even as he went further and further out of the system. It didn't matter to the Scarlet Alliance precisely why he was running. All they knew was that without him, they were at a sudden advantage, even before their enemies began to flee en masse. With enemy ships having been destroyed in great quantities, each cultivator fleeing did so as an individual instead of part of a greater whole. Some broke into a fighting retreat, vaguely covering the others with them whether intentionally or not. But overall, their various speeds were staggered. Those who were slower fell far behind the rest in mere moments, and the Scarlet Alliance formed uniform battle lines that pressed in on their foes. When they could, they focused on augmentation cultivators. That would cause the greatest damage to the Exalted Quadrant, each of their deaths being precious. The rest? The enemy had nearly limitless populations to draw upon, and they would hardly be missed. But of course, augmentation cultivators tended to be the sturdiest and the fastest, so most of them were able to flee, except for Kygel, who was still wrestling with Sly, not by her choice. His body was broken and bruised, with wounds far sufficient to kill most cultivators. But the smile on his face was as big and bright as it could be. "Look at that. There goes the big guy." Kygel responded by stabbing her fingers into his gut, creating a sharpened blade of energy. She reached only a centimeter deep before Slice muscles clamped down around her fingers, his energy flooding his body. Then two palms crushed Kygel's head. She was focused first on escape, second on Sly. Prasad of the Thousand Palm sect had no qualms taking advantage of her distraction. Even with that, he couldn't have killed her from full power, but Sly had been fighting with her the whole battle, and others had already taken advantage of that to wear down Kygel. Prasad just happened to be the final one. "That totally counts as Slice kill," Tano commented. Prasad just shrugged. He was not interested in the kill count. He just wanted to maintain his security, and eradicating their enemies was the best way to do so. He hadn't actually expected any of their plans to drive off a domination cultivator to succeed, but Prasad was more than happy to be pleasantly surprised at the results. Zor's energy faded beyond the senses of all but the very best of them. "I don't think he's coming back," Prospio commented to Hoyt beside him. Katerina had used her husband's own blood to put together a formation that was stabilizing his condition. He just smiled at her with a hole through him. "You're not allowed to die," Katerina said. "Wasn't planning to," Timothy retorted painfully. Chitty was currently trying to figure out how to put his adjustable shackles on a singular thumb and forefinger. They tightened down to quite narrow, but not that narrow. Then again, they did their job without perfect contact. Also, he was fairly certain there was nothing special about them. Zor didn't seem to have been a particularly advanced body cultivator of any sort. "I can't believe you did that," Katerina said. "Well, I mean, that you had great confidence in me, but it was an impossible task," Chitty nodded. "I wasn't the one who caused the first wound, though." "Indeed," Katerina frowned. "I wonder who did." "Shakir, obviously," Chitty replied. The cut on his forehead made that very clear. A shame she couldn't do more, but I expect the circumstances on the far end were difficult. His thoughts were clearly on the far end, but he expressed no further opinion on how he thought things had gone. Most likely, if it had been a complete success, there would have been a more drastic result. But they hadn't actually expected to successfully kill a domination cultivator. They were just trying everything they could and hoping something worked. Though now, they didn't feel as if they could lose against Zor in particular ever again. He lacked the proper conviction to concern them, and hopefully, his injuries would make him weaker for a long period of time. Chapter 1021. The personal effects of Lelka were being combed through one at a time by Corallo with the intention to provide certainty she wasn't being tracked somehow. With the restraints negating her energy, they didn't sense anything being transmitted, but it would be foolish to assume. They had considered simply tossing everything she had. However, most of it was too valuable not just from the perspective of material cost or the like, but also the insights it could provide into the enchantment style of the Citadel of Exalted Light. Alva was watching Lelka herself, who seemed to be meditating to pass the time. She couldn't gain any benefits without access to her energy, but with no way to entertain herself, just passing time more quickly might be valuable. Derf had returned to consciousness and was carefully examining his severed arm and the mechanical arm Shakir had left behind. Velvet was piloting the ship, nominally at least. It only needed input every time they reached a new system, unless something went wrong. Why? Derf asked, holding up the arm. That's a big question, Velvet said. Why couldn't we complete our mission? Why did Shakir remain behind? Derf shook his head. Why leave her arm to me? We barely knew each other. Also, it's the wrong arm. Maybe a whim. Not everything she did was part of a well-thought-out, viable long-term plan. Sometimes, she just wanted to cut a planet in half. If Shakir had been left behind on a planet full of a trillion sword cultivators who wanted to kill her, then regardless of what Alva had seen, Velvet wouldn't necessarily believe she was dead. However, the state Shakir had been in before the end and the unsuitable combat environment indicated that perhaps she really was. May I look at the arm? Velvet asked. Derf tossed it over. It has a lot of weird little holes. They're to replicate pores. Shakir found it quite useful for her style. Velvet held the arm in her hand. It still felt sharp, like it might try to cut her to pieces at any time. But it wasn't the same as Shakir herself, more like a remnant. Could they do something with this? Was it even valuable to modify it to fit Derf's left arm? That one was the most suspect, because he still had his other arm. Whenever Derf wasn't messing around with it, they were doing their best to preserve it. It was actually quite likely they could reattach it eventually. They had both technological methods and those based around cultivation. Maybe the arm didn't mean anything. If it did, Velvet certainly couldn't figure it out. She tossed it back to Derf, who let it clatter on the floor next to him. I don't know if I could use it, he said. I respect Shakir's intent and the strength she had, but it's too light. It just doesn't fit. Velvet nodded. It doesn't have to. It might have just been a foolish idea. Velvet let silence reign for a time, then continued. Good job, by the way. You did the best anyone could expect. You actually almost knocked it into the sun. Derf hung his head. If only I could have hit it harder. Especially earlier, when it was defenseless. I could have shattered it. Sure. Or any of the rest of us could have had another century of training. Or we could have found a way to sneak a capital ship deep into enemy territory. Maybe figure out antimatter. But none of that was true. I invited you, and you did great. I'm going to grow strong enough to smash it. Derf gripped his own wrist tightly. Velvet didn't intend to belittle Derf's ambition by saying it was unrealistic or something. Sometimes, unrealistic goals were the best for cultivators, ironically becoming possible from their very pursuit of what should have been impossible. Besides, Derf had a certain sort of talent. He might even reach augmentation soon, which would be an excellent time to focus his will onto a particular goal like that. Velvet hoped that everything had gone well with the main body of the alliance. Shakir seemed to have thought so, at least. Something about Chitty injuring Zor? It was unclear, but something had damaged the Citadel that wasn't related to anything local. Of course, it also hadn't resulted in the complete destruction of the Citadel, so that meant Zor was probably alive and most likely still dangerous. He might even be controlling the course of the war. There was no way to find out in a reasonable time frame. Sometime later, Velvet sat with Lelka intending to interrogate her. Not that it would be particularly in-depth or reliable, but she might as well figure out what she could. How much of what you said was true? About what? Lelka asked. Pretty much everything was true, to a greater or lesser extent. It made your word more genuine, Velvet nodded. I couldn't read you. But about Zor and your sect. I see, Lelka nodded. The Citadel of Exalted Light and Zor in particular have not treated me like any other augmentation cultivator. I was content to remain disconnected from core operations, but I was given no choice. And yet, I gained no real authority to fulfill my duties. Perhaps I was supposed to slaughter people to get others to listen, she shrugged. But I could have seen that resulting in my termination either way. Likewise, Zor's appreciation for my sister seemed to me to be little more than show and posturing. Otherwise, he would have gone against Everhard instead of the Scarlet Alliance. She paused briefly. I hope you were successful in the war. The first time was a miracle due to Ratna, but if your alliance was not competent, you wouldn't have survived to that point. Seeing your results on this end, I would prefer if you did it again. Why? Velvet asked. Because I would hope to be given a chance to change my allegiance. I understand your trepidation, of course. Nobody likes a traitor. That is why I hope to convince you we weren't really enemies to begin with. If you need further incentives, I have a great number of secrets of the Citadel of Exalted Light and others throughout the Exalted Quadrant. We have all of your writings, Velvet pointed out. The important stuff is in my head. Obviously, Lelka said. Too risky to have anything like that written down. Given some time to prepare, I could have had more though. Velvet narrowed her eyes. When did you make your decision to swap allegiances? The moment your group was noticed. Obviously, you had to be successful to some extent. We would have been more positively inclined had you aided us. Was the tour not enough? Lelka raised an eyebrow. Trust me, you would not have found my combat prowess to be significantly persuasive. You are an augmentation cultivator, though. It's not like there were a ton of us. Lelka shrugged. My goal was to survive. Just because I believed you had a chance didn't mean I thought it was high enough probability to take that risk. I'm not asking to be inducted into your core circle. I just wanted the opportunity to get out, and I judged that the circumstances warranted it. Besides, my information on your alliance indicates that you would be willing to cut me a deal in exchange for willingly offered information instead of that obtained through torture or extraction techniques. It is much more reliable. If we can trust you. Much of the information is easily enough verified. Once you know it, Lelka shrugged. I'm fine with being imprisoned for a decade while you figure things out. I have the feeling my lifespan would be longer there regardless. Why? If you had stopped us, that might have been a viable route, but I'm not confident that would have been better. Ultimately, Velvet couldn't find any lies in what she said. But that had been true earlier, when she had uncovered their plan and might have been on the verge of having them killed. So clearly, she was adept at hiding her complete intentions. Still, Corallo hadn't found anything indicating she was a spy just yet. They'd have to be careful when they got to Scarlet Alliance territory, though. The most suspicious incident came when they arrived in the next system, though tying it in any way to Lelka was difficult. When they dropped into real space, they just happened to be in the path of another ship, and having just come out of subspace, their stealth systems were not fully operational. The chances of such an occurrence were astronomically low. Velvet didn't know if it made more sense that it would have been planned somehow, or was entirely accidental. Either way, she found it difficult to believe that Lelka could have predicted precisely when and where they would come out over a week ahead of time. It also helped that the enemy ships looked quite surprised to clip something invisible. It took Velvet a moment to figure out the situation, by which point all of the handful of ships flying together were ready for combat. Velvet fed her power into the ship, their weapons systems taking out the others in a matter of moments. But it was too late, as a call of alarm had gone out. They were members of the Citadel, obviously. This was still their territory, so even if it was suspicious, it was also the most likely at the same time. That was when the chase began. The only reason Velvet didn't toss Lelka's head out the airlock at that moment was because Alva mentioned Lelka had looked quite surprised and concerned when she felt the chaos of battle. It could have been a ploy, of course, but Velvet had to go with what they could read from Lelka. Trusting her was a bit difficult, but Velvet went with her instincts, the same one that had allowed her to come along to begin with instead of killing her after the restraints were on. If she was being manipulated, she'd survive and learn. Perhaps deep in enemy territory was not the time to test herself, but that was how things worked out sometimes. They only remained briefly around the local star to recharge. From then on, they did their best to skip over unnecessary systems, charging the ship with their own energy despite how inefficient it was outside of combat. Citadel ships were scouring the nearby systems, appearing in large numbers. No matter which route they went, they kept running into more. However, there was nothing they could do but press on and hope they could avoid further notice. It was uncertain if the enemy had verified their identity or not, but it seemed likely that any hint of troublemakers after an attack on the core sect would result in the same response. Though they were constantly avoiding detection, there were also longer periods in subspace. That gave more time to question Lelka. What do you think of this situation? Velvet asked. From what I felt, she said, I could have handled the search more efficiently. If anyone would have listened to me. Is that all? Velvet asked. I have less information than you do, Lelka shrugged. I might be able to tell you which elder or elders are coordinating things if you are able to provide more details than the energy that passively reaches me here. Otherwise, I trust in your abilities to get out with as much finesse as you arrived. That was a nice vote of confidence from her, perhaps? Unfortunately, it was somewhat dampened by the fact that the next system they dropped into had an unexpectedly powerful formation, as well as numerous ships from the Citadel of Exalted Light and the Worthy Shore Society. Obviously not those from Cerritos, but the greater sect that they had been planted from, and perhaps any that had ascended before the split. Most relevantly, they seemed to be responsible for the formation, one that their ship hadn't picked up on the way in. Corallo. Velvet called for their own formation master. Hopefully, he could get them out of this without too much fuss. At that point, it hadn't quite struck Velvet which system they had ended up in, though she would later find it worthy of adding another curse to Everhart's name. Chapter 1022. A basic analysis of the Grand Formation throughout the system was completed in short order by Corallo. Do you want the good news or the bad news first? Does the bad news completely erase any point of there being good news? Velvet grumbled. Not completely, Corallo said. So, the good news. I don't believe that they predicted our arrival here, and most likely they aren't even looking for us. However, that doesn't mean we're not in a delicate situation. The system is still locked down to prevent anyone from getting out, and while their formations might not have detected our arrival, there is a decent chance they would notice our departure and be able to track us more directly. So, what? We're stuck here? Velvet asked. I suppose we can wait until they move on? I do not think they will be moving on anytime soon, Corallo said, because they're not locking down this system for fun or practice. This system is the one that contained what we believe to be a branch of the Nystar sect. Why did we come here? Velvet furrowed her brow. That was a serious question she had to ask herself. We could have jumped to a half-dozen other stars without significantly deviating from our course. There was no reason to go directly back through a system we knew had traffic. Corallo shook his head. That is a question I am afraid I have no answer to. Can you go get the others? Velvet asked. Including or excluding Lelka? She'll have to be here. We can't risk leaving her out of our sight. Of course, their energy senses should be able to keep a lock on her. The ship was tiny, but at the moment it seemed like too much of a risk. It didn't take more than a minute to gather the others. Alva had been watching Lelka, not that there had been any trouble yet, which was why the surveillance would continue to ensure it stayed that way. Derf was still carrying his arm, sustaining it with his energy, since even if the ship had a stasis formation, it wouldn't have been optimal long-term. Velvet explained the situation, such as it was. We should have thought of this. Or maybe not this, specifically, but the risks of entering this system. So why didn't we? Velvet didn't believe Alva or herself should have missed something like that, nor Corallo, realistically. Fine, she mostly thought that Derf might have missed it, but not anyone else. I assumed you remembered, Derf said, and I don't think there was a better route. What do you mean by that? Velvet asked. Well, usually you remember things better than me. Sure, but I meant the other thing. Isn't this where we wanted to go? Derf asked. Velvet frowned. Why would we want to go here? We were trying to avoid enemies. Yeah, but there are a lot of them, right? Like, throughout the rest of the Exalted Quadrant. They'll probably all look for us. Not because they're friends, but the Citadel is probably very mad and would pay them or threaten them or whatever. All of that rings true, Velvet agreed. It doesn't explain coming here. We can just leave now, Derf said, by going in there. Lelka's reaction to that was obvious, along with her confusion. You'll just be trapped in the secret realm, which would include me, and I don't think the hostage excuse would help since it wouldn't excuse my failures. So what I'm saying is I'd rather not have that happen. You know about the secret realm? Velvet asked, tangentially. Elder Ludek should have been the one actually involved with it. Speaking of which, you were rather lucky he wasn't around the core. He's one of those closest to being an exalted one. A domination cultivator? Velvet asked. Not quite. Every domination cultivator would be an exalted one, but not all of them are domination cultivators. Also, this had better count towards sharing important information because I really need the contribution. We never even really agreed on that, Alva pointed out. You will though, Lelka said. Anyway, Elder Ludek would have made your infiltration much more difficult, even if he didn't catch you beforehand. Your tenuous survival would have become complete destruction. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Velvet said. That you would have required the addition of someone like him to be wiped out does actually speak to my assessment of your abilities. Right, Corallo said. Is this Elder Ludek here? I can't tell, Lelka said. He isn't projecting any energy I can feel, but I'd expect most people to be more subtle than that. If I could actively sense it might be different. We're not freeing you from the restraints, Velvet declared. Lelka shrugged. I was just being clear. Alva's eyes carefully watched the display screen, showing their current facing and the outside in general. What are our chances of getting out of the formation undetected? About 50%, Corallo said. That is accounting for my understanding of all of our capabilities and my own formation expertise. If Ludek is here and you are noticed, we all die, Lelka reminded them. Would his potential presence make the formations more powerful? Corallo asked. He's not a formation master. He might be able to empower them at the behest of one, but I'd probably feel that if it was active and ongoing. However, his influence might have brought out some of the better members of the Worthy Shore Society. What are our other options? Alva asked. We can try to slip past the formations through subspace. Already considered, Corallo pointed out. That would have been a better plan than trying to directly bypass the formations. Or we could try to go to a higher order subspace, Alva pointed out. I agree, Corallo nodded. Which is why the ship is not our best bet. At least, based on what I have seen and your experiences with the Nystar sect. That's what I was saying, Derf complained. We can just go through there, right? Velvet frowned. I would not make the assumption all locations operate the same. You've seen more of these? Lelka asked. Velvet just glared at her. What? I think it's reasonable to be curious. Derf, Velvet said. You're resistant to mental manipulation, correct? I sure hope so, he said. We may have missed something drawing us here. If it helps, Lelka said. I've never been here before and feel called to this place. That means it's a trap, right? Alva asked. Everything is a trap, Velvet said. It just matters if we can overcome it. Her energy swirled inside her. Found it. The local system is responsible for the draw. I just thought it was because we'd seen more of these. She grimaced. It's slippery and does a good job to appear like my own thoughts. So then, Velvet said, do we take our chances with unknown but likely high risks, or something quite like an actual coin flip? I'd prefer not to go in there. I'm for delving into the Nystar sect, Alva said. Though the risk is high, I would prefer to take our chances with the ship, Corallo said. People turned to Derf. I think the secret realm is better. We've dealt with that stuff before. I know that I probably don't get a vote, Lelka said, but I would prefer to face the dangers of the secret realm, as long as you believe there is a reasonable chance of escape. You don't get a vote, Velvet said. Everhart made it, Corallo added. I've changed my mind, Lelka commented. Let's not go there. Your vote still doesn't count, Alva said. So, I think we should go with the one of us who might be the least mentally manipulated. But Derf is your choice, Velvet pointed out. Alva shrugged. Doesn't it make sense? Derf asked. It worked before. Only if there's a stable space beyond the secret realm, Corallo said. We don't have to stay there. We'll just pass through, Derf said. Isn't that what you did all that learning for? He asked Alva. I had Katerina backing me up. Corallo knows formations, Derf said. Didn't you study the other place? I did, Corallo admitted. So we know we're going at least one bit deeper. From there, we can go even further and find a way out. Isn't that easier than slipping through regular subspace past some formations that are probably looking for that? It is, Velvet admitted. I'm concerned about leaving the ship behind, Corallo said. Oh, that's easy, Alva said. We just let it fall into the sun. This is not a cheap ship, Corallo pointed out, even if it's not large. All the more reason to make sure it doesn't fall into enemy hands, Velvet agreed with Alva. And it was already written off as an expense of this. Remember the part where we weren't expected to make it out? If we hadn't returned to the ship, it should have been programmed to self-annihilate. Or if captured, to the extent that it could. So you agree with them now? Corallo asked. I don't think it's worse. and Alva would be the one doing the spatial delving. Are you still confident, even if you have to reach higher order or partial dimensional subspace on your own? Alva gave that a few moments of thought. Yes, though I could use a stabilization tunnel. Just one last issue, Velvet pointed out. The ship's at our destination. True, Alva said. We'll have to slip past anyone exploring the secret realm or standing guard outside. But once we're in, everyone should be trapped with us, so we'll be all right. About that, Lelka commented. What do you mean by trapped? Because we have gotten our disciples out, according to the reports I saw. Did it involve a sacrificial pawn in the center opening up the exits on the outside? Velvet asked, propping open dimensional portals so you didn't have to hope another group would enter at the same point? Corallo asked. I don't remember the thing that trapped us in ours, Derf said, at least on the higher layer. No? There were no mentions of any difficulty like that. Some deaths, yes, but they were just weaker disciples. Lelka looked at the group. What did I say? I feel like I said something bad, but I don't know what. If you're truly interested in joining the Scarlet Alliance, Alva said, keep in mind that we don't tend to see those who are weaker as without value. Of course not, Lelka said. They just have less value. More like, we see their value in the future, Alva said. Or just, as people. An odd philosophy, Lelka commented. But wouldn't you still weed out those with low potential? And what would you say low potential is? Alva asked, unable to practice a major cultivation technique. Right. And those people would be doomed to be weak forever? Aside from potentially spending an excessive amount of resources, yes, Lelka said. Hey Derf, can I share your secrets? Alva asked. I have secrets? Derf pondered. You're not allowed to share them with the enemy. Is she our enemy? Alva pointed. Derf tilted his head, taking a good look at Lelka. Nah, she's fine. She wants to be our friend, right? She could be deceiving us. It's fine, probably. What secrets, though? Derf waved her forward, and they whispered for a few moments. Oh, that's not a secret. Even from the Exalted Quadrant? Alva asked. I don't think it's worse than being from the Scarlet Alliance, he pointed out. We're closer. Fair enough, Alva admitted. All right, Lelka. This guy is from the Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance. Lelka looked at Alva like she was crazy. No, he isn't. His aunt EKA is one of their elders. Just because you know one of their names doesn't make it true. I can feel his cultivation, Lelka said. That's the point. Because Derf here is someone that by your definition is low potential. No offense, Derf. I know what you mean, he nodded. Right. He couldn't practice the Veiled Brilliance. He got, to my understanding, a fairly modest injection of resources. And he almost killed your domination cultivator. Or, well, melted your Citadel by smashing it into the sun. I'm not certain that would have killed Zor, Lelka said, but it would have been close enough. I also have to say he's not my domination cultivator now or before. Lelka looked at Derf. I don't think he had a real chance of success at his current cultivation, but I don't think someone who has the potential to reach augmentation truly has low talent either. Right, Alva said. So basically what I'm saying is that those with low talent probably just haven't found the right path for them. That's kind of a big part of what makes the Scarlet Alliance work. I'm interested, Lelka admitted, but I do believe we can't afford to sit here talking for a long time. Right, Alva said. People weren't trapped in the secret realm. The trap would be the desire to return, Velvet said. That might even get more people, long term. Every method was different, so it fits just fine. So basically we have to remain unnoticed until we can reach the deeper layers, Alva said. Or we'll have a limited time frame after being spotted. I still support the secret realm route. I haven't changed my opinion either, Derf said. If Velvet still agrees, Corallo said, I'll trust in your experience. With my mind momentarily clear, Velvet said, I still feel this is a slightly better option. We do know what we're getting into. And if we do it right, the Exalted Quadrant will never figure out how we slipped their grasp. Thus, their plans were set. All they had to do was follow through. Chapter 1023. Time was taken to make sure they had everything they could possibly want from the ship. Everything else would be gone in the near future. The ship dropped them off some distance away from the entrance to the Nystar sect building. Its stealth capabilities should have let it land among the various watchful eyes, but it was better not to risk it. They could spend a bit more time on their approach for safety. Then the ship lifted off, its route programmed into it with some manual danger overrides acknowledged. In a few minutes, it should be safe and secure inside the sun, in that it would be molten slag drawn into the mass that nobody could get useful information from. Velvet paid special attention to Lelka as they moved along. With her concealment techniques hiding the group, Lelka couldn't really do much. Shouting would be completely neutralized. Intentionally kicking a rock would force Velvet to take more active steps to alter perception, potentially catching it with her energy and returning it to its position. Lelka might or might not realize the possibilities, but she didn't do anything as they slipped past the outer perimeter. Soon, they were left with their choice of 3 portals, always active, if the information they had was to be believed. Alva and Velvet noted a different sort of sun-catching arrangement than before. Was this experimental, or was there a reason to have so many different sorts? That wasn't a question they could answer as they made their way inside. It didn't take long to come across a dead Nystar sect member. The woman's corpse was already looted, but nobody had bothered to give it the dignity of cleaning it up or moving it out of the area. They wouldn't either, but only because they couldn't risk changing anything. They spotted a number of traps, as expected. Some were already dealt with rather forcefully, while others had either been navigated around or nobody had been down particular hallways. Energy of several other groups exploring the area could be felt. Nobody knew quite what they were looking for. Preferably, they would have some sort of entrance to a deeper dimensional level, as it would be more taxing to break through themselves. It would likely also draw unwanted attention, and if they couldn't be quick enough, there would be issues. It wasn't as simple to slip into deeper dimensions beyond standard subspace, even partial ones. Corallo gestured, seemingly having picked something out among the flow of energy. Velvet couldn't pick out what was important for their particular task and what was not. They snuck their way into a cylindrical room, a tall pillar in the center surrounded by formation markings. The group remained close as Corallo explored the area, since Velvet couldn't hide them from too far away. Not completely. Alva might have been able to do a decent job for herself, but Derf would be pretty much useless at concealing himself. I can't quite discern the method of activation, Corallo explained, trying to create minimal disturbance as he did so. It might be triggered by the presence of people? So if we let it detect us? Velvet prompted. I wouldn't risk it, he said. Maybe I can work around it. Though these aren't simple formations to circumvent, especially given the skill of their creator. Keep working on that, Velvet said. The rest of them looked around near him. Something was odd about the pillar, though Velvet couldn't say quite why it filled her with trepidation. It wasn't dangerous, but it also was. In short, her instincts and understanding told her little of use. It wasn't quite a trap, though. Enemies approaching, Alva warned. The room they were in was an intersection of 4 corridors, so it wasn't a surprise that one of the wandering groups might pass through. It was also notable, so they might be intentionally checking the area out if they hadn't already. Remember, we're concealed. Velvet laid a hand on Derf's shoulder. He probably wouldn't begin attacking recklessly, but it wouldn't hurt. We should just let them pass by. Velvet also paid close attention to Lelka. She couldn't exactly do much with her restraints, but with more Citadel of exalted light cultivators coming, she might try something. She wasn't beyond suspicion yet. Too bad they weren't Hardened Crown. Those fellows probably wouldn't even have a chance to notice them. As the group approached, Velvet prepared the others to circle around in the opposite direction from them. Alternatively, if the enemy spread out, they would retreat through one of 2 exit hallways. The strategy was sound, but disrupted by unexpected circumstances. As the dozen or so individuals, including 1 augmentation cultivator, stepped into the room, barriers suddenly formed over the doorways. A strange voice spoke from within the pillar. Proper balance achieved. Please initiate combat. It was then that a pulse of energy went throughout the room, and Velvet realized what the danger was. Not that she could have anticipated the precise results she got, as her stealth techniques were completely undone. Until that point, there had been no indication that the room had a way to sense them at all. In short, frustratingly advanced formations. Alva was first to react, or at least in a relevant manner. Her bow snapped back, arrows instantly piercing the necks of two of their enemies, including through the spine. Remnants of her energy spiraled out, completing the process as their heads fell, though that appeared to be of secondary importance. One of the augmentation cultivators sprang into action, and he released a beam of light that Velvet narrowly avoided, feeling the intent. His attack followed her, but not before something else happened. Velvet had neglected to consider that Lelka had stood behind her. Without her energy defenses, she would be completely annihilated by the simple technique. Except her read on the man's energy was extraordinary, even for one of the same sect. She somehow brought her shackles in front of her without the speed that energy granted. The light cut through one shackle then the next. They might have resisted an attack from someone short of augmentation, but their primary purpose was to constrain a prisoner. Completely negating energy from inside and out was nearly impossible. Lelka's energy flared, and in a flash of light her power covered her. Bolero. A single name from Lelka. Velvet tensed and tried to pull further away from between them, worried about withstanding attacks from both cultivators. Then Lelka launched an attack at Bolero. Velvet seemed to find herself more surprised than the exalted light cultivator as he redirected the beam of light. But that freed up Velvet to lunge forward, striking with her void steel blade. The man known as Bolero would likely come to regret having his face completely exposed as she took out an eye, her weapon slipping through his defensive energy. Derf battered his way through a handful of the other integration cultivators, and while they didn't all die immediately, they were stunned for long enough that the rest of the battle ended without their input. It only lasted a few moments, Lelka continuing to attack the one she called Bolero. Corallo hardly even had a time to establish himself on the battlefield before all of their enemies fell. Except, perhaps, Lelka. Battle complete, the room said. Please prepare for transport in 5, 4. Then the whole room disappeared, and they were drawn into a different space. Please forgive the deception. You may now accept your battle rewards. The room they had been in was gone, though the same or an identical pillar was still visible. Only one exit existed on the rectangular room they now found themselves in. Lelka held her hands up. I don't intend to fight you, but I wasn't going to let myself die either. She'll need her energy, Alva said. This is the partial dimensional space. As soon as she moved, Velvet confirmed Alva's words. The shape and angles of the room shifted rapidly with each step. While a cultivator might deal with an overlap with objects, one without any energy and with standard body tempering would be torn to shreds. Right, Velvet said. What do you think about this prospect of rewards? Alva shrugged. I imagine everything will be highly dangerous. They moved along as a group, finding only one path to move along. They came to a room with a great many pedestals, though the placement and content of the pedestals was constantly flickering. They had to be careful not to impale themselves on weapons that stuck beyond reasonable confines. You may each select one object as your reward. Be aware that further pilfering will result in solar annihilation. Velvet sighed. This place could probably do it too. At least this area seemed more stable and was less devoured by giant distortion beasts. Though perhaps that might change if they stayed too long. Anyone see something they want? Velvet asked. I do believe there is a set of formation flags, Corallo said, but they're spread between different pillars. Will those help us right now? Velvet asked. Speaking of which, what do the two of you think of our ability to transport ourselves from here? Corallo frowned. We'll have to see what happens when we take our rewards. Or perhaps we should refuse. Refusal is not allowed. The rewards are not harmful to their owners except in the case of extreme negligence. The same voice, but from a different pillar that only partially existed in the corner of where Velvet could see. So there's that, Alva said. I can feel this matches the dimensionality of our other destinations. So we just need to create a bridge? How many formation flags are there? Velvet asked. Would they help with that task? I'm seeing 5, Corallo explained. With the full set it might dash. Oh. Derf drew attention to himself. Should I not have taken this helmet? Corallo shook his head. All right. I'm not even sure they match anyway. He searched around the area, carefully navigating the maze of objects, some of which seemed to almost reach out and try to grab him. Even if they weren't dangerous, knocking them off a pedestal probably counted as taking one. Someone take? Corallo shook his head. I'm going to have to explain it in detail, and theoretically the surrounding objects. I'll do it first, Lelka said, as he explained which specific thing he wanted. What? I am still interested in gaining your good graces. It will make you more relaxed to know I can't screw up your plans. Except for the solar annihilation thing, Derf said. Lelka shook her head. I'm not interested in dying, and that's most likely on an individual basis. Velvet didn't remind her who they thought made this place. She'd just keep a careful eye on her, along with Alva. Eventually, Lelka snagged the formation flag Corallo wanted. Then he took another himself. I don't know if there's a way to approach the last one, Corallo said. Last one? Alva asked. I thought there were 5? I believe 2 of them are decoys, he shrugged. Or my insights are too minimal to make any use of them. The third of the trio, I can spot it from over here, but the pillars around it seem to make it impossible to approach, he said, carefully moving around. Alva nodded, then approached. She described the shape of the formation markings embedded in the cloth of the flag. There's not another one similar to that, right? Corallo confirmed her words. I think I can get it, Alva said. Just have to shift a little bit of space, she grimaced. She reached out, grabbing at something and pulling out the formation flag, 1 centimeter at a time. She slightly adjusted her position and the angle she was pulling. There sure is a lot of stuff metaphysically in the way of this, she grumbled. But eventually, it was held in her hand, secure. Anything else? Velvet asked. Not that I can see, Corallo said. The other flags, he shrugged. Then I would suggest we make our way to the perimeter of this place, and I pick something from there while you study potential departure solutions. Nobody quite knew what would happen when they all picked, so being as ready as possible was all they could do. Chapter 10:24. The reward Velvet picked was more determined by what items were around the periphery than what they actually thought was the most useful, though of the choices available it seemed fine. A shield that had a mirrored surface, though whether it was purely aesthetic or functional somehow was unclear. There was a limit to how much they could study their rewards before they risked removing it from the pedestal and counting it as their choice. And they very much wanted to avoid the consequences of going over. While it was likely their group could dismantle the local formations, that wasn't a guarantee. Even if they did, that might ruin the exact thing they came for. The stable space might collapse, which would hinder all the rest of their plans. If they wanted to bore their own tunnels into deeper levels of subspace, they would have just done that. Because of that, they were careful. When Velvet picked her choice off of the pedestal, she had thought they might all be swept away in another round of portal shenanigans. Separately or together, they couldn't really know. Instead, the wall at the edge of the area simply faded. Please proceed to the reward appreciation zone, said the voice that had been instructing them so far. It not coming from the form of a human speaker was quite unlike Everhart, but there was still some small chance that there was someone of great skill mimicking him instead of him pretending to be someone else. Either way, they had to treat the area with the same level of caution. They moved together as carefully as possible, wondering if traps might reveal themselves in the overlapping dimensionality of the place. Instead, they found what they could only see as a completely open area. I'm not even sensing anything on other layers, Alva said, and we're unlikely to get any floor or wall overlapping with us. Just stay away from the pillar, I guess. Speaking of which, the reference pillar in the center of their new zone added more information. Welcome to the Reward Appreciation Zone. It is recommended that you familiarize yourself with your rewards here. We hope you made the correct choice. Do you respond to people, Pillar voice? Alva asked. She waited, but got no response. All right then, because that made it sound like there was a right choice. I thought it was the helmet, Derf said. It said we got one thing each. I'm sorry that I didn't wait for people to discuss. What does the helmet even do? Alva asked. Well, it's a helmet, he shrugged. Should I put it on? Might as well at this point, Velvet said. If this place was interested in arbitrarily killing us, it shouldn't need to be done like that. What do you think, Corallo? I don't sense anything overtly hostile from it, but it's difficult to tell with small-scale enchantments sometimes. Derf nodded. I think I should. He lifted the helmet, which was surprisingly unadorned by cultivator standards. He settled it over his head, fitting it snugly in place. I wonder if it does dash. Before his words finished, the helmet almost seemed to melt, except the main structure never disappeared. Even so, silvery liquid metal flowed down his neck and over his chest, down his arm and legs. Then it even reached out, pouring over his detached arm on the ground next to him. Well, that's neat, Derf said. He picked up the arm now encased fully in metal. This should make it more durable. That's great. Alva nodded. I'm still not sure how things ended up like that, though. Well, the metal melted and went over it, Derf explained. That's not what I meant, Alva said. I was talking about you using your arm as a weapon. Oh, well, my hammer broke, and so I had to use something, and my arm worked. See, that's the thing I don't get. You breaking a hammer you had special made? Alva shrugged. It happens. Sometimes things aren't as durable as they seem, or we put our weapons through situations above their material grade. But how can your arm, which got cut off, be more durable than that? They're not the same thing, Derf pointed out. I don't cut or get cut when I attack. It's all about blunt force and resisting the counterforce. But it's not weird that my arm could get cut or burned off, he said. Those are different. I suppose so, Alva agreed. Usually such durability tends to come together, though. I'm pretty generally durable against anything below augmentation cultivators, Derf said. But the universe seemed to be mad at my shoulder. And my previous armor wasn't good enough, it seems. Derf's previous armor had been little better than scrap after the assault on the Citadel. It had ultimately met its final fate with the ship, left behind as more of a hindrance than a boon. The various formation flags had been handed over to Corallo, who was studying them closely and comparing them to things from his storage bag. Will they do what we need? Velvet asked. They should be quite helpful. And of course, I had some confidence in sustaining a stable tunnel without anything extra. Otherwise, I would have opposed coming here in the first place. We did not particularly expect rewards, after all. He was left to his observations, while Velvet turned her head towards Lelka, who was staring at her. Or rather, the shield she had picked up. What is it? Velvet asked. A mirrored shield-like that should be quite useful against the cultivators of the exalted light. I suspect it should be able to deflect a greater area than its size would suggest. I've seen some techniques that do something akin to what you describe, Velvet agreed. Lelka hesitated for a while, uncertain if she should say anything. But ultimately, she worked up the courage. I would like to make use of that. I don't believe any of the rest of your styles would fit with it. You seemed pretty capable of fighting earlier, Velvet said. So? Lelka shrugged. I imagine you would not be useless without weapons yourself. That does not mean I am most effective like this. And while you might not trust me with my staff, the effort of bringing me along will be wasted if I perish. And the shield should fit with my style well enough. Can you use it offensively? Velvet asked. Well, Lelka hesitated. Probably. I'll consult the others, Velvet said. There wasn't exactly any privacy, so everyone would have overheard them. Derf voiced his opinion first. She helped us in the last fight, and she could have betrayed us. I think it's fine. Alva didn't say anything directly, instead taking shots with her bow. The first ones were extremely weak, striking the shield one at a time until they ultimately ramped up. Standard spirit arrows without an attribute and light attributed ones caused the shield to react differently. Whatever her thoughts, she was ultimately satisfied. It will be fine. Velvet turned to Corallo. He looked away from his studies of the edge of the area they were in for a moment. I think I would prefer we shackle her again. But if Lelka is to be free, having her be more effective for other potential conflicts would be best. The shield was tossed to Lelka. Make sure to protect this guy, Velvet said, gesturing to Corallo. Trust me, you don't want to be in unstable partial dimensional space. I believe it will take an hour or so to work out a functional tunnel design, Corallo added. I was briefed by Katerina on her methods, but I hadn't necessarily expected to put them into practical use at this time. I am also missing the, catalyst you worked with before. What sort of catalyst? Lelka asked. I have various things in my storage bag, though I suppose you already inspected them. Velvet chuckled. A distortion beast that stretched a vast distance through subspace. It's better to not have to deal with that. I would have to agree, Lelka said. She looked around. So how are people normally supposed to leave with these rewards? I don't think we are, Alva commented. Not once we end up here. I've been surveying the area and there isn't really anything like an exit formation. Unless, perhaps, the formation flags are meant to construct one. Not without the requisite knowledge, Corallo chimed in. And that's not our current issue anyway. Right, Velvet said. We just need to create dash. As she was speaking, a sudden surge of energy drew the attention of everyone. A dozen disciples of the Hardened Crown, some bloodied, appeared in the battle reward area. Damn it, Lelka said. They must have sensed our battle. Most likely more people will be inspecting. And they probably recognized both you and us, Velvet nodded. How strong is that Elder Ludek? The 5 of us together should be able to defeat him alone. But that would be an unlikely scenario. Corallo nodded. Looks like I'll need to focus on this. Take them out, would you? He gestured to the others. Alva drew her bow, but before she could fire, a pulse of energy swirled around her. Do not disrupt the reward selection process, or you will face solar annihilation. Alva grimaced. I bet Grandpa could survive solar annihilation. Your grandfather? Lelka frowned. To think the Scarlet Alliance had secrets such as that. She shook her head. But I suppose I should not pry, at the moment. Hey, pillars, Alva asked. Once they're no longer selecting, can we kill them? There was no response. We should let one of them strike first, Velvet said. Just to be safe. Which means we'll have to be prepared. I've got new armor, Derf said. I should test it. Well, I'm not sure if that's a good idea, Velvet commented. But if they don't hit any of us, it might not count as an attack, Derf said, shaking his second arm as he emphasized his words. If we dodged something and then got solar annihilated when we fought back, that wouldn't be great, yeah? It sounds bad. Velvet looked towards Lelka. I would volunteer, she said. But I don't know if my new shield is optimized for, the Hardened Crown. They'd probably smash it, Alva agreed. Even if it isn't particularly weak against physical assault. It's kind of insulting that they have so many people here, Velvet said. But that's better for the Scarlet Alliance, so I shouldn't complain too much. But, Derf, one of them seems to be an augmentation. Can you handle that? He rapped his armored fist on his helmet, then nodded. Yeah, should be fine for at least one hit. Don't worry, I've sparred with Sly, so I know what I'm talking about. I can't believe how many augmentation cultivators the Exalted Quadrant has, Alva sighed. Well, I know how great of a population they have, but it makes our numbers look pathetic. I can give you a good approximation of the total numbers, Lelka said. When we get to safety, and I can bargain for a better position. Don't expect us to just let you join, Velvet said. I would be content with good treatment and a comfortable cell, Lelka replied. That would already be a better prospect than where things were going here. All of them suddenly turned their heads, though they could only sense what happened beyond the currently solid wall. A single flare of energy burned through one of the Hardened Crown members in a single instant. Her upper energy was annihilated as she tried to defend herself, turning her to ash in the same moment it destroyed her defenses. The energy signature indicated the brief flare was almost certainly just a part of the local star. Please return both unearned rewards back to their pedestals, said a calm voice. The 5 of them felt the Hardened Crown members scrambling to put back the extra reward, and apparently the one that their dead member was originally entitled to. A few minutes later, and the walls separating them faded away. Instantly, there were hostile looks from the Hardened Crown. Corallo threw a number of formation flags behind and around Derf, small ones from his personal collection. Welcome to the Reward Appreciation Zone. It is recommended that you familiarize yourself with your rewards here. We hope you made the correct choice. Those words were still being spoken as the augmentation cultivator, a woman, charged towards the group. She was holding in her arms a massive shield covered with spikes. In a way that was comforting, because it was less likely to take out Derf in a single shot. She still broke through Corallo's barriers in an instant, and then she struck Derf. A shockwave spread throughout the area as her momentum was mostly absorbed. Derf went tumbling back, only to be caught by Lelka, who set him on his feet. Ouch, he said. That really hurt. He paused for a moment. Oh, looks like we're good to kill them, guys. Chapter 10:25. It took Derf all of 1 second from standing up and making his declaration to directly charge the leading enemy cultivator from the hardened crown. The woman had just flung him backwards with her spiked shield, but he seemed unconcerned about the damage that might have caused to him. Velvet was still concerned about him swinging his now metal-clad arm as a weapon, but she also understood that it was more functional than it should have been for him. Specifically, the augmentation cultivator was unconcerned about his assault, and she really didn't need to be. Unlike many other cultivators, the hardened crown were durable enough that Derf's particular style couldn't overcome the cultivation gap even with a direct hit. As the woman used a shield, she faced nothing more than the potential of being knocked back. Unfortunately for her, the surroundings they were in dictated more caution than she would normally take. If she were knocked backwards into a volcano, she would have stood up and walked it off. And while there didn't appear to be anything lethal behind her, she smacked into one of the pedestals in the reward zone. A silver chalice dropped onto her head. 2 moments later, she was eradicated from existence. That was twice as long as it had taken for the other hardened crown cultivator to burn up, but it hardly meant anything. Please return both unearned rewards back to their pedestals. Huh, Derf said. Didn't really mean to do that. But I guess we've got the advantage of positioning. The hardened crown had their backs to the rewards, so they were in peril. Not that such tactics were necessary when their augmentation cultivator had died in such an inglorious fashion. The main person at risk at that point was Derf, but even he wasn't at much risk against other integration cultivators. Especially not when considering his new armor. It wasn't clear exactly how durable it was, but it didn't seem seriously damaged by the charge of the augmentation cultivator. It didn't take long for them to finish off the rest of the enemies, with Alva and Velvet killing most of the enemies. Lela was for the most part remaining defensive, uncertain of whether she should be active. Corallo was half paying attention, as he still had to keep in mind their hopefully imminent departure. The voice grew more insistent as it repeated, "Please return both unearned rewards back to their pedestals." Fortunately, they were fairly easily able to determine where they belonged, as the silver chalice had come from the pedestal it was resting next to. The shield, which was the only other surviving element of the solar annihilation, was tracked to its resting place by Alva, who had been watching the selection. They did seem to be able to take everything else, however, though the choices of the hardened crown sect were somewhat dubious. Mostly oversized weapons or bulky armor, without regard for its actual quality. There weren't any good hammers for Derf. Not that he seemed to be liable to give up on swinging around his own arm at the moment. "All right," Velvet said. "Clearly we can run into more people here," she said as Alva began to burn the bodies. "Which means we should try to get out as soon as possible." "That doesn't alter the plan much," Corallo said. "Except that I need to be more certain that we take the formation with us. I would prefer not to have anyone interfering from the outside." "How long?" "I guess I'll have to speed things up. Half an hour." It didn't take long before alternating groups of hardened crown cultivators and Citadel of exalted light disciples began to pour through. Alva's arrows sought them out the moment she felt they were safe to attack, and Velvet hid her presence. Derf was left as the easiest target, but he reveled in that status, wildling swinging at anyone who got near him. Integration cultivators he could handle time after time. Fortunately, they weren't so replete with augmentation cultivators that the group had to deal with many of them, but even a few dozen integration cultivators got tiring after a while. They had to defend Corallo. After all, "At least this is depleting both sects," Alva commented. "This is a massive waste of life, but I do believe someone is losing a whole group for each one that comes here." "A couple hundred integration cultivators isn't that much," Lela said. "Maybe not total," Alva disagreed. "But over the course of an hour? Even with the population of the whole exalted quadrant." "I'm not saying it's a wise decision," Lela said, "but both groups can afford it. This could be part of the normal loss statistics except for the augmentation cultivators." "Harsh," Alva said. "I do understand the numbers get that big, but that's pretty awful." "That is why I was not eager to become one of the statistics," Lela agreed. Every time a new group was brought in, the walls re-established themselves. They could still sense beyond the walls, and in turn, Everyone who entered would sense them, while Velvet could have tried to keep them concealed. Without anything else to draw attention, it was a losing prospect. Plus, they were having trouble with all of the blood and ash. They didn't want to keep that in their storage bags, even if they could. Once again, the walls formed around the reward selection area. Lela tensed. "How close?" she said. Her voice projected only to the rest of the group. 10 minutes, Corallo said. "That's Ludek," she said. Corallo let his senses take in the new arrivals. "Give me 1 more minute." The exalted light cultivators were making their choices quickly, or rather, Ludek was making choices quickly. He had, as many of the groups, forced one of the lesser cultivators to attempt to take a second reward to test the system. Rather than punishing the one responsible, it was an ultimately unfair system where people could be forced into death, which was rather typical for cultivators in the end. As quickly as the cultivator made the choices, however, Corallo was faster with setting up a tunnel. Or rather, something like a bubble. "Everyone gather around me. Defenders behind me, preferably." Derf and Lela stood with their backs to him. Together, the group stepped forward towards the edge of space, Corallo's bubble pressing against nothing. Velvet saw static beyond, a concerning jumble of shifting light and darkness instead of something comforting like the void of space and stationary stars. "Could we perhaps go a little bit faster?" Lela asked. "No, we cannot," Corallo said, stepping forward with great intention. At that point, the wall fell. Whatever words Ludek had were lost to the void between space, as he put in little energy to maintain their transfer. He did, however, gather a great quantity of upper energy, projected forward in a beam of light the shape of his own silhouette. Lela shrank herself behind her shield, calling upon her own energy to make use of its properties and scattering the attack, if only for the moment. "See? I told you I should hold on to this." At the moment, they were an apparent 100 meters away from the edge of the stable space. That was an almost irrelevant amount of distance for cultivators of their level. Except, the empty space between was not as convenient to move through as a vacuum. Energy fell apart, and even light was rapidly disintegrated. Most of the other cultivators were unable to launch any attacks. One other augmentation cultivator managed to reach them but caused no real damage, except perhaps to destabilize their formation, which would be a problem on its own. Alva's shots skipped the unstable space in between, her experience with exactly the same construction of subspace having led not only to her advancement to augmentation, but also a new style of archery. Her arrows struck her enemies from wherever she pleased, appearing right next to them in ways they were unprepared to dodge, if they'd even had the speed. All except for Ludek, as her arrows were met by motes of light that broke down her energy with each attack upon him. "Still not as bad as a domination cultivator," Alva said. "As long as we can hold him off for long enough." Suddenly, he was among them. His body was glowing bright like the sun. Lela spun around, trying to protect herself and maybe somehow protect Corallo's back. But one among them had already been moving. Derf swung his metal-clad arm, striking it into the ribcage of Ludek. The power of upper energy around the man was sufficient to negate the force of Derf's attack, but that was not where things ended. There was a clash of principles. The exalted light valued a certain sort of power, and frailty was not something they accepted, even if they weren't so durable as the hardened crown. With a cultivation in the late stage of augmentation, it truly wasn't possible for Ludek to be damaged even with Derf on the edge of breaking through himself. But Derf wasn't in the state of mind to even try to cause damage. His recent experience told him that certain things were practically indestructible to his attacks, but rather than discouraging him, it just made him focus more on what he cared about most, which was hitting things hard enough that they died. If his attack couldn't kill them, he just had to knock them into something that could. He didn't even properly know who he was attacking when he'd spun. He just knew there was something he had to hit. He didn't have the angle or reaction time to knock Ludek into one of the pedestals, so he settled for a random direction into unstable space. It was in time to save Corallo, but not quite fast enough to stop him from flinging away one of the formation flags Corallo was managing. The flag flew off in one direction, Ludek in the other. Instantly, the bubble around them began to bend and distort. Corallo could force some amount of effect from the energy flow around them, But with one flag gone, he was propping up more than he'd bargained for, and he had already rushed their departure. Alva instantly sprang after the formation flag, flickering through the nothingness, trying to catch up to it before it was ground down to nothing. Velvet grimaced, knowing that she should have reacted more quickly. Or perhaps instead of reacting, she should have anticipated. Step by step they continued onward, and Velvet erased her presence from the mind of even her companions. Ludek would attack them again. That was a surety in her mind. Even if it was dangerous for him, there would be at least one more assault for the insult of attempting to defend against him. That was how people were. No doubt a man with such power was well aware of killing intent. Velvet might have experience concealing it, but no method was completely perfect. The gap in power made it risky. So, Velvet did the only thing she could do. She clutched her void steel blade in hand, feeling its balance. It was amazingly constructed, as it needed to be to withstand her battles up to that point without the benefit of enchantments. But it was balanced for thrusting and cutting, not throwing. Runa might forgive her for this someday. Velvet changed her grip on the dagger and threw it off into the void, guided by instinct alone. It was a terrible idea, brought about by many foolish examples. Derf and Shakir were the biggest proponents of such inanity, acting without thought. Velvet doubted she'd ever be a dagger master. They were simply her weapon of choice. But sometimes, people got lucky. Obviously, she'd had the idea to hit Ludek, but without even knowing quite where he was, it couldn't properly come with killing intent. And the void steel would be a patch of nothing in the chaos of unstable partial dimensional subspace, a blip that wouldn't be noticed. She only knew her attack met its target when their bubble was clipped by a beam of brilliant light for a single instant, instead of an enduring assault. Too bad she'd never be getting that dagger back. Maybe if she brought the spirit slicing, sect the head of someone important from the exalted quadrant, she could get a replacement. It wouldn't be Ludek, because he was sensible enough to make his way back to the stable section away from the group. He would doubtless make his way back to real space, though the rest of those with him were another matter. Alva made it back, her clothing tattered and carrying about 2/3 of a formation flag. Corallo had them gather closer together, shrinking the bubble as they drew further from their enemies. Each step of a half-meter brought them an unknown amount of true distance, and the further they got from the stabilized subspace, the more rapidly they lost connection to it, until soon they were surrounded by nothing but a small bubble of energy, and the hope that they could return to somewhere stable to break out layer by layer into real space without being annihilated.